exactly.
therefore, I can assume that it's
myself, and I see a completely flat horizon.
End of argument.
Isn't that interesting? I fly a lot, and the horizon's always flat when I'm in a plane.
It's always
do you know how much? Do you know what percentage of the Earth's surface you'd see from that height? It's around I think it's 0.01 or 0.1. Such a tiny amount.
At the same time, you're supposed to
see any curvature.
But you can see the curvature when you're on the ground. You can see boats disappear over the horizon.
That's not curvature. You're talking about a flat horizon, right? And these types of things can be demonstrated on a small scale, right? On a flat surface.
No, it can't.
So, yeah, the boats over the horizon thing's really not a good argument for the globe side, right? Because there's mainstream explanations, right, that we can just use, right? No flat Earth explanations, just mainstream explanations, right? Different types of mirages, ocean swells, perspective.
So
why do you say that? I just told him not on text chat.
Some parts of the Earth experience more sunlight than others at certain times of the year because there's a tilt in the rotational axis of the Earth.
Okay, but you don't have any evidence that the Earth's a globe, right? So you're presupposing that the Earth's a globe and that the Earth has an axis and that it's spinning.
But all the observations allude to that.
Those are the assumptions you're making, right? So you would need to validate those first.
Okay,
that's what we're trying to
get. Because all the observations that you can make allude to that.
Well, you're kind of gish galloping from point to point. Do you realize you're doing that right now?
The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. That can work on a spherical Earth. The stars appear to rotate differently depending on the pole. That also works on a spherical Earth.
Well, do you want to pick
over the horizon? That works
in the
on
last
spherical Earth.
You're just throwing.
That's just a fact. This is just a fact. Boats disappear over the horizon. That's a fact.
So maybe you want to stick with one of those talking points, and we can.
You don't need to. I can give you multiple, and they all work with spherical. Just only helps my argument.
You don't have an argument. You're making a bunch of assumptions, right? With most of the things you just
observations that are true.
Yeah. That's exactly why you're scattergunning like that. You're scattergunning like that because you don't have an argument. If any of those things were an argument, you would just use that, and it would be one logical proof, and you wouldn't have to name all these different things that don't actually conclude anything.
Stars rotate differently depending on the pole you're at.
You don't know what stars are, all right? Stick with the Earth, right? We're trying to talk about the Earth here, right? So there's certain characteristics. Hold on a second, right? There's certain characteristics, dude. Please, right? There's certain characteristics that have to be there if the Earth's a globe of the size they tell us, right? That means drop over distance, right? It's easy to calculate how much there should be, right? So do you have any evidence of drop over distance, right? That's something you have to have if the Earth's a globe. So are you aware of anyone throughout all of history who has measured drop over distance?
Yeah.
Okay. Who was that?
Name one.
Everyone. They all can agree that boats disappear over the horizon, and that's because it's spherical.
Yeah, but I already went over that, right? So we can show you a giant boat, right? Like I can post a video in the chat of a giant boat right now, right? That you can't see it from the shoreline, right? And then the person zooms in and you can see the entire giant ship once again, right? That's what happens most of the time when boats sail out, right? I lived on the coast in Australia my whole life watching cruise ships.
Your video doesn't mean anything. You have to give me specifics, like how far is the boat? Specifically, how high are you recording from? You know? Is the boat fully in?
Would you like to go over observations then
the bottom is not visible anymore?
Would you like to go over some long distance observations, right? Look, I'm going to entertain you. I'm going to provide you with what you want, right? So give me a second. All right, here, I've got one right here. All right, please have a look in the side chat. Right, can you see what I posted?
Wait, hold on.
41 minutes after the hour, DJ.
Here's some debunking as well. I also have some like evidence and stuff. Maybe
okay, so I just said I was going to post a actual observation in the side chat. Do you want to go over it?
Yeah, I also have mine. Should we go over mine as well?
Well, how about we go over my observation first?
Okay, we can go. Okay, sure.
Okay, right. So this is an observation taken off the coast of Santa Barbara in California, right? And what we have in this is a couple of oil platforms, and you'll see the horizon behind the oil platforms, yeah? Okay, so in this observation, the observer height is roughly 8 foot above the surface of the water, right? And he's zooming out, and we can see the horizon once again behind the oil platforms. Okay, now the oil platforms are very important as distance markers, right? The second oil platform is 10.1 miles away from the 8 foot observer height. Right, now I was wondering if you could tell me how far the horizon should be on a globe from an 8 foot observer height. Do you know how to work that out?
It definitely shouldn't be visible. You're right.
No. We're talking about the horizon, right? So I asked you, how far do you think the horizon would have to be from an 8 foot observation height?
For what?
If the Earth is a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, excuse me, you must have a horizon at a set distance. Yeah? So I was just wondering if you're able to calculate how far away that horizon would be, or would you like me to help you out with that?
But you have to, it also matters on how much it's dipping, right? Below the horizon, like horizon, for a certain distance.
Yeah, so just if you go to Google, right, you can look up any Earth curve calculator, right, and just put in the observation height of 8 foot, and it will tell you how far away the horizon would be. But did you want to do that, or did you just...
How far away is the platform?
The second platform is called Platform Habitat. It's 10.1 miles.
Is it all visible?
Yeah, the whole thing's visible, and you can tell that, right, because you can see the light reflecting into the water off the oil platforms, and you can see the horizon clearly, like, behind the oil platforms.
Are you looking at the picture, dude? Or are you just fucking asking him questions without looking at the image?
I'm looking.
Well, why would you ask him if the whole thing's been shown when the horizon's behind it?
Yeah, it can't be hidden behind the horizon, could it? I mean, if the horizon...
I can see the horizon now. It's behind it, yeah. You're right.
Yeah, like way behind it. It's hard to tell because we don't have another distance marker there. But yeah, it's behind it, right? So we can confirm that it's beyond 10.1 miles away. Right, but on a globe...
How far should it be below the horizon then?
Yeah, there has to be a geometric horizon cutoff point, right? A physical horizon line at 3.46 miles. So that first oil platform that you can see is called Platform Hillhouse, and that's just over 6 miles. Right, so halfway between the observer and the first platform is where the horizon line should be, right? And then everything beyond that horizon line should be obstructed behind the horizon, right? Depending on how tall it is, you would only be able to see a portion, of an object behind the horizon. All the water should be hidden though, right? Because it's beyond the horizon line. the problem is it's not there, right? And this isn't like a one-off observation. This is just one of countless amounts of observations from this location, from different locations. Right, so that's what we're talking about when we're talking about flat Earth, right? We're not claiming a shape, we're not claiming to know the entirety, we're not claiming to know everything about the sky, right? But we're talking about there's no drop over distance, right? If a surface doesn't have any curvature, it is by default flat, right? So Earth would be a topographical plane, and there's still a lot more that needs to be known about this place, but we're just talking about what we can verify empirically.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, if that is really 10.1 miles, like the video says.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is. Right.
How high up? 8 feet?
Yeah, 8 feet, right? He actually does like a test on his phone, right? He uses the altimeter on his phone, and it says like 7 feet, just over 7 feet. Right, but to have a horizon at that distance, right, 10-mile horizon on a globe, it would have to be 65-foot height, right? So even if you want to say, yeah, maybe he's not exactly 8 feet up, maybe he's 6 feet up, maybe he's 8-9 feet up, whatever, right? It doesn't really make a huge difference because there's such a huge discrepancy in how far you can see here.
Well, then that should definitely be under the horizon. So, I mean, if that's true, then based off that observation, just that observation alone, yeah, you could say it's flat, or the surface is flat.
Yeah.
Or that the Earth is larger than they're telling us.
Right, but I mean, if you had, yeah, QE, what's the math on that? If the horizon is...
You can't have the Earth larger than that. By the way, with the original Black Swan, I didn't do the numbers for this one. The original Black Swan, the horizon is greater than 10 miles. If we just took the 10 miles, then the radius of the Earth would be 264,000 miles. Using Pythagorean formula.
Your latitudes are going to be pretty fucked up with that radius. Not going to work.
Yeah. And you can't change the radius of the Earth because all the astronomical and cosmological horse shit is based on, everything is based on, that includes distances, their fairy tale idiot gravity is based on a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles. Can't be bigger than that. Then the whole story implodes.
So there's no moving the goalpost.
This horizon right here at 8 foot, this is well beyond. I would venture to guess that horizon is probably 30 miles away. I'm just guessing, though. But it's probably
horizon
further.
30 miles.
Yeah.
How big do you think the Earth is?
It's not how I think. It's how we're told by Wiki and Discovery Channel. It has to be 3959 mile radius, period. End of story.
And you believe that? It's 3959?
No, you do. You have to. I told you.
You don't.
Your
right?
scriptures. It's your scriptures, not mine.
He's picking and choosing.
Yeah, it's your scriptures. Your scriptures are already written.
Burden of proof is on them, not us.
They're in stone. You can't change them. Everything is based on that radius.
Crazy. Can you define what the radius of the Earth is?
You mean define? You mean tell you, or just define what radius means, or what?
Yeah, define what the radius is. What's it referring to?
Radius is the distance between the surface of a sphere and its center.
Interesting.
What about a circle? Don't we get radii from circles?
It could be the edge of a circle to the center of a circle. That's also radius.
Yep. The fairy tale ball is gone bye-byes. Do you see bye-bye ball right there? It's over. It's all over right there. Sorry.
All right, so let's keep that radius in mind. Crazy, right? Have a look in the side chat again. Right, we're going to take it to the next level. Right, so in this observation, right, this is at a very still, calm lake in Canada. Right, and this guy is holding the camera just off the surface of the water about 3 inches. Right, when he zooms in, you'll see 2 peninsulas on the right-hand side. The second peninsula that you can see on the right in the distance is actually 13.8 miles away. Right, so once we plug in the math to the Earth curve calculator, it tells us that the horizon on a globe would have to be at 0.6 miles. Right, but we can see that little peninsula going out into the water there, right? That little peninsula should be obstructed, has to be obstructed behind 120 foot of Earth curvature. Right, so this is like a 2,200% discrepancy.
That's way off.
Yeah, it's so far off, right? There's not even any potential excuses from the globe side for this. And there is a high definition video showing the entire observation posted there as well. Shows the Google Map locations, right? You can go look around the area that he's standing on Google Earth. So yeah, it's a very legit observation, this one as well. But there's lots more where this came from, but this is just another good one because it's a nice calm lake, you know. Cool weather.
What appears to me is that
it's not like the astronauts where you have to take their word that they went to the moon and halfway they turned around and saw the Earth as a globe. You can go do this yourself. Don't believe us. Go outside. Make observations for yourself.
What kind of doesn't really make sense is that both the globe Earth and the flat Earth, they both kind of like don't make sense. Like some observations support the flat Earth while some don't, but then some support the globe Earth while some don't.
Which ones?
Wait, which observations are we? Which ones don't represent what we're
What
seeing?
you said about the horizon supporting the flat Earth, right?
No. Right, so if you look up...
never heard of Tall Popper's Black Swan then, right?
Whoever's talking, we didn't understand you.
If you look up the definition of what a horizon is, right, it's what we claim a horizon is, right? It just happens to match the actual definition of horizon, right? So the horizon is the apparent location, right? Apparent, the very key word in that, right? Apparent location where the sky and the ground meet. Okay, it fluctuates, it changes distance depending on different conditions, right? If you take a time lapse.
No. It's apparent because of the observer's height.
Yep.
When the observer height changes, then the distance to the horizon changes. Now, there could be you could have tides and stuff, right?
Yeah, ocean swells. I mean, a bunch of factors. Fog. I mean, I guess that's obstructing your view from the horizon, but
yes.
Yeah. I mean, it's apparent for multiple reasons, right?
Yeah. For two big ones. The biggest one is your height, because it changes based on the observer's height. And number two, mainly we look at horizons over the sea or oceans or lakes, big lakes, because that's when you get the really actual horizon, right? So that'll change based on tides, waves, like you said, fog. It'll limit it, but it can be no more than. That's a very key point. The horizon can be no more than based on your observer's height. Always remember that one. It can be closer, but it can't be further.
Simple spherical trigonometry.
See, that's what I think, actually.
Spherical trigonometry doesn't exist.
So can I be heard now?
Yes.
Like, check. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. So it doesn't matter how many foggy days you show us the horizon where it's supposed to be, right? Because if someone makes the claim, well, all swans are white, you could show me 1 million, 2 million, 10 million white swans. If I show you one black swan, your argument is destroyed. So if we show you one horizon way further than it's supposed to be, This whole idea of the Earth having an edge and this edge being caused by curvature, it's out the window. It's gone.
Good point.
Yeah, without that
I don't
leading,
think the Earth is.
listen, is it crazy? 1 second. Without that leading sagittal being a defined and exact point and being able to be derived in spherical trigonometry using the exact different formulae that we have that has been told to us based on the radius of 3959, like 1.225 times the square root of your observer's height in feet, right? So depending on your height, yeah, that would change how far away the horizon is. If different things dictate, however, how far away the horizon is from you as the observer, i.e. atmospheric conditions, for instance, swells in the sea themselves, for instance, how would it be that the antecedent recordings of the size of the Earth itself would be done in order that things would happen later that are needed, i.e. that information being needed to be plugged in for things such as orbital mechanics so that they were able to even get to, let's say, the moon, for instance. They need to know these different measurements in order that they could do this in the first place. Now, what they'll say to you next is that, well, we measured that with, let's say, infrared, and we did that with satellites. But to launch those satellites themselves, they first need those numbers, right? So again, it always goes back to this point, which is that if you cannot derive the geometry based upon what is given to us and based upon what they told us originally from the ground before they ever went into the sky, you can't appeal to the sky, you have to stick to the ground. That's why you appealing to the idea of a spherical ball in an orbital model and pointing to the sky is silly because you haven't got the antecedent to be able to press that point to us yet. Does that make sense to you, sir?
I think honestly, it's not flat or a sphere. You know what I mean? I think that the Earth is low key like one of those Minecraft worlds, you know,
That's the middle of the road, fella.
like a big cube. You know what I mean?
Dude, but you gotta realize your observation of the physical and natural world is that the Earth is flat. When you observe the Earth, that's what it looks like. So you can't say
Like a
it's either
donut.
or.
You know, because like,
Okay.
or like,
I think you might have had enough of this conversation. You reached your limit. Now you're starting to troll. It's not a good look.
it's not a troll.
It goes
it's not a
south
troll.
from here, dude. You'll start
Like,
getting
in a cube,
muted.
right?
You'll start.
They're flat.
We might even kick you out. So just be cautious, man. If you want to stay in here and be charitable to people here, and amenable, just don't do that. Don't do what you're doing. Just knock it off.
Well,
You've been going good so far.
a side of a cube is flat, you know,
See, you're leaning into it, aren't you?
so that makes sense. Low key.
No, you're just leaning into your troll. I told you to cut it out, man. Don't continue. You don't need to do that.
Or the Earth is a sphere, but it's bigger than we think.
No,
But then
because you'd have to
everything else
have the
goes
curvature debunked then.
No,
I already
then-
went over- hold on. I already went over this.
Curie, get it.
It is
You
a
already
donut.
have- No, dude, listen to what Curie told you earlier. Curie, go ahead, please.
I already told you, you can't have a bigger globetard. All of your astronomical, cosmological, all your distances, all the gravities, all the orbits, it can't be
One
different.
radius only. Stop picking and choosing. Unless you're trolling. Stop fucking trolling.
What the hell is Sprightly?
Control.
You need that
The radius is
exact
probably like
radius,
30,000
dude.
miles or something, you know? It's like,
How
it's
can
like
you
way
wait there?
bigger.
Okay, so then you're just gonna throw out
Zeno, no,
all
that's not how it
mathematics
works.
related to gravity. Huh? You're gonna throw out all mathematics
No, I mean-
related to gravity immediately, right? Like just like that. So immediately you just say,
Yeah.
right, I come up with the glow model, and effectively immediately I admit that the glow model is incorrect because effectively, the radius is way bigger than what we thought. How did you derive that the radius was that exact measurement that you just told us? That's a positive claim. You're going to have to demonstrate that. You're going to demonstrate it based on the
Well,
observations.
it's just
that we
optical
gave you.
illusions, bro. It's just
So if they're optical
illusions.
illusions, how are you deriving any form of genuine measurement that is actually empirical? Answer the question.
So, okay, so your eyes are deceiving you because it's like the energy vortexes and the blue zones. They're generating energy.
He's just trolling now.
Yeah,
It's not.
You're trolling. No, it doesn't make sense. You're trolling.
Yeah, that's enough. That's enough, Zeno.
There are energy vortexes all over.
He said it's enough with your nonsense. It's retarded. Yeah. We know you're just making shut up. Shut up.
Yeah, just stop, dude.
Yeah, we're gonna mute you now, dude. Right? Because you're just trying to save your ego at this point that just got crushed.
Yep. That's all it is. He's trying to find the escape hatch, and this is the way to do it.
Escape hatch got a guillotine beside it.
Escape hatch, like, presupposes.
See, look what he put in text. He's looking for it right now. He wants an excuse. He wants an excuse so he can leave. That's what he wants.
The trans Glover, he identifies as a Glover. It's part of such a.
To be honest, the job's already done. If you're not trolling, dude, you've already gone against. You're already you're a heretic. You're already a heretic to the scientism religion. Already, right now.
Yeah, we don't need to explain sky rotations. Don't need to do any of that because the positive claim of the Earth being a globe wasn't given by you. So you can't produce any evidence that it's a globe.
It's like, I don't know, sometimes these guys think that they can go, well, I can't establish it as a globe, but like because the stars rotate above my head, like I can presuppose that the globe that I cannot prove is still spinning. People just don't understand what an antecedent relationship is at all.
We got Siamese Cat and Takeoff. We've spoken to Takeoff already, but I don't know about Siamese Cat.
Any other globes?
Noodles as well. Welcome.
Anybody in here believe that gravity's a force? We're looking for the fundamentalists.
Kevin, you still think gravity's a force or what?
Don't answer that question.
It's a trap.
That made me laugh way too much.
So Sprightly refused to answer any questions, or he just straight trolling? Like he's not able to respond.
Trolling. Yeah.
Okay.
Come on, nobody in here thinks that gravity's a fundamental force?
Fundamental.
Surely there's a fundamentalist in every room, right? Come on.
You're like sticking your chin out. Come on, I'll give you a free one.
Yeah, like it's fun to be mental, but there's nothing fundamental about it. You know.
I cannot. Is that what he said? Let me unmute him. All right, Sprightly, are you there? Sprightly?
He's deafened.
He deafened himself?
Oh, without damn.
Nobody has the balls to say it's the resistance to inertia anymore, so I got to get them with the fundamentalist gig. You guys heard of frog gigging. You ain't heard of fundamentalist gigging.
There haven't been too many people that address that claim specifically lately. They're just ball believers for the most part, Larry.
Anybody friends with Sprightly? Won't allow me to send a message to him.
No,
I've
he's
never seen-
unmuted, but he's not jumping on the mic.
Yeah,
He was only chiming in when the other guy was talking.
Brave.
What's up, man? I haven't heard your voice in a while. You're back from a long stint, or what?
Yeah, a pretty long one. Yeah. I'm glad I can talk. Basically. So yeah, been a pretty long stint.
Why'd you get in an accident or something?
Yeah, I was in a pretty major car accident at one point. I don't know if you can tell that I sound a little bit different. Like if I'm really trying right now not to, right? But if I talk a little bit more like a retard, you might hear it, you know. But yeah.
Yeah, man. I thought your voice sounded a little bit different. And you removed the crack from the front of your name, so I was like, I wasn't sure if it was you at first. Welcome back.
Thanks, TJ, brother. No, yeah, dude. Yeah, my jaw shattered in like 18 different places. Car veered off the side of the road. I was in the back seat, leant forward over across to like pull the like steering wheel to the left. Obviously, we were about to go over an embankment, and that steering wheel was locked. I just thought my friend was just being a complete like fanny, and he couldn't turn the wheel. But something had happened, like catastrophic failure somehow. Something had lodged into the actual like I don't know if it lodged into the inside of the wheel because of the way we flipped. Like it like basically tore the car apart. We flipped end over end because I'm leaning over forward like this. Like as it went forward, the airbag didn't go off on the actual like steering wheel. It's an old car, so I just went like basically jaw first into the steering wheel, dude. Shattered my jaw into like 18 pieces, dude. Broke about 7 ribs. It was horrible. But
damn,
I'm on the up and up, and I'm now repaired.
Good to hear.
It was kind of funny when I was in like hospital. Like, you know, you're not gonna be able to talk for like a year, and like I was like QE's voice went through my head, like, "Fuck you," you know, like that type of voice. Yeah, and it actually came out of my mouth, and they were like, "Holy shit!" Like he talked right away. I was like, "Yeah, like no one's gonna stop me from fucking monologuing. Like none of you, not this car, not QE, not anybody." Just fucking.
Well, glad you're back, man.
Yeah, it's good to hear all of you guys' voice. I ain't gonna lie.
Just stop with that spherical trigonometry and shit. All right, that doesn't exist.
No, I know it doesn't.
Don't give it to him then.
This thing, I think that guy. The problem with him is that it's like, well, the curvature part, right? It's like he's not attaching that somehow to the idea of the actual whole sphere. He doesn't seem to understand that the actual curvature equates eventually to a sphere. So then you get the sphere, you put it into the overall model, then the sphere itself is also doing a thing. It's rotating, right? 1,040 miles at the equator. And then he wants to point to the stars. It's just like, dude, like, first deal with the actual ground itself. Establish what it is. Like, no, you're right. It's not spherical trigonometry. You actually correctly used the wrong wording. Sorry, Q. Sprightly, do you wish to talk about the globe? You were chiming in earlier, like when somebody else was talking, right? So, are you brave enough to like talk about it, or are you just one of them people that chime in? You know, when somebody else is already having an argument back and forth, or what? Crickets, alright.
Look, it's fucking very dry up here in the mountains. I'm looking for Glober tears. Are there no Globers that think that gravity's a force? I missed the Glovers were very religious and a fervor, and they were ready to sit up and defend their terrible ideas and their baseless assertions. But no, not anymore. Those days are gone. You Glovers have lost your moxie. You guys used to come in here and make all sorts of serious claims that you couldn't back up. Nowadays, you guys are walking on eggshells. You guys used to drop shady inferences like it was no thing at all. Now you guys are, pretty quiet, like the cat's got your tongue.
Yeah, makes sense though, right, Larry?
Yeah, they've been humbled.
How does a tree stand back up once it's been chopped down? Probably according to them, something like centrifugal force or something, I imagine, right? But
I mean, I hate to go all Tom and Jerry on you guys, but here, pussy.
Dude, did you see Rich Evans' safe space?
What'd you say?
Did you see Rich Evans' safe space?
What are you talking about?
Oh, you scroll down, dude. 24/7 Cold Earth reality, dude. It's a fucking cope. Fucking crazy cope session. He's in there talking to himself, dude. For real. Imagine chat skanking in a different VC's chat. It's fucking crazy, dude.
Dude, when you question people's transition, their identity, they get fucking extremely butthurt about them. They identify as low believer.
I mean, they can have pronouns and stuff now to the Discord, and they should go all in.
Motherfucking crack villain, what's up?
What's up, my brother?
What's up, dude? This is weird because I was thinking about you about 10 days ago. Like, where is that motherfucker? I'm dead serious, man. I haven't thought about you in a long time, but like 10 days ago, I'm like, where's Crack doing, man?
That's crazy, dude. Yeah, no, a couple of people have said that, Blue One. Maybe you're all like on on the same wavelength.
Yeah, dude, we summoned you.
Yeah, maybe. Just maybe. No, I did feel the call. Yeah, no, I was involved in a pretty bad accident. I just explained it to everyone a moment ago.
Yeah, dude, you don't have to go over it. I figured it was like, work, play, women, children, something, jail.
Yeah. Jail.
Something. It's always an option.
It is, I know, right? Yeah, unfortunate. I've never been to prison. I should have been sent to prison quite a few times, but it's just never happened.
Especially your country, dude.
Yeah, right?
It's the wrong thing on social media, dude. I saw a thing where they're arresting like 40 people a day for social media posts.
And India, I walk into like, I walk into these Turkish and I'm like, give me the jizya right now. You're in my country, and they'll pay. But like England has this thing, right? Like, you post stuff in the wrong place on the internet, like, yeah, you're gonna get done, like it's that simple. But luckily, the English people, like especially where I live, they kind of have this spirit of like, well, it's kind of gay to do that, right? So, but people are becoming more gay, so it's kind of like, that's a problem that's going to eat itself eventually. So, it's kind of like time to leave, right?
God, now we have another one in the chat. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong. I'm looking at the Cope chat. Sorry.
Heard you can get arrested for praying silently up there, like in front of a abortion clinic. Just thought crimes. Like you just
I saw that, dude. I saw that. They're like, what are you doing? I'm praying. Oh, you're under arrest.
Yeah.
Literal thought
crimes, bro.
Literally.
Her mouth wasn't moving. Her brain was churning. That's it.
How do you prove that? How do you prove they were thinking of that?
She admitted it, I guess. So that's fake and gay.
There's no way to legally create an actual argument for this, right? So effectively the conclusion is that the government in fact has turned fully tyrannical at that point. It's fully authoritarian. Keir Starmer is basically a gay man being caught kissing different Muslim men, and it's very obvious why he's allowing the breach to widen. It's just one of those things. He's an insecure man. And the men before him were just as insecure too.
Isn't that a German name?
Keir Starmer?
Yeah, dude. So you gotta get England. So the Nazis won.
Yep.
Eventually they won. They're like, fucking, we'll just get you to elect one of ours, dude, and then we'll do our thing.
Of course, dude. If you go back all the way to when was it 1936 to 38, right? British Fascist Party, right? They are apparently disbanded, right? Well, groups that are disbanded aren't really disbanded per se, are they? They're either noticed, which means they have influence, which means, oh, now we must disband. So, are they disbanded or are they noticed for their influence, thus somehow inducted into some form of higher aristocratic society? More than likely, probably the latter, right? But the men in this country need to stop being completely spineless at the end of the day.
Yeah, I don't know what it's going to take. There's a good historical track record in the UK, but it's been a while. So you got like a couple hundred years of docility. I don't know how long that's going to last.
I got that Celtic blood in me, and you know, my chieftain still owns the very land that the Catholics tried to take from us very, very long time ago, and we still own that, and they ain't taking that. And at the end of listen, it's not at the end of the day. It's going to be at the end of it's going to probably be at the end of a civil war-based conflict. You know, we know the different stages to this stuff already. You know, we know they're in a form of insurgency-based stage 2 in terms of the way civil wars conduct and work. We know the different properties in which need to be enacted, in which the native population themselves would need to be awoken up, which is stage 1 for them, and that's currently the current stage that we're in. This is why there's a silence of the men that have a backbone, the men that speak out against these problems and against the agents of chaos that are trying to ensue the chaos upon us. But yeah, the insurgent groups are definitely in stage 2 of this sort of framework of what would create a civil war, defined by the fact that they have these negotiational bases with the different authoritarian groups within inside of government, i.e. the police. The police have been half privatized as provable. Different title deeds are being signed over without people's knowledge because they're not locked. So effectively, people need to become in some way more tribalistic to be able to define the fact that they themselves as individual groups are either minority in some way, or at least people need to define in fact that they have a form of freedom. And we need to definitely be saying to the government, well, you're not willing to arm us at any point, right? So why, like,
it's crazy, dude. They can't stop you because if you've been keeping up on current events, so the UK military is super small. I think they have like 30,000 deployable combat soldiers, right? The rest of the people in the military are in other things like logistics or mechanic or something like that, right? That's 30,000. How the hell are you going to control the population with 30,000 people? I just looked up how many armed police officers. That's only 6,000. You don't even have a fucking fighting force of 40,000 people to keep the population in check.
Yep.
Like it's impossible with that number. I don't know how many million people are in the UK.
So, like, India, a good thing to look into right now. So, like, a common practice, right, is that, like, look at Birmingham, right? Military planners are already being inducted into the area, right, the locale. Because, like, look at this thing, the idea with the bins, right? Fly tipping happening everywhere. It's not like common household waste, for instance, right? So, when we know effectively the previous like dispositions of different groups and the way that they would, let's say, economically wear down an area in order that they could take it over, Birmingham was the jewel of the heart of the British Empire at one point, right? So currently they're attacking that point, right? This is going to become basically like just like other civil wars before it, right? It's going to be country versus urban. It's always going to be that way. Fortunately for the people that live in the countryside, there are different numbers that I'm not going to speak on right now that lean in toward our favor. And as well, there have been previous cases to do with the Magna Carta, which show us effectively that actually certain actions taken, enacted on parts of certain articles, in fact, the police weren't able to press charges or arrest people involved in certain forms of actions against judges. And these actions involved things that would be, if punishable by crime, by law, without the inaction and the agreement of the land barons, these people would have been done for kidnap, they would have been done for threats to kill, because like literally they were threatening to hang these judges and stuff like this. None of this happened, but the police did rescue the judges. But nobody involved in these actions were actually arrested, because they had no legal precedent to be able to do so. So people just need to actually like kind of like go backwards a little bit so that we can go forwards, you know, and they need to just recognize that when you have a group within inside of your own country that has a differential law system to the natives themselves, So therefore, the pressure upon their neck is different to the other group, and the other group themselves have got this ability to negotiate with local law enforcement, whether or not they come into the community they live in or not. Like, dude, again, it's like people say, oh, it just needs to first hurt the rich. Dude, every war was fought by the poor forever and always. Like, they're willing to put guns in the hands of men as long as they point them in the direction that they want them to. So this whole disarmament thing is ridiculous. It's
Or boys.
Hey, what? Who said so?
Yeah, I was saying, or boys. Yeah, they'll send boys to war, no problem. They'll have boy brigades, right? They'll argue that they shouldn't have a gun here in the States, but it's okay to send them to fight and die overseas when they're just 18 years old. The further back you go, the younger they get.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, dude. It's only like this, like, concept of, like, you know, human rights in which change the actual age group anyway in the bracket, right? Like, which, to be quite honest with you, that's not actually a good thing for the people that are potentially, like, the natives, right? That are, you know, under the oppression. Believe it or not, it sounds like it might be a good thing. Oh, human rights, you know, it's an abstract concept that's only really enforced by benevolent men at the end of the day anyway, right? But the benevolent men, as Indio just stated, are like, what, 30,000, 6,000 strong and armed? Like, dude, like I said, the military plan is being called in over Birmingham, and what that's happening there, where they're trying to devalue the whole area by fly tipping everywhere and then buying out themselves the very systems in which take away the rubbish. You know, and it's not just household waste that's scattered everywhere. It's all types of waste. It's fly tipping in all different directives and directions. So it's just to devalue the area, it's to make the locals move out in order that they can take it over cheaply. And the military plan is being, like, called in to look at, like, bins. People should read into that a little bit to understand that maybe the government does understand a little bit of the problem. But, like, dude, have they got the minerals? No.
So I heard recently that the UK, they're talking about blocking out the sunlight. So if they're like openly announcing that you're not going to be able to grow food properly, because the UK is not known for being exceptionally sunny. So what little sunlight you do get to grow your crops, they want to block it out. And I think that's kind of a litmus test. You know, let's see what the UK are going to do. Are they going to bitch out? Because they've been doing it. They haven't been doing it. But right now they're telling you that they're blocking out your sunlight.
Men have lived on gruel before, dude, and they'll do it again. Men have digged tunnels 10 miles long, continued on, and they'll do it again. This is the thing, right? I personally think, in this sort of sense, in the way that you put that, right, is that the blocking out of the sun, like, they started that a long time ago. And often the problem with this idea of, like, you know, blocking out the sun is that people can't derive the point in which the government enacted some form of a tax in which shows you the actual line to where they funded the problem and how the problem was then fixed, or should I say how they argued the problem first, right? Which first would have been the, you know, usage of the idea of climate change and the theology around that, the ideology around that, the dogma around that, and then them taxing us in a multitude of different ways based on emissions, right? And the emissions taxes, when you follow them and you follow them correctly, they show a direct link to what you're talking about, Larry. So that's being ramped up. That's what currently Sadiq Khan is doing in London. He's enhancing these zones in which measure the amount of emissions out of cars, which increase the taxes, and increase the taxes based on the size of the area of London itself. They're increasing it by more than double. So you're correct. They're increasing the funding for it from a tax base, and so therefore, yeah, there's going to be more of that above.
Yeah, I'm scared Canada is going to become the UK, bro. It looks like it. The Conservatives are plus 500 on Betway right now, which is terrible.
Well, at that point, dude, you know, if you think about Canada, it's effectively like a few bases that go across like a horizontal line on the North of America, right? Like, so, I don't know. Like, I guess you could hope for like an overtake by America. Maybe you could get a little bit of freedom back. But yeah, you're still kind of under the boot of England. To be honest, quite a lot of places are that believe they are not.
Well, I would say the City of London Financial District, not actual Londoners, right?
Yeah, the triumvirate state system itself, dude. Yeah, you're completely right. That's the economic arm, the economic decrepit, and also backward, illegal economic arm. And then we obviously understand what the other part of that triumvirate state system is as a very flag that represents this. So, that would include Washington and the Vatican itself. The religious and then also the military-based arm. It's that triumvirate system.
But yeah, there's been a lot of countries that have been double-crossed and don't realize it, right?
100%, dude. Like, based on like some of the things that have gone on, dude, like America should just straight up like pull out of NATO, because like the inference currently would be that NATO should be like jumping to the defense, and like America not only but all of the countries involved in NATO would recognize the current problem and where it stands, and they would be like, well, hang on a minute, we might need to start somewhere like Sweden, we might need to start somewhere like France, we might need to start, but no, look onwards, look further away, don't look on your doorstep, because if you do so, you might just hinder us, right? So like I said, they'll arm you and point the guns in the direction in which they want you to point them, but they will never let you hold those guns unless you point them the way they want you to.
Well, tomorrow's election day, I think. Not 100% sure. But, yeah, I'm going to my gun store and I'm stocking up just in case. Not to defend myself or anything, but just in case they ban them immediately.
I'm waiting on the next big event because people don't want to go to war with Iran. So what do you have to do when people don't give their consent? You have to manufacture it, right?
Draft.
What are you talking about? What election?
He's
Canada.
Canadian election.
He's talking about like the English ones and the Canadian ones, dude.
I thought you couldn't freaking have. What can you own up there?
Well, in England, we're having local elections. Canada, I don't necessarily know fully whether
federal.
Yours is federal. This one, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, this is the big one. So it's liberals, conservative.
What's Canada's current? Don't you? You can't like carry
liberal.
freaking. Can't carry freaking.
So are you guys going to get rid of just a struggle,
right?
We can have guns, we just can't carry them. Like we can have it in our safe, we can go to the shooting range, like we can go hunting and stuff. But the liberals last year, they just got rid of all of our semi-automatics, which were like every cool gun. So now we just have gay hunting rifles and shotguns. But the only actually semi we have left is an SKS because of the indigenous people. So I'm just gonna go buy like 3 SKSs tomorrow.
Wait, they let you keep the SKS because of where they're made?
No, because of the Aboriginals. Apparently, they gave them a bunch of them. So, but anyways, yeah, they.
What? Most SKSs are made in China. Most of them were.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, Russian, Chinese, wherever. But
yeah, originally.
They're still pretty good bombs.
Do they have a stripper clip?
Right?
Do they have the stripper clip? Is that the ones you're talking about? The AK-47 stripper clip?
Yep, but I'm gonna modify it so I can just put a mag in it and put scope and yada yada yada. Take the wood off, get different furniture.
Get some Zemeco furniture, dude. That stuff looks slick.
Funny, we've got Australian national elections next weekend too. So
yeah, Exactly. It's like a clean sweep,
chance-
right, Timbo?
Any chance you guys will get some gun rights back?
We can carry. We can't carry guns in public unless you're hunting or stuff like that. But we can have guns. We're allowed
You're lucky that you're close to New Zealand in a way, though, as well, because like the laws there are a little bit more lax, right? And this is sort of a similar thing, I guess, to like you could say the Republic of Ireland. I'm not talking about the part that's like still part of the EU. People forget that there is a republic in Ireland. You know, they can own handguns, they can own all sorts of different types of weapons in different formulations. They can walk around with them on the street. People don't know this, but it's true. It's the same in the laws in Canada based on like the guns. It's the same in England too. It's the exact same thing.
Yeah, it's control over it. You know, they just don't let people walk around with them, but you can have them.
Yeah, that's a lot of the places in America. Half the states are like that.
Yeah, like
you have to have a carry permit or whatever, you know.
Well, it's a little bit worse. Like it's like you can have your gun here in this safe that's attached to this wall that's very hard to rip down because it's a load-bearing wall. But then you also must have your ammunition in a different safe that's on a different load-bearing wall.
Yeah, same thing.
It's not true.
Yeah, it's true. We've got the same here. Yeah,
we got that shit here too.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Timber's country, so like, yeah, it's kind of the same in England, basically. But yeah, you can't keep the ammo in the same
here with when you carry your weapon, like the ammo would have to be in the trunk if your weapon's up front, or vice versa. In certain states, like they can't be together.
I love how the Supreme Court's like, yeah, the government and cops, they have no duty to protect you. But at the same time, magazine bans are okay. And in Colorado, you can only have 15 rounds. If you have a Glock 17, which is like a full-size service pistol, then the government is supposed to arrest you and put you in a cage for 180 days. But that's just the first one. If they find another one, there's a level 6 felony, so they take your gun rights.
10 in Maryland. You gotta have
You guys want to know?
10 shot clips.
Yeah, you guys want to know a stupid law we got here? I don't know if it applies to UK and Australia, but if someone comes into your house like to rob you and they have a gun, you're not allowed to use your gun to shoot them.
Yeah, of course.
Yep. You literally have to call the police and wait and hope they don't kill you. And if you shoot them with your gun, you go to jail.
What if you hit them with a bat and take their gun? Can you shoot them with their own gun?
No.
Nope.
It's got to be reasonable force. Once you've disarmed somebody's gun off of them, you technically reasonable force, like under the purview of law, reasonable force at that point would necessitate that you wouldn't necessarily need to use that gun in order to actually deter them. And then, like, they would say, well, you were capable of disarming someone of a gun, and then you expect us to believe, based on the premise of reasonable force, that you needed to use it to then further neutralize them. Like, dude, you're a machine. You took a gun off a guy, right? Like,
taking you out. The only thing that saved you from being dead was his gun.
Well, then do the time in jail, right?
Go to jail.
And you're going to jail. Oh my God, it can't be true, dude. It happened in Maryland. This guy, I swear, I know the guy. He, well, I don't know him personally, but I know somebody who was like best friend. He freaking. He gets knocked out, knocked over the frickin' head, wakes up, comes to, like stumbles upstairs, finds his wife dead, then comes back.
Did he go on that too? Sorry, no.
And finds the guy and shoots him while he's on his way out in the back. And freaking somehow goes to jail, after he killed his wife. I was just like, what? Because he wasn't no longer posing a threat. I'm like,
yeah, he should have turned him over and then put the barrel in the exit hole and then fired through the exit hole too. Instead, nah, I hit him in the front, dude. Sorry.
Nightmare. So sad.
Yeah, I sound like a psycho when I just said that. Then. Sorry, guys. That was really psychotic thing to say.
That's okay. You got me thinking about other ways.
Yeah, like no, you should have freaking down and then had somebody else stand them up.
Slingshots legal in your country.
What's up, villain? Haven't heard your voice for a while.
Wait there. I know that voice.
What up, man? How you been?
On, yo. What's up,
going
brother?
on, man?
You
How
good?
you
Man? You good? Yeah, no, I'm good, man. I'm good.
I didn't even notice you're in here. I jumped back in the room, but I'm not even. I'm doing fucking cleaning and washing clothes and washing dishes. I'm not even really listening. I'm just here in the room. Then I come back and I finally get a time to hit, listen in. And then you guys are talking about people getting shot after killing a wife or something. I'm like, I know that voice, and I looked. It's like, oh shit, it's villain. What's up, man?
Yeah, it was kind of funny. I joined the other server and a couple of people were like, oh, this guy's faking to be crack, man. I had to join the VC check-in, I had to be unmuted. I was like, hi, is that you? Yeah. Are you sure it's you? Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure I know who I am. I'm pretty sure.
That's funny. That's good though, man. It's good to hear your voice again.
Yeah, you too, dude. Yeah, it's good to be back.
Yeah, that car accident you were explaining just happened recently.
No, a long time ago, dude. It's been a long recovery, dude. Really long.
Is that why you've been gone for so long?
Yeah, man.
Oh shit! Well, I'm glad you're okay, man, and you recovered good. Hopefully, everything's good.
You could probably tell I sound a little bit different, right?
A little bit, yeah.
You say recently, I mean not 5 years ago. You're coming back from that. And if it was what? How long ago was it?
About I'd say. Well, there's two incidences that have happened. So, that one was probably 18 months ago, right? And then
of your jaw. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, it literally broke into 18 pieces, dude.
Lovely.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, because you came back in briefly just after Christmas or before Christmas, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was when your jaw was recovering, wasn't
it? Yeah, I sounded terrible, dude. Everyone just kept saying you sound really drunk. I was like, alright, well, fuck this. I don't even drink, dude.
Damn. All right. Well, it's good. It's good to hear from you, man. I'm gonna get back to a little bit of cleaning, but for sure, good talking to you. Take it easy.
You too, dude.
Yeah, go and make me a sandwich.
For that. Yeah, I was about to say, right?
Has anybody come in and been like, dude, you sound like you got your jaw broken a bunch of pieces?
No, they just say you sound like a drunk now. You pieces of shit. But no, yeah, I also got stabbed as well. That was interesting.
Dude, where are you hanging out, man?
I was literally walking back in what you would probably consider a very, very safe neighborhood.
Well, the thing about getting stabbed, if they would just make knives illegal in the UK, then you wouldn't get stabbed because
right.
Got to outlaw them 5-gallon buckets too, man. Kids fall in them all the time and drown.
I think where I walked past was a common spot in which people might deal from or something. I didn't know that, right? And then like I walked through, and then yeah, I got hit in the face with a 2x4, and then like I sort of like couldn't see for a couple of seconds, and I heard some woman like scream, like move, someone's got a knife, and I just like moved to the right immediately while like sort of like, you know, taking away the 2x4. I couldn't see at all, dude, like, because it was really weird. It was like it hit me like right in the corner of the eye. Like it wasn't like a brain shake like when you were like boxing or sparring or whatever, right? It was just like for like a few seconds I couldn't see, and then luckily I just moved out of the way, and then I just felt like a blade hit me in the shoulder and like go down. But the lady that saw it said that like the guy come over his friend's shoulder as I like, you know, like grabbed him and like underhooked and took the thing off of him. He come over his shoulder to try and like, it was a Stanley knife. It wasn't a knife. It was a Stanley blade, which to be quite honest with you, they're so sharp that like that can be way worse. Like it can be so much worse. And like, yeah, like, based on like what happened, like I just, you know, moved out of the way for a very hard punch over the guy that I'm holding in front of his shoulder, hit the guy, he went back, and then they like sort of scurried away. But like I couldn't even call it, I couldn't even call the police about it, dude, because like I can't trust that like the amount of blood that was on the floor from me versus the amount of blood that was on the floor from like him, it was like an equal amount. And then the woman that witnessed it was like, oh, you know, I'm not going to be involved in like reporting anything to the police, right? You know, something could happen to my house, someone break my house, you know, something could happen. It's just ridiculous here, dude. Like, it's honestly ridiculous.
I can't report the crime because somebody might get mad. And you said it was a nice neighborhood?
Yeah, like, dude, like a not too bad one, yeah. But it's the problem with like the way they've disconnected like the older generation to the younger generation. Like when I was younger, everybody knew the people that were like, you know, 28, 29, 30, right? Nowadays, these 18-year-olds don't know any of us guys that are a little bit older, right? They don't know us until they find out, right? So it's just a very weird dynamic, dude.
And you never found out why somebody just
like I said, like
getting dug into you.
Like I said, dude, like I'm not gonna. It's kind of like, why would they lie, right? Like psychopaths do what they do, and yeah, I just think I was in a filtration point for potentially someone that seemed okay. But if you were to walk that way, for instance, and then split off left or right, it leads to two very rough estates. But that part is meant to be okay. But it's a main choke point. But yeah, but the reason why I couldn't call the police is because like I didn't have a witness, right? And like I did damage to him. So like immediately it would just be cancelled out. It'd be like, well, you're cut on your shoulder. You know, it's not really that bad, you know. And you've cut his face open, so like you're both as bad as each other type thing, right?
Do you have to go get stitches?
Nah, I didn't go to the hospital, dude. No way. Nah, I got my mum to do that.
You got her to get you stitches?
Yeah.
She knows how to stitch you, huh? Pretty freaking cool. Not a lot of people got the balls to stitch somebody up.
Yeah, well, yeah, my mum's fine with that.
She a nurse?
As you both say, my mom's got the balls.
Well, yeah, like my mum's not a nurse, dude. She doesn't need to be one either. You know, like
freaking pretty cool.
But like in the MMA gym, for instance, right? Like my family is like people get cut all the time, dude, and like no one's waiting 7 hours in A&E. You go there, right, and then it will coagulate, right, and then it will basically just like the scar you end up with because you don't get stitched up in the first like 7 hours, right, means that like. It's pointless, dude. Like, you might as well just have a crack at it yourself, and you'll end up with a much, like like a much better scar. Like it's not going to be as bad. It's just safer to do it yourself almost. It's just kind of crazy the way this country works, dude. Like, don't let anyone lie to you about this socialist healthcare crap.
Learned that shit from growing up in a family that.
Yeah, she's done it since she was younger. Yeah, she's done it since she was younger. Yeah, not boxing, but you know, like MMA.
You know what I mean? Whatever.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, like, where where there are elbows thrown and stuff like that, right? Like, where you're gonna get cut.
Does she freaking relocate dislocated shoulders too?
Would you?
Does she put shoulders back in the socket and stuff too?
No, none of that. Don't worry.
Oh my god, it's funny.
To be fair though, like if you've ever like, I dislocated my hip years and years ago. I like tried to kick a football and like it was like on a little mound and it like rolled out of the way and then missed and like over rotated and like my hip like nearly fully dislocated, dude. And how painful it was, like I don't think I could have waited the time to get to the hospital, dude. Like I got my brother to like just put his foot like straight in my groin and just hold my leg and just like I was like, just pull it. And he's like, I don't know what to do. I was like, just I'll tell you what to do. I know, like I can feel where it like feels good. Like, it feels bad currently. Just keep pulling, and I'll tell you when it feels good. Keep going, you know, type thing. I don't think it was like a full dislocation or anything, but you know.
Yuck.
Yeah, it's like, guys, don't play soccer. Don't play soccer.
All right, let's do a quick Glober check. Vitalis, no. Everyone's got a familiar face. LT. No. No. Not a Glober. Alright, don't worry about it then. Alfred. Who's Alfred?
What? Someone said my name. Don't wear it out.
Oh, do you believe you live on a spinning space ball?
I mean, we live on the Earth, right? So I suppose, yeah.
What does that mean? I get.
Well, I mean, the Earth's spherical, and we're spinning in space. So yeah, I would say so.
Is it?
Yes.
Can you show me some evidence of that?
Yeah.
Take it away. The floor is yours.
I mean, just go and watch like the ISS stream, bro. Like live stream, you can see that. There you go. Like I'm not gonna go into like bad epistemology land and try and like recreate Eratosthenes when we've advanced like thousands of years since then. Like we
That's
all
why we watched the ISS stream. It was hilarious. We all laughed our asses off. How fake it was.
That's like saying.
Okay, well, if you think it's fake, that's kind of your problem. That's not my problem because like there's no evidence that it's fake.
To go learn about Hogwarts.
I mean, so the difference is Hogwarts is like a fictional TV show, and ISS is like a place where people live.
Exactly. That's actually you're misspoken there. That's the similarity. See, Hogwarts is a fictional place, but if you want to believe in it and see it for your own eyes, go watch the movies. Same thing with space; it's fictional, and if you want to see it for the proof, go watch their stream. You see, it's equivalent, right? You get it?
Do you have any evidence for that?
Well, do you believe that anyone's ever been to space before?
I mean, the burden of proof lies on the person who says that all evidence is false, not on me.
No, so who makes the claim, actually?
No, I'm not making a claim. I'm making a claim that, like, generally evidence as we see it today is accurate because generally we see it to be accurate. I want to see proof that it's not accurate.
Contradiction in terms. Generally, evidence being generally accurate. So evidence is either evidence, right? Therefore, it is accurate, to make a statement that says it's generally accurate is literally a contradiction in terms. So, like, what are you even talking about, sir?
I'm not interested in having a semantic debate. I want proof that
It's not semantic. Semantics are important in debates, by the way.
Not really. No, I don't care.
If they showed you footage, what you thought was them looking down from the ISS, when it was really like high altitude stuff. But then you go and you look at the guys inside the ISS that are bouncing around on the little wires, gobbling up water and throwing fruit around, doing all that stuff that you do if you were up there. Oh, yeah, you'd probably be doing science, wouldn't you? Instead of throwing fruit around and eating water out of the air.
I just want to point out that he says semantics is not important, so that means he's perfectly okay with the ambiguity fallacy being thrown around. Like, he's perfectly fine with that. So that should tell you right there, like, the level of...
No, I'm not perfectly fine with fallacies. I'm saying the real world is genuinely ambiguous. Like, you don't always know everything.
That's why you have
we gotta acknowledge that language doesn't always one-to-one correlate with the thing that we're talking about. And that's called being honest.
So let me get this straight. You don't think that it's important to define your terms in a debate?
Well, sometimes, like, it is important. Like, if the person doesn't speak English very well, then yeah, sometimes that's important. But, like, if somebody's going to use, like, terms in a way that's radically different from how everyone else uses them, I don't really care. I'm going to keep on using them the same ways I used them before.
Yeah, like the way we use level to not mean curved, but you dumbasses use it for curved. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Well, no, because actually level is very often used for, like, not flat surfaces.
Never.
Yes, it's very often used for them. In fact, that's this typical, like, what it's
When's
used
the last
for,
time you built something and said, hey, is it level? And he meant curved.
Yeah, because, well, no, level doesn't mean curve, but we use level to measure curved surfaces all the time. Like airplane wings, for example. They're not flat.
Wait, what?
So
yeah, airplane wings aren't flat. It's like an aileron shape, bro.
Typical Glover tactic. You literally changed it, bro, in mid-sentence. Good job.
Yeah, so...
I said that level doesn't mean flat. Level means level. But, like, level is often used to describe things that aren't flat. It's
Do I need to use the button or... So why, when you're describing level and flat, why would you use something that you claim is not level and flat as your example of level and flat?
Well, because it is level. Like, you have to have the wings level with the plane.
What? They're never level.
That's not actually true at all, by the way. There are many planes, in fact, that actually use various systems in terms of actually, like, the wings themselves being changed not only in their inclination backwards toward the rear of the plane, right, toward the yaw and deck, the part of the actual plane, but also that they actually have the ability to pitch down, almost as if they acted as if they were flaps. Do you not know that these types of planes exist?
I'm well aware that they exist, but, like...
Well, I just made that up. They don't exist.
Yeah.
I just made that up.
Then, when we say level,
wait, I just made that up completely, so you just lied.
You didn't make it up.
Yeah, I did.
No,
yeah,
you didn't make it up. I'm very well familiar with how planes work, and yes, you are right.
What plane was I talking about?
You used some inaccurate language, so I just assumed this was like you being.
You agreed, right? You agreed, right? So I'm proving to you why semantics are important.
I gave you a hesitant agreeal because I was going to clarify, and then you admitted to lying, and then you're like, "Oh, I lied, therefore you're wrong." Like, that is the worst argument I've ever heard. I mean, seriously, how could anybody believe in flat Earth if that's the sort of argument? I lied, therefore you're wrong. Wow. Is this really what it's come to here? I mean, good job. You intentionally told me something that was wrong just to mess me up. And you didn't even mess me up because I knew what I was talking about. Yes, airplane wings can be at an angle. In fact, it's common, but with modern airplane wings, they usually are level because they have the aileron shape. They're longer on the top, basically. But Thank you for showing me that flat earthers are dishonest. Good job.
I wasn't showing you that I was dishonest. I was
Yes, you
showing
were.
you that
Yes, you were.
semantics
You were
are
being
important.
dishonest. No, admit that you were being dishonest.
No, because it is
I don't care. You said,
but you
said that
agreed.
you said incorrect information. I don't care.
No, hang on. You agreed to what I basically stated, right? And then I asked you.
No, I didn't. I didn't agree in the way that you're implying that I agreed.
You did.
I was assuming that you were ignorant, and I was going to compliment you for knowing a little bit, and then correcting you on the things you got wrong. But instead, you're like, "Oh, I lied." Okay, so good job. I was going to be nice to you and give you some corrections, and be like, "Okay, you got some of it right." Instead, now I'm yelling at you for being an idiot. Good job.
Yeah, sure you are. Okay, so can you correct what I said that was wrong then? Go ahead.
I'm not going to because you already know why you're wrong.
No, you can't. That's why.
Okay, no, you already know why you're wrong. Obviously, I can't because I just explained it, you idiot. And you didn't explain the lie. You literally admitted to lying. So,
you literally tried to steal, man, what I actually said, and you completely said something completely differently. You talked about the angles of the wings as if the angles of the wings themselves were set. I was talking about retractable wings. Therefore, they change in angle, right? And I only claimed to lie. I wasn't actually lying at all. It is something that does exist, right? But the problem is that you were like, agreed right away. And then I asked you, right, what plane am I talking about? To kind of give you a litmus test. You're not willing to actually engage with what I'm saying. That's the problem, right, dude? So, again, like, you can pretend and feign knowledge all you want when you come in here. Again, let's deal with what we're actually talking about. What are we talking about? We're talking about the Earth, right?
Listen, this is like an audio nightmare, Alfred. So I muted you. So you guys are going to take turns like civilized adults.
Yeah, I mean, he was talking over me, but what I was saying is...
They're both talking over each other. We're moving past that.
Yeah, if you're going to lie multiple times, like say, oh, I was lying, and then say I was lying about the lie, that just makes you a double liar. That doesn't actually prove anything. And yes, I'm well aware that some, mainly drones, have retractable wings, and some planes have flaps instead of rudders. Like, I'm well aware, like mobile wings. It's not super common, but especially with tail fins, it does exist. You're not teaching me anything new. You're just sort of like throwing out a bunch of stuff, saying you're lying, and then trying to be confusing to the room.
Yeah, I noticed how you didn't actually engage with the actual particulars of what I actually stated again. So, like, I just knew you would agree with me immediately because you thought you heard something that was coherent, and it was to prove the fact that, again, semantics are important. And then when the thing you actually appealed to, right, was something that was nothing to do with what I was talking about, right? I was talking about the idea of a plane potentially having what you would call a level wing set, right? And the fact that the wings themselves can be retractable backwards. And not only that, you talked about flaps. I wasn't just talking about flaps themselves. I'm talking about the actual axial rotation at the point in the hinge of the actual wings attachment. So again, like I said, like, you agreed, but like, you won't name the plane in which I'm talking about because you don't know what plane I was talking about. That's fair enough.
I mean, are you talking about? You're just not using very clear language. Are you talking about VTOL planes?
You agree, right? But listen, it's called a swept wing aircraft. I think the Tu-22, which is a Russian plane, and there was an American fighter plane. It might have been, I can't remember. The Navy fucking 108 or something. They're swept wing, right? So the wings go backwards at high speed. Or the F-14. The F-14 does that shit. The Tomcat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Tomcat does do that. All right.
Because
the 6A, Intruder, the Boeing 77X, like, you know, lots of different ones. Well, and there's difference between wing warping, dude, by the way. Like, that's what I mean. Like, it's just like, yeah, I don't know. Like, it's variable geometry wings, dude. At the end of the day, yeah, he was right. It's the F-14 in which I was talking about.
I'm not gonna have this debate, man. Good luck.
Okay, let's not have that debate. Let's talk about the Earth then. Let's talk about the Earth then. Run away from the Earth, yeah? Okay, dude, whatever.
Getting bitched out.
Like, how can you even debate someone if they won't agree that semantics are important? Then you illustrate why semantics are important to them, right? when they will immediately agree to something that you say when they didn't even understand what you were saying at all.
He didn't even know that airplane existed, dude. He didn't even know those airplanes
I know he didn't.
I mean, and I would give him, because he's young, a pass. But then when I thought of the Tomcat, I'm like, bro, you should know what that is, man.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Like, he thinks it's like a W because I say, oh, I lied, to show that he just agreed without actually understanding the criteria in which he was agreeing to. That just shows him that he agreed to something in which he didn't understand the descriptive nature of it. Like, these people are silly, and then he ran away. So he didn't want to get back to the Earth itself. You know, he wanted to describe the level as something to do with plane wings. What? Like,
that's what the Globers do, bro. That's their tactic.
In relation to what? Like, in relation to what? Like,
totally, like, not related to what the original thing was, and then they'll start focusing and then start arguing with you, and then they'll start, like he said, oh, so you're just a liar, so I win. So, like, he totally went away from the original position that he first jumped in here, saying that the ISS proved that the Earth is a globe, and then he ended up leaving with saying, oh, you lied about plane, so I win. That's their tactic, bro. They always fucking do that. They will get far away as possible from them having to provide proofs that you're asking for them, because they're coming up with this claim, but they have no proof. So they'll always divert to a fucking argument the same way. He was a perfect demonstration for how Globers are all the time.
it's like a saving grace for them, right? Like, and like, that's the problem when someone's not willing to define, like, and again, if they say, oh, semantics do not matter, like, dude, in a debate, semantics are so important. Like, it's so important. Like, when these guys come in,
that's why that's why it's a debate, right? So the words, the definition of words, they mean things. The context they're using means something. They mean things. You're in a debate, dude. You're not fucking fist fighting.
Exactly. Anything it's just like a W, because it's like, you know, I got you to admit that basically, like, the semantics did actually matter in the illustration in which I gave you. Like,
well, running away in a W, bro.
Exactly.
The B1B.
I posted a GIF of the swept wing in the chat in case anybody's interested.
Thank you, India.
The B-1B bomber and the F-111 all had variable sweep wings.
Helicopters, hot air balloons. Shit, there's all kinds of flying stuff. Helium balloons.
You said a drone. How would a drone have a swept wing?
They don't. Generally speaking, like, there's very few that would need to have that. The point in a drone is that it has a, like, albatross-esque type vibe to it, right? Like, the swept wing,
the only point of the swept back wing configuration is for speed, because the delta wing, you can go faster. Like, that's the only reason. Like, why would you need that with a drone?
You don't. Like I said, it's the albatross method with the drone, right? You know, you want it on low power, you want it on a low thermal out rate, like a low thermal output, right? Make it less detectable. You want it to be quiet. You know, you want it to be able to conserve energy itself. So to bring up a drone is just to show, like, you just don't know what you're talking about. But, like, the whole point was that we talk about level itself. And then he was the one that brought up the example of planes, and that's why it was funny, because it's like that in and of itself is a complete arc away from the actual real debate, which just proved to me immediately he didn't actually want to debate about any of the stuff that anyone else brought up first.
Had they drawn the path or took a little toy airplane and showed you how it magically flies in their magical angled way, or in, like, however they claim, none of them have ever even done that. So where do they get their story from?
Is he saying airplanes prove a globe?
No, I'm saying
no. Was the other guy was he saying it?
In a way, they always say, yeah, airplanes. I'm like, airplanes. I thought to myself, air bubbles fly out of water like mad. Like what? All kinds of stuff flies. What the hell? Airplanes.
Well, no, because he was trying to talk about wings in relation to them being level themselves, right? Like, as if, yeah, of course they're not, right? Like, they can't be. Like, especially if they're actually flying through the air. Exactly.
No, he said that words were important and that you guys think level means curved. And he said, well, airplane wings can be level but still curved. That's freaking where he got that. Yeah.
So he was mentally retarded.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's literally why I did that too.
Anytime they try that bullshit, just make them say something like, yeah, this picture is curved. Or these wings, they're perfectly curved. Because level doesn't mean curved. And when they try to say some stupid shit like that, make them use it in a sentence. Exchange the words. Go ahead.
Look at this phonograph.
Yeah, get that bubble level over there and make sure those pictures are hung curved. Stupid fucks.
Wow.
And then when you tell them to use the correct definition of the word, they accuse you of like some etymology fallacy or some shit because you're using the correct definition and not the one that they made up so that their arguments fit.
Mm-hmm.
And even if level does mean curved, and flat earthers are saying something like, oh, it's sea level. Like, why would you change the definition of a word to make your argument sound better? That is so weak, man.
But that's why I didn't want to go into like a good faith debate with the guy. That's why I was willing to like play a game like that with him, because like anyone that turns around to me who wants to like pretend they want to debate and then says semantics don't matter in a debate, well then okay, I can say what the fuck I want to you. Because let's guess what, like we didn't define terms, right? So when I said lie, I actually meant truth. So do you get what I mean? Like it's like it's proponent upon the fact that if you don't agree that semantics matter, then anybody can say anything. Proprietary definitions all day, bro. Like, you get nowhere with that shit. They have to agree to terms.
Because if you don't agree to terms, then you're going to be talking past each other. Everybody's speaking English, but it's lost translation. Like if I tell you, okay, you work for me, you're going to make $1 million a day. But if you're insubordinate once, you're fired and you owe me $1 million. Now go get that pen. What pen? A big pen? You mean a writing pen? A hair pen? No, don't ask no questions. That's a semantical argument. That shit don't matter.
Yeah, I just said get that. I just said, wait, go get that pen, bro. Or pimp. I don't know what one you said. I'm saying.
Yeah, like a big pen. Or a hairpin.
Pin number 32121252125292521232123212.
I've told you about telling people my PIN number over and over again, but you keep doing it. Imagine that was your PIN number. Fuck.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was thinking. What are we agreeing to when they want us to agree, though? You know, semantically, curved, flat, so big, flat, little curve. No dirt hill can ever match a curve, and no glober would ever be able to produce it to make it so. So no glober can quarry a hill of 8 inches of dirt that's higher than itself and then a mile long. Isn't that weird? That they can't even point out where any hill actually matches the earth curve nowhere on the fucking earth itself. Like an actual dirt part. I'm not saying that, you know, all the dirt parts are going to match and that's why we use water. I understand that. But I'm saying in the idea, one of them, yeah.
No, I get what you're saying. Yeah, like where are even the examples within topography in which meet this criteria? They don't even bring those examples because they don't even exist.
Right, not meet just exactly the criteria, like what it has to be Earth. Like, shouldn't it just have to be that? Like, where's that at?
Tell you what, bro. Like, the only balls I know of that are 8 inches per mile squared are the ones between my fucking legs, dude.
Shit, that math might be correct. It's a spiral. Yeah, spiral math. 8 inches per mile squared spirals into itself like a 6, and just keeps going like a spiral. Good globe math, huh? They're spiraling already. You know what I mean? Once you keep going with that math formula, and you keep getting spirals back into itself, into itself, into itself, out of itself, into it's fucking retarded. It doesn't even. It's really. I don't know, man. Call me stupid.
I honestly do think one day they will attribute the actual curvature of the Earth to the curvature of space time itself in some regard. Like they'll try and make this weird connection, right? Like I don't know how they're gonna try and do it, but I think they will.
They do with light and all the other shit. They try, yeah. Relativity, yeah. They try. But talking, they can try anything, right? That's why you're like, okay, we understand the evidence you claim is evidence by talking and saying a whole bunch of sentences. Now, how do you demonstrate that? And it's weird that 3-ball technology is just out of the reach of any glober. Even that people that play pool or juggle or like, where are 3 balls doing the things? It's just weird.
Yeah, that's like young Hitler and old Hitler back to back together. That's where that 3-ball thing goes on the mock.
Well, I mean, just literally think about it though. If we can play pool, we drop balls and mathematics like on a pool table on a flat surface, how balls work when they ricochet off each other, hit off the rail. You understand what I'm saying? So, like physical ball attributes of how balls work in an area where they'd be locked in by each other, it'd be kind of like a pool table setting. But it's just funny to me how like we can play pool and do all this other stuff with little spheres, but the professionals of orbital mechanics of balls, said things, aren't the winners of every pool game. And they aren't in a lab with 3 balls showing you how 3 balls can just spin around each other. This is like too much technology. 3 balls on a string, on a piece of metal, any way they can do it. It doesn't matter to me. They can hold it with their fingers as long as they have 3 balls that represent the attribute of that thing they're trying to portray.
Yeah, with the relative ratios of distance and proximity away from one another in
100%.
ratio to the actual formulae of like the distances told and taught. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Scale it down mile per mile, 24,000 miles, 24,000 millimeters. 24,000 miles, you want to break it down smaller than a millimeter just to help yourself out? Do 1/4 of a millimeter. So 24,000 miles equals 24,000, 1/4 of a millimeters. You just break it down. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where's this at? Where's the museum? Yeah.
I see what you put it down, brother. I was just making a joke though about Hitler being younger and having 2 balls, and then when he got older, he only had 1, and they're back to back, right? So
yeah.
Talk about the Mustache Man, and I don't mean Mario.
You leave Groucho Marx out of this.
Like, would salmon taste weird if I like fry it in beef dripping? Would it just taste better?
I don't know. You're creating a monster there, mate.
Yeah, that's a little weird. I would just use butter.
Well, You know, there's butter in there too.
Save the beef stuff or something else.
Well, I'm just sort of being lazy, dude. It's already in the pan, and I just can't go to remove it.
That won't be the end of the world.
Are you sure? You're probably right.
He said, I season all my, I season all.
You season everything with beef jerky. That's what we were going to say them all.
Chicken, his turkey, his ham. He said, man, this ham sure tastes like beef. That's right, brother. I get beef all over. What?
That's
like these mashed potatoes? Tastes like beef. What the?
Yeah, but mashed, like any potato cooked with beef dripping is always good. Always.
Yeah, that probably would be pretty good. I couldn't really like beef stew or something. He's like, hey, you want some cabbage? Tastes like beef. What the fuck? Hold on a minute. Let me try this out. No.
Like, I'm literally gonna cook some sweet potatoes too, dude.
You better use beef grease.
Sir, that's beef dripping where I come from.
Still no Globers in here. We want to say the gravity's in force.
Yo, Hank, what is wrong with your microphone, dude?
I'm not using my gamer headset right now.
Oh, I see. You sound better then, though. You sound better then.
What does it sound like?
Well, it sounds good now. Before it was so very muffled. That was all.
Probably just how close you are to it or whatever. Nobody can talk to a force, of course, unless it's a famous horse, of course. The famous Mr. Force Ed. Isn't it weird how a principle holds true more than a law? Like you can demonstrate the principles of things or the principalities of stuff, but you can't demonstrate the law of gravity holding stuff into a sphere or weighing gas. I mean, isn't that weird?
Not to me, but yeah, it is weird.
Just saying, like you and I say, hey, we're come up with this principle idea. Huh? Well, that's stupid. Shut up. It's not a law. You know what I mean? But the principle,
holds more truth.
Yeah, trumps the law. Just like the principal nature of physics always outdo the principal nature of imagined stuff that you can't produce in physics. Like everything to do with the sphere, the globe, everything. Everything. That song that says in your head, the only place that the globe can be demonstrated or talked about or imagined or even just even happen is in the mind.
Yeah, well, everybody needs their belief, right?
I guess something to be solid with, I guess.
It's just when the belief gets shattered and the cog disc kicks in.
If you stand for nothing, you fall for anything. So I mean, I can't fault them for trying to stand for something that they thought was true. But I can only fault them when you understand and look in reality and understand that everything about reality is the opposite of everything you've been told. That you should start noticing things.
Yeah, no, I would agree. But then again, there's been a heavy game of, nullification through violation of the supposed idea of the intellect of the man that creates the argument against the current status quo, the radicalization, right?
Yeah. Yeah, of how the guy thinks that, or what they think some guy was so brilliant and smart and came up with and figured out and proved for them. Yeah, they got to stand on that, and you can't. Yeah, you can't try to reify that, because then what the fuck are they standing on now? They're like, oh, what? Hold on, Tommy Lee Jones is stupid? No way. He's too brilliant to be wrong, because I've never met him and people said this. Okay. Whatever. Like fossil fuel, right? All the people that believe that, right? Fossil fuel from dinosaurs.
Oh yeah, that's silly, bro.
Okay. Well, think about this one, brother. Aren't there still reptiles everywhere?
Yep.
So let's get to making some fuel.
Well, dude, like that's just the nitrates that are released from every living thing,
No. I'm totally, listen, don't even ever.
I know you're being facetious,
I'm joking. 100,000,000%. Yeah.
No, I know that. But I'm just saying, like, it's just kind of hilarious that people would buy into this idea that it would have come from dinosaur bones in the first place. It's the only reason that they're able to attach.
Not even a bone. No, hold on. No, think about this real quick. Right, but think about what a fossil is, brother. The water or sediment that takes place of the bone that deteriorated. So a fossil of a leaf, a plant, an animal, or whatever is usually the liquid or whatever, the stuff that took the place of that space of that thing.
Yeah, the nitrate. Like, that's what I mean. Right. Like before when I said it, but I'm saying, like, the reason they create this like sort of paradigm, this idea, is the same reason now that they can maybe sell to you a form of renewable energy, let's say even wind, solar, at the same price as if it was finite, because they created this starting point, this starting piece, in which is like it's like it's the antecedent to the idea of pricing.
Yeah, they take the paddle in the river and they get the crank going and they keep you motherfuckers away. And then they run the whole city off of it, unlimited, no matter what. They're running that amount of power, no matter what, who uses for what rate. You could pay them a half of a penny of a penny of a half of a half of a half of a penny forever, and they'd still be trillionaires. Off all the people. Same with tax. You could pay a fucking half of or a fourth of a penny to everything every time you buy anything, and then it still would go, like, if they truthfully used it for something, instead of being like putting it in their pocket for $1 million toilet and stuff. I mean, think about that.
Well, yeah, like this just goes back to effectively like, why wouldn't you have the like very best investors in the world, and as you got better investors over time, you would like decrease the ratio of all taxes in order that the tax would still be the same amount regardless of the lower amount that they receive, because the simple person, or should I say the complex person in which is invested in that, would turn it into that which it originally founded and was started upon.
You can't you can never out-invest your government. No company, no person, no insurance, no BlackRock. No one can out-invest the Department of Defense. It just they push the button on the moneymakers. There's no way in hell. You can't. It's not even. They tell you what the price of stuff is. So, and think about all that old money. People want to talk about what's worth what, and I mean, I don't know. This is off the top a little bit, but just think about old money, the idea of religious money. This feather can be worth $8 million because it tickled God's butt. This feather's priceless because, or this tool, or this thing, or this handful of dirt, or this cloth, or this thing. So, like, just think about that when they tell you about prices. All the stuff they say has a priceless tag on it, meaning each one of those things with the priceless tag is worth everything in the whole world. Each thing separately. So there's no such thing as anybody ever can be broke, because if you think about it, those things were all stolen from our ancestors at one point in time. In a way.
Yeah, I want to steal some stuff from their ancestors somehow.
Well, you just make a penny worth everything. You make your own money, really. I mean, I'm not telling anybody to do it, but you'd actually have to adhere to your own thing. You'd have to pick up some dirt and say, this is worth more than everything they say that anything they have is worth. And we have to start using that for our, we'd have to start, yeah. And if it caught on, it'd be fucking, everything's free, man. Everything's free anyway. I don't care when people say shit's not free. You work, you build, you do stuff. The outcome is the stuff you got. You reap what you sow. The free shit is what you reap if you do it right. Not even investing like you invest the material and the time to make the power plant, and then your little city or your country has power forever. Like every stretch of water is a power plant. Every burst of air.
Well, it's even like when they talk about like perpetual motion doesn't exist, and it's like, well, yeah, okay, let's say perpetual motion. Let's just give them that it doesn't exist. I say, right? Is there something very near in terms of a circulatory system in which one thing gives the torque to the other thing, in which it powers the next thing, in order that it nears at least something close or relational to a form?
A cycle, yeah, every day, all day. Yeah, a cycle that happens, high to low, hot to cold, possibly. So they say you live on a ball that spins, and they say there's conservation of momentum, which means perpetual motion. So the very thing they're telling you doesn't exist is the thing you're standing on that you don't understand, that's perpetually moving forever, but you can't feel it because it's so perpetual and big that you don't know that it's perpetually big moving, and like the sun or the moon or whatever. I mean, you can see those are moving, but I'm just saying, like, it's perpetual. So the idea of unperpetual has never really been a thing ever for nature. It's never existed for something to not be perpetual. What would evolution be if not perpetual? I mean, I don't know what the fuck Globers are just kind of retardedly ass backwards.
What would entropy be if not perpetual movement? Think about that. Based on the system that we currently have with heat, and then the exchange of heat and the change of heat.
Right, it goes to cold and then back. Compression. Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah, conduction. Conduction, deconduction, compression, decompression. However you want to say that.
Mm-hmm.
Action and reaction, really, and it's all going to stay the same. It's not, reality is not going to change. Only the shit man says, and the words and the meanings and the ideas and the dictionary and all that shit will change. But reality it's not going to change. The earth makes rubber trees. The earth makes all the shit humans thought they were making. We just mimic it to a small scale. See, back in the day, they did it on a really big scale, though. Because they didn't tell each other there was no perpetual motion. They didn't tell each other there was no magnetism, no static energy, no collected energy they can connect up and go to this source before ground and be put off that way to use to shoot somebody with or fly, or they didn't want to tell you.
Oh, damn.
That musical instruments are all motors. That's why motors all have to be harmonically balanced or tuned. They have to be tuned.
And if wrong, retuned.
Yeah, I'm saying a motor is nothing but a musical instrument that once you fuel it, that's the sound, that's the tune. It's an organ. It's a gas organ. And when you press the gas pedal, out the tailpipe comes the music. The sound. Literally. That's the power. The balance, the compression, the ratio, the gearing. Wah, 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 wah. You got a V8, a V10, a V6, a V4, a two-cylinder, two-stroke.
Rotary engines.
Yeah, it's all the same shit. They're all, yeah, it's all got a thing in there that rotors, you know, the fucking shaft, you know. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, same principle, yeah. Different type, same principle. It's got the disc that rolls around inside. I know exactly what you're talking about. You know,
Yeah.
they could make one of those with just air or water and control it with temperature. They can make plastic ones of those that would fucking just like, I mean, dude, with magnets and water and temperature and just the way, you know, man, a couple different ideas put together, man.
Yeah, I was saying this about like gyroscopes, how they effectively, you know, are able to stabilize things that, you know, when they're spooled up, energy's put into them, for instance, right? Like, obviously, gyroscopes are able to stabilize a lot, you know? They use them on, you know, a multitude of different, you know, GAL-based weapon systems, right? All the way up to even the A10 Warthog, dude, actually has an actual gyroscope behind it to actually keep it level, because obviously there's going to be play in that, right?
It's just a spinning foot on the fulcrum. You like when you put the basketball on your fingertip, you spin that bitch. Just get that little fulcrum, and anything can be spun really easy, you know. And that's another thing, like gravity. Just the dumbest shit. So when you walk, is that anti-gravity? When I fill up my car, when it's sitting there, it's gravity's holding it to earth, and it's not moving or doing nothing. But when I fill up the tank and press the gas pedal, now that I've got gas, started the motor, now a motor is anti-gravity with tires, with the gas pedal, and you walking forward. So everything's anti-gravity, and gravity's not doing shit to anything, but then it's doing something to something. Does that, I mean, so when is gravity doing something to all this stuff?
Selective gravity, remember that.
Right. When can we weigh the air or gas without a container? When can we just pour the water onto the scale and it just weighs it without the scale actually being able to hold the water itself? A rounded scale. Let's weigh stuff on a rounded scale, boys. Don't get a flat fucking scale. Globers, do not get a flat scale. I repeat, get your rounded scale with a rounded top on it and start weighing some stuff while you spin it. I want you to spin that bitch and weigh stuff on it. I'm just saying, how do they know what stuff? How do you know? How do you and I know how much a quarter weighs on a spinning ball without putting it on a spinning ball and weighing it?
Yeah, you know what they're gonna say to that, there, right?
They've never done it.
Everything cancels itself out. We have all of the cofactors aligned, dude.
Where's the demonstration? Those are words. Where's the ball doing the thing you're claiming? With stuff. Get your scales on it. Let's see.
Well, that's what they should be doing on the ISS, right?
No. In a fucking lab. There's vacuum chambers.
What I'm saying is if they're going to claim. I know what you're saying, but I'm saying if they're going to claim that, what nullifies the actual result is the very thing in which you're saying they should be testing for, right?
No,
so but that's the thing that would nullify it. Like, I know it's a stupid point. I'm saying
right,
that.
But listen, I got one for them. Now, if they say ISS, let's say, okay, now let's make sure the ISS is higher than 70,000 miles. Go up to 70,000 miles, or feet. I'm sorry, feet. I'm sorry, feet. I meant feet. Or 40,000 feet, 70,000 feet, high altitude, feet, not miles. I misspoke, sorry. And then, because that's reachable, right? Airplane, a little bit higher, 35,000, 70,000. And then the whole time, have a telescope, a camera, a person if you want, a Felix Baumgartner in a suit ready to jump with his parachute. He's good to go. And then film the ISS and catch it in slow motion going over you. how many ever times that you can do it for the hours it takes while you're going up. So if every 90 minutes it goes past and you sit there and see it the first time and then start going up and it takes you 3 to 4 hours or 6 hours, you should be able to see it 2 more times and zoom in. And while you're up there, you should get a bigger, better, zoom. You're 10 miles, 7 miles, 14 miles closer to it. Do you see my point? Now, if it disappears and you can't see it, now where's the ISS? It's not apparently 250 miles up anymore. Now, apparently, you must be at the same height as it. Watch out, it might be coming at you. You see? That's what I need. Yeah, that's what I need. And every time you ask any Glober, I promise you, I'll bet you money on this, for high altitude footage of it, they'll say, we can see it from the ground with our eyes. Well, okay, Billy Bob Thornton. Now prove that it's not an airplane you're looking at.
Dude, they can. We have very precise scales on like the size of the objects, right? The distance of how far away they are and the aspect ratio they're in. Like the height they claim it to be, the size they claim it to be. Like
250 miles away.
Compute. It's like we understand aspect ratio and the understanding of the distance of something away. Like we used that actually to zero in scopes way before we had the ability to zero in scopes with mil dots, right?
Well,
or should I say a representative figure that would say, like, look, if a man fits in between these 2 points, he's just 300 meters away if he's roughly this height. It's aspect ratio, like,
You're correct. We can get in airplanes and look forward and see if we can see 250 miles forward, high up in an airplane to see 250 miles out forward and see if we can make out a football field with our eye from the airplane. Do you understand? Like, where's this at? Where's from only 5 to 7 miles up? Someone looking out the airplane window saying, look, they're playing football right over there, 250 miles out. Where's that at? Since we can see 250 miles worth of football field with our eyes. And what would that look like? In reality.
You wouldn't be able to see that shit, dude.
I know. Shit, you ain't telling me nothing. But that's why we need to film. And just think about how long you would be able to film the ISS coming across from the beginning of Earth all the way to your airplane, all the way. That'd be 3959 from there to you, from you past, if you're the center of Earth, no matter where you're at. You'd see the ISS the whole time coming at you, going over you, going in front of you, going down, coming from up. You'd be able to point your fucking camera down in a helicopter or a hot air balloon like Felix Baumgartner and film the ISS coming up from the fucking ground somewhere beyond the Earth.
Of course.
Yeah.
Shooting stars don't fly up either, dude.
No, I know. I know, and you can't see the sun below 2 degrees. You can't see it negative 15 degrees. Isn't that stupid? You can't see the big old fucking sun by hovering in the air in any helicopter or device, 15, 10, 20 foot, 30 foot, 40, 50 foot in the air, and go 39, 59 from your friend directly out, and he can still zoom in and see you 39, 59 in the air with him in line away. If your thing's bright enough, whatever, right? Just imagine. And you look forward. You shouldn't see a globe anymore. Between me and you, I'm in the center point of the globe. You're past 39, 59 away from me, in the air in a horizontal line. That's the math of the fucking globe. The rest of the globe, half of it's behind me. I'm at the center point, and you're past the other part. You should be able to look forward, away, look at me, then look away, look down, and no Earth in front of you. That's the shot I want. From not that high.
I'm gonna tell you ain't gonna get that shot, bro.
Correct. And that's the stupidity of this shit. All people have to do is get 2 to 3 to 4 objects, have one center frame thing hover, a drone hover, and then all 4 objects leave that drone and go 39, 59, 39, 59, 30, all 4 of them. And then look forward. Which one of you fuckers is seeing no Earth in front of you? Lying mother. They need that flight from Bezos. It ain't even got to be high altitude. It ain't even got to be that high. It's got to be in a horizontal line away from each other. That distance, that's it.
Oh, that Katy Perry stuff was funny, dude.
Yeah.
It's funny that even like normal people were coming out and being like, "That bitch didn't go to space."
No, they said she showed the footage of her doing the back interview or like looking behind the scenes or whatever. It says this is a whatever. It's like not real. This is not real. It's not. They did not do anything real that they claimed to do. They just, if anything, they went up in the air and came down. If they even did that the way they claimed.
Oh, it's one of those, you know, what do they call it? The not the pot. It's not. Well, you know, but you know what they do with the vomit comet, right?
Production. What now?
And what was it even like a vomit comet, right? Like it was like,
yeah,
not even like that.
Yeah, you know you can do. They can, man. They could make a machine in a building somewhere that can just vomit comet forever if you wanted to, like a fair ride.
Yeah.
Yeah. And people don't understand. That's all they'd have to do is just have somewhere the NASA's got this vomit comet fair ride, and everything they say the ISS is doing would be that vomit comet fair ride somewhere.
Did you guys see that TV show they made back in 2005 called Space Cadets, where they tricked 10 people into thinking they went to space?
Yep.
Yeah. I saw something before that where they tricked a couple people to thinking they were in like a vehicle doing something different. But yeah, basically same thing. Yeah.
Wow. Sorry, guys. For blowing the mic then.
Like going through a cave or going through a tunnel or going through the water. You can trick people if you get them in the thing, put them in some water, they see the water, they see the little device they're getting in. And then from then you just like play the motions and the vibrations, speaker, sound, play the TV to them, and they think what's on the TV. They're going through the ocean, seeing all the pretty cool shit, but they really didn't leave anyway. They're in a lake. I'm just saying, like, yeah, it can definitely be done. And it has been.
Right. Just share all their dreams in one night, the Mark. Come on, bro.
Hey. I want to know why they don't have any footage of like 5 to 10 submarines sorted out down in the center part of the ocean that way and letting out air bubbles where you see the air bubbles go up horizontal that way, up this way, up, down, just going to space in every direction. Like, where the fuck is that? Air bubbles are supposed to go to space from a ball in what direction?
Omnidirectionally, upward rapidly.
Right. So doesn't that only prove flat Earth? Because the air bubbles don't go that way from the water. They don't go out to the horizon. They don't go vertically that way, brother. Horizontal is vertical on a ball. That way. That's up to space. Air bubbles don't go that way. So the globe has a problem until an air bubble can be proven to go that way. I mean, there's so many. I mean, it's just a billion different things. That's all.
Like I found like a load of success in like not getting to like the end result, right? Of all of these different entailments, right? What I mean by that is that you can give these points, but just like don't give the conclusion. Like you just state factual things without the conclusion at the end of all of these factual things added together. And people will eat it in front of you and lap it up. It's kind of funny. It's like been one of the more effective ways in which I've like, I guess, been able to like break down the globe model. It's kind of like to just not even mention the part about the Earth being flat at all.
The easiest way for me is when I'm at work and I got a couple colleagues. Well, mainly one. He's like an anti-flat earther, like jokingly with me. You know what I mean? Back and forth. We're cool. I've worked with him in another place, and when he found out I worked here, he's like, got a job with me. So when all the other people are around, I'll be joking with him and I'll shout out stuff and I do Weird Al Yankovic, like sing to the songs, but I make my own lyrics and everybody just laughs so fucking hard. You'll be see snot, milk coming out, coffee coming out their nose, the spitting. I'm like, come on, man, it ain't that funny. And they're all like, shut the hell up, you're too funny. Even if they don't believe what I'm saying, a lot of them, they still think it's the funniest shit and they want me to say it. Even if I be quiet, they'll be like, no, why ain't you saying stuff? Why ain't you saying stuff today? I'm like, what do you mean? What do you want me to say? They're like, and I'll be like something and I'll talk to the other dude. And it's just funny as hell because when I'm telling him stuff, they'll stop and look and they'll be like, holy shit, you're right. And they'll just walk away and he'll get mad. Because he'll say, what about the sun? What about the sun? Like, that's his favorite sentence. I'm like, I don't know, you sun worshiper. Leave me out of that. And they start laughing. They're like, God. So I don't know what the sun is. It's bright, though. Burns my skin.
They like to build I don't know, like they build like many premises off of faulty foundations because, like, for instance, like the electron model, for instance, right? Like, oh yeah, this thing exists, there's a negative and a positive charge. It's like, what the fuck's a negative charge? If not just it's
an
a
action.
discharge. That'd be a discharge, dude, right?
Yeah, it's just an action, brother. Like you said, every action or reaction that actually happens, they name it or give it some faulty, stupid attribute, and then we're stupid because, right?
Yeah, but they're like, oh, electric works, so therefore the electron model is right. But it's like, no, just because wires work and electric flows down them and shit works, that doesn't mean you got the model right. Doesn't mean there's a fucking nucleus with a negative and a positive orbiting around a nucleus. It's the same as the fucking atomic model. It's ridiculous, dude.
Right. It's just trial and error. They get an action and a reaction, like me and you sitting in the lab actually doing stuff or trying stuff out, right? We're like, oh shit, we get this effect when we do this effect when we do this. We would come up with a name. We probably wouldn't lie to everybody about what we're doing, how we do it, or whatever, and let them in on however we explain it. And it would probably make more sense to them than saying protons and all this other shit.
Mm-hmm.
Because the idea of that is they're the geniuses and you need to go to them for the other stuff that has to do with any deeper thought, because I only understand plug wire in UGG.
Well, anyway, like their own PhDs are starting to hang them on a lot of this shit now. Anyway, they've been actually listening to us and like updating the record as they go. Like, oh, dude, I remember when we first came into this shit, dude. Like, I remember the people saying that the horizon was a physical, tangible, empirically measurable thing, and like that was declared objectively. We got videos of people declaring this objectively. Or if it was objective. It's 3 a.m. Appreciate you, Quetzalcoatl, for DMing me, dude. Alright, later, y'all. Later, y'all. See you somewhere else in the Discord, maybe.
This rock's going to intelligently evolve into a stupid rock. What? Tell us more, Bob. Just go outside and grab a handful of dirt, and you'll see it's teeming with evolution. Little dinosaurs waiting to grow. Look, there's a piece of my great grandma. I don't know which one of my direct ancestors will evolve from this single handful of dirt. No. Or whether it'll be a dinosaur first. Today we're looking for evolution's final step. Where does evolution end up? Where will it evolve itself to? It appears back to a rock. Brilliant. So brilliant. Evolution. So intelligent.
Hey guys, a friend recommended this server to me, this room. He told me that full of grown men who actually think the Earth is flat. Is that true?
Yeah, of course.
Like for real, or just LARPing?
Well, from my experience, they're actually for real.
My goodness. In 2025?
In 2025.
AD.
AD.
Good Lord. What has gone wrong?
From what I can gather, it's they just don't trust all.
They can. I'm not afraid of that.
Yeah, and you'll tell everything.
No, I won't.
Okay, what if they start torturing your loved ones? Yeah, there you go.
They would have to kill me first, which defeats the purpose.
What if they show you? What if they threaten to put that hidden folder you got on your PC on the internet?
I don't have a hidden folder on my PC.
Oh shit! The one that's invisible, where you can't see anything.
You're gonna upload it to your Facebook.
I have.
Someone's gonna see all that midget porn you got, bro.
I have a lot of hidden folders on a thumb drive attached to my computer, but that's different.
Where is it? Underneath your pillow?
No.
It's on your keychain. It goes everywhere you go.
It is cleverly disguised in a plastic figurine that looks like a cartoon character. That's the best I'll do.
At one of the legs of the G.I. Joe, huh?
That'd be funny. I wasn't that young, or I'm not that old, man. I didn't play.
Let's see, cat dog.
Fuck, man. Let's keep it a buck, man.
My desk is covered in stuff that has Perry the Platypus on it.
What's your
obsession? Let's keep it a buck. They already have the information you have, Platypus. If they want to, they could just torture it out of you. We have the information they have. This secrecy thing is just a fucking LARP, as far as I'm concerned.
Indios fuck.
It is, dude, because look, okay, so there's a war in Ukraine versus Russia. You know what they did? They know everybody, all the actors involved. So they just fucking blew up one of the fucking generals, right? They know the people. Yeah, dude, like there's thousands of people that worked on nuclear submarines. They could just torture every single one of them until they got the information they want, and we could do the same thing.
What I'm thinking though is if it was even necessary for them to even find out why, I think they already.
What are they going to find out anyway?
Well, I'm thinking my thing is they probably already know. Like the militaries of the world probably already know what's up there, what's going on, like what they're doing. So I don't know if it's that big of a secret. I think for us probably because people can't snoop around over there, but I think militaries know.
Oh yeah, we're not. Don't get it twisted. We are in no way the only country that goes underneath that.
Yeah,
that's kind of what I was.
So Platypus, look at it this way: if some other country knew the capabilities of the submarine you were in, what difference does it make? If we're in a position where nuclear submarines are fighting each other, it's a wrap anyway.
I want you to understand, Indio.
It's a wrap anyway, dude. The missiles are flying, dude. Nuclear fucking furnace.
Hold on. When you ask what difference does it make, that's the whole point. It does make a difference, and the fact that you don't know how it makes a difference, that's why it has to stay secret.
Okay. Russia, okay, let's just take the mainstream. The United States has 8,000 nuclear bombs. The Russians have fucking 10,000. What difference does it make?
Well, my submarine didn't carry nuclear missiles, so.
There are no nukes. If the submarines are in a position where they're shooting at each other, I doubt you're shooting and you're worried about North Korean submarines in the Arctic, right? So it's only Russia and maybe China. That's the only people you're worried about. It gets to the point where the Russian submarines are shooting, trying to take advantage of the intelligence they got on American submarines and knew their capability, and they're trying to take. It's already over, dude. This is just bullshit. The bullshit narrative, dude. I just don't buy any of it.
That was a strange thing. When he first came out with this, I was like, what in the world? Because he was actually talking about it like, the question was, like, was travel even able to be done over there in that region? And
well, also the other thing he was talking about the optics. Remember, that's my beef. The optics he was talking about. He can't reveal. Like, dude, so they see us freaking 5 kilometers more than fucking what they say. What be fucking shit, dude?
Who are you talking about? The world's? Who are you talking about? The world's dumbest motherfucker in there?
What's up, Mariner?
I'm sorry, I missed the past 25 minutes. So the world's.
Oh, I was looking for Matthew Lawrence, dude. I was looking like, where's Matt, dude?
It was just Miggy for the 50th time
Kid, man.
striking up a conversation about my service in the military.
Oh,
namely what your opening gambit was for the 24/7. So
yeah.
He should strike up a conversation about how many copyright strikes I had on fucking Saturday.
Holy
do we have a final answer on that?
It's a big fucking number. But we can move on from that. Sorry,
dude. Next time you do a video like that, Q, you need to put a copyright strike counter up in like the top left hand corner and hit that button every time.
Yeah. It's going to be Tuesday when I finish it up. It's going to copyright strike me like a banshee again. But we can move on from Matt Alpha. Sorry about that.
Yeah, so platypus.
Is that a ballbuster or is that just QE Live?
QE Live. We can move on from that, though.
Okay.
Yeah, so platypus, you joined the other server, 7 years ago? 8 years ago?
It'll be 7 in June.
Okay. We actually pay attention to you people. We all remember your first argument that you came in with all those years ago. Think about that. Now, if I talk to one of these anti-flat earthers that have been in this topic for 5 years and I go, Steel Man won flat earth argument, they can't. After half a decade. I'm afraid to ask you right now.
Which one are you?
I know, you don't need to quiz me on them. I know them. Like, I know them to the point that when other Globers come in here, or even other flat earthers come in here, and they try to argue that shit back and forth, I call them out on it when they're not doing it right.
Well, I'm just saying, we had this dude, a random guy. First, he came in LARPing as if he was. You remember him from yesterday, right, Alpha?
I like that guy.
Random guy.
Yeah, he's a good numpty canvas. Every time he comes in here, it's like, I get my paintbrush out, the colors.
Is that the guy that was in here last night?
Yeah. But he's like, he tried to pretend he hasn't been in this topic for a long time, and he has. Right? He's been in like 3. He said a year, but it's been like 3 years. I remember his voice because I remember I was waiting for him to say a particular argument, and then he did it. So then that verified to me.
He's a LARPer, yeah?
Yeah, so the point is that he doesn't know, after all this time, he can't, steel man any of our arguments. Means this whole time, all this time, he was never paying attention to anything we said, ever. He's been waiting to speak for 5 years. So whenever we talk, he's just waiting to speak. He's not thinking about what we're saying, just waiting to speak.
Yep.
But at least we have the respect, right? We know your argument, the very first argument you made after all this time.
Which is crazy because, if you were to ask GE, I don't know.
It wasn't even an argument. The first time I ever queued up my mic over in that server was just to announce, A, that I had been near the North Pole, and B, did anybody have any questions for me about that?
Yeah, that's because the discussion was talking about people that can't travel in that direction. And you were coming in with, yes, you can.
No.
You had a different angle. Your angle was because I was in the military and we went that direction. And people were like, yeah, but civilians can't travel over there. And you were like, well, you said something similar to what you said now. I don't think it was exactly the same. But you were just talking about your experience over there and some of the things you could say, some of the things you didn't. And I was trying to recall. I don't think I remember exactly what you said.
Happened. He said he went to the North Pole. I said, how'd you know you're at the North Pole? What was your answer? Oh, what was it? What was the answer? How did you know you're at the North Pole? Up from under the
God,
ice.
I don't even. Okay, QE needs to cover.
Wait. I think I remember this part.
The
it was.
Thing that I brought up. Go ahead.
Wasn't it the North Star?
No, he's under the ice, dude.
No, he surfaced. They surfaced.
Yeah, we did, but it was specifically how did I? Because when I said that I went under the ice, because the whole topic started with Helio posting that video or that picture and him talking about the 4 rivers coming out of wherever and that there's more land up near the North Pole or whatever that was.
Oh, you're talking about the old map that he was showing you.
Yeah. He was talking about that, and that's what
We're talking about the Mercator map. So that was the first. Hold on. That is the first. No, that's the first. No, that map with the 4 rivers is the first Mercator map. The Mercator map we know now is an update. So Mercator actually interviewed sailors and people. That's why he put that on his map.
Oh, okay.
Mercator, dude. The map we all use.
No,
that was his map.
I was asked how I knew that I was at the North Pole when I was under the ice. And the first response that I gave was to bring up the fucking laser gyro that we have a pair of on the sub specifically for.
Oh God.
Oh yeah, that's yeah.
Is that? I thought you said gyro or something.
All I had to do was say the words laser gyroscope, and it took about 5 minutes for Helio to ban me for the first time.
How would you even tell you're at the North Pole from the laser gyro, dude?
Because they keep track of what direction you've gone and how fast you've gone in that direction, so it can guess within usually about a nautical mile of where you must be on the Earth because of that.
Laser gyro can't do linear speed, dude.
I was told that it could.
Linear
you must be using some other. What other?
Hold on. I gotta specify that I was a radioman. I was a communications expert.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
The gyros, the pair of them, were maintained by the navigation ETs. It was not my job to take care of them or really study them in any major way. I just know what
hearsay.
I just know what they said
hearsay
to do in the control room.
Yeah, hearsay.
It probably uses a combination of methods to do an inertial navigation calculation and guesstimates where you are.
I talked to a submariner guy, master sergeant on a submarine. He said that the laser gyros were the main navigation tool they used.
Well, Navy, it wouldn't be a master sergeant. It'd be a master petty officer, master chief petty officer.
I'm sorry, it was a master chief. I go to master sergeant because that's what I'm used to.
Yep.
So I talked to a master chief. He was certifiable. So now we didn't get into any specifics. He just mentioned it off to the side.
And I can't. Please don't start. I do not know them that well. I can't argue them. I can't tell you really how they worked.
I know they can't measure linear velocity. 100%, they can't. Because then you wouldn't even need an odometer in your car. You wouldn't need a speedometer in your car. You just get a ring laser gyro, stick it in your car, and that would be a speedometer.
Do you think there's another device that it relies on?
Oh, there's a combination of things.
Hold on,
it's a combination of things that they use. I'm not saying he said it was strictly laser gyro, but they are the main component. They use many navigational tools.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's probably like an integrated system, and they do an inertial navigation calculation or something.
So many systems, dude.
That makes
sense. Then so many redundant systems on top of those systems.
Makes sense.
They really want to make sure you're not going to run into an underwater mountain or some shit like that. Go Google it.
Ever hit a whale?
Go Google a picture of the. Go Google a picture of the. It's not necessarily flat Earth related, but I do have a funny story about a submarine running into another ship and how it ended up affecting me.
How about a whale?
Yeah, a whale. You ever hit a whale?
Never hit a whale.
Classified.
but they're really noisy. You can hear
Classified.
I already know some people are going to gobble up this answer, but you can hear whales from literally thousands of miles away. They are low frequency.
Yeah, I watch Star Trek too, dude. That's one of my favorite movies.
Pakistani whale dogs.
Not a Pakistani whale dog. Fuck no.
I've traveled
Pakistani whale
with
dogs able to-
transparent aluminum.
There was sperm whales.
You want to know what the loudest thing is when you're underwater? Do you want to know what the loudest thing is? So loud that you have to actually sit and isolate the frequency band it takes up, or it's going to be too noisy.
Yes, your sister banging away on a pair of fucking tambourines.
I was gonna say,
Well, it's some banging away. It's some steaming in the back.
1,000 miles away.
No, really though. Take a guess. What do you think makes the most noise underwater in the ocean?
What makes the
Propellers.
most? Hold on, I watched fucking.
Noisy as shit. Sounds like 1,000 bumblebees.
Dolphins.
Plankton?
Not dolphins. Think much
Plankton.
bigger than plankton, but you're getting closer.
Shrimp?
Fucking shrimp, dude. Shrimp are so goddamn noisy. There's billions of them, and they don't shut up.
You talking on that krill?
Really?
Not krill, not that small, but like literal shrimp, actual shrimp. They are incredibly noisy.
Well, did
Was
they
it like
evolve
white
that?
noise or some shit?
It sounds.
Did they evolve that so everything finds them and kills them? I mean, like,
there's black shrimp, Alpha. You fucking racist.
Damn.
Jesus. Yep. Shrimp, dolphins are really fun to listen to.
Black shrimp make a lot of white noise, Alpha.
Damn.
That's racist.
Hold on, I'll be white black.
Why not be white black?
Someone needs to make a meme about that.
So how does, using all this navigational equipment the submarine has, how does it account for the navigation around a globe? I mean, does it negotiate any amount of curvature as it traverses the ocean?
I talked to the Master Chief. That shit's flat as fuck.
Damn.
Yeah,
And he
back in the
chuckles.
day-
Fucking GE, dude.
Back in the day,
It is.
he knew. Shut the fuck up. He knew the Earth was flat, like back in the 70s and shit. He was an old Master Chief, right? And I got associated with him from Robert Bassano's channel. He contacted me personally. The last 3 years I haven't heard from him, but he was telling me all kind of crazy shit. But he said he knew the Earth was flat decades ago. Just wanted you to know.
Damn.
Does the
How do you
Coriolis
like that,
effect work
platypus?
underwater?
You actually were traversing a horizontal plane.
We had okay. Never said this. Never said this. We had an A-ganger, which is an auxiliaryman. He was a Scientologist, and he believed a lot of things. One of which being that the Earth was actually flat.
How does that make sense, dude? What are you telling me? He's pulling your leg.
That's a total contradiction.
Scientologists think that everybody's infested with aliens that came from outer space 4 million years ago.
The three big things that he claimed. He claimed he was a Scientologist. He claimed that
Flat Earth Scientologist, dude. That's crazy.
And he claimed that the moon was an alien spacecraft hovering around the Earth.
Does he know DMOC?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Fucking DMOC, you gonna take that?
He says that the moon is a UFO. I mean, just saying.
Yeah, oh, dude, you haven't never heard that one?
Fuck no, dude.
Dude,
But
it goes hand in hand with the people used to think that there were aliens on the dark side of the moon, like the side that doesn't face us. Then they figured out that that wasn't true, so they shifted it to they're underground. And
By the way,
prove that.
By the way, which one's pink?
What?
I said, by the way, which one's pink? Bow, bow.
Oh, I don't know what you're.
Yeah, it's Dark Side of the Moon, Pink Floyd. You fucking guy.
I know the song, but I don't know the lyrics. Don't kill me.
So, you did like submarine stuff, right? So, like, do you have to account for the Coriolis effect when you're firing underwater missiles?
That's some dumb shit right there.
The timing was impeccable on that one.
I love the sigh.
My boy, Mr. Thrive and Survive, did a video on flat Earth. Submarines prove the Earth's flat.
Yeah, I mean, there's all these travels that Platypus did, on a horizontal plane in his submarine, and he still comes out a Glober. I mean, can you figure that?
Because he was under the horizontal plane.
He saw that North Pole barber pole. Figured that was the.
And then when they surfaced, he saw the flat horizontal water, and he still looked over. Like, man, it can be more in your face than his experience in his military career.
I wish all I saw was flat, level water out in the middle of the ocean, dude. That shit is rough.
We ain't talking about the waves, dude. Now your globe face is showing right now.
Oh, you admit there's waves. Well, then why do you say that it's flat and level?
Hold on, I'll reason with him. I watched Black Hawk Down.
Great movie, by the way. Oh my god, all the inflammatory shit that I could bring up. I'd make Kiwi's head spin. Talk about the fact that I was a radioman and had to deal with satellites all the time, and not being able to see certain satellites at certain latitudes kind of told me that the Earth wasn't flat.
Satellites where? You ain't got shit.
God,
Satellites
dude.
where?
In the direction of my UHF dish.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Not direction, location. Where are they?
Depends what constellation we're talking about.
Yeah, your ass. You're in violation of the second law.
Oh,
You're
that's
done.
where you're gonna go with it. Okay.
Yeah, you
know exactly where he's going with it.
Yeah.
I watched Black Hawk Down, dude.
Doesn't UHF bounce?
Not UHF. No.
Oh, really?
Not in my.
I remember getting UHF TV stations that were bounced.
I remember those old sets.
I lived in a mountain valley, dude. There was no direct line of sight for the UHF station. So how the fuck did we get it?
Yeah, one night you were watching Benny Hill and you knew.
Benny Till told me the Earth was flat.
What's Platypus? What's your extent of knowledge on your specific thing that you were working on with radios? What's the extent? Like, do you know them intimately, or you're a guy that just worked on a few things and moved along?
It depends what frequency and application we're talking about. Satellite communication was my.
Okay, let me ask you. I'll give you one. Radar.
Oh
now you're getting into my area. That was where I was a specialist. Not only
That's what
for
I'm trying to ask you about.
Not only for operation of the ship's surface radars when we were on the surface, but specifically my specialist role was electronic warfare and counter detection. Listening to radar at distance, and determining what it was, or even specifically what ship or aircraft it was coming from, or land station it was coming from, based on its characteristics.
What's the longest distance you've dealt with as far as like detection that you can recall?
The longest.
Don't say it's classified either.
No, I can't. Hold on. I will run it through the filters, but furthest that you can detect are the land-based ones. Very, very much lower frequency than normal ones. Very powerful. I would say, running it through the filters, I would say somewhere around.
Yeah, the only thing filter you're running it through the curve calculator so you don't fucking cook yourself.
Nope, I know.
He doesn't want to get cooked.
I know how far away I was from this shit. Don't put words in my mouth, asshole.
Yeah, dude, you're running through the curve calculator. Like, fuck, if I say 100 miles, man, that's too far. I gotta say like 40 miles.
First of all, you assume I give a shit whether I say something that implies that I'm a glober or that I believe there's curvature to the Earth. Clearly, I don't care.
Okay, are we talking hundreds or thousands, dude? Hundreds of miles to thousands of miles?
Hundreds. Sometimes you can hear them from close to measuring with 4 digits, but actually knowing how far away it was and being able to determine that, hundreds. 300 to 500.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Fucking hell, let's freaking go.
And it's from underwater?
No, you can't hear radar underwater.
No.
Just
That's sonar.
Listen,
Dude, I watched Black Hawk Down, dude.
Yeah, I'm trying to make sure you can't weasel out of it, dude. I'm boxing them in.
It's live stream. Yeah, we got this.
Most electromagnetic radiation above.
It's not electromagnetic, by the way.
I'm just calling it what it's called.
It's not called. It's not that because it's light, and light's neither electric nor magnetic. Photons are neither electric nor magnetic, so it's a fucking idiot clown show.
I'll just call it the spectrum then.
I'll give you the spectrum.
You're running it through the filters?
What, the one that I'm on?
Light is not electromagnetic, you fucking moron.
Okay, so platypus.
No, I'm not going to cry. I'm going to laugh at your dumb ass.
No, hold
on. Because photons... I'm sorry, India, I'm arguing with
right.
some guy in the fucking chat.
Oh, it's Tristan.
You're not even talking to platypus? You can yell platypus anyway.
No, I stopped talking to him. I told him I watched Black Hawk Down, dude.
He doesn't seem impressed.
You can just tell by the look on his face.
So, okay, platypus. The longer frequencies, right, means a longer wavelength, right? The low frequency?
Lower frequency means longer.
Yeah, and those are the ones you picked up the furthest away.
Correct.
So you need a longer antenna.
Well, with lower frequency...
Don't say, you need a longer antenna to pick up the lower the wave, the larger the wavelength, the distance between the wave peaks, the larger the antenna you need.
Yes. Do you want to know the antenna I was using for this? Do you want to know how long the antenna is?
You're probably stringing a wire behind you, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Of a really, really long wire.
No, well, I just okay, cool. So, what transmits more power, has a greater penetration strength? High frequency or low frequency?
Penetration strength, lower frequency.
This is Family Show, dude.
Okay, which is longer wavelength, right?
Correct.
Okay, has nothing to do with the Earth being a globe, dude. It only has to do with it's easier for the radio waves to penetrate farther at longer wavelengths. It's very simple. You guys make these crazy, it's a globe, that's why it can't happen. Look, dude, no, it's the frequencies and the wavelengths you're using which determine how far it goes.
So you're going to tell me that that's why my higher frequency equipment like my UHF was angled toward the sky.
Yeah, but that reflects.
But that's what you're going to say. I can already hear it. I'm not talking to a satellite.
Yeah, because it reflects.
I'm bouncing.
Listen, Platypus, unironically, 2 days ago, I watched a video where someone got like a pirate radio Yagi antenna and an old piece of military equipment and was bouncing. So he got a laptop that did a frequency sweep, and he was getting all shit. He was just pointing it at the sky. He wasn't pointing it at any fucking particular satellite or in any location, and he was getting quote unquote bounces off of military satellites because there's a UHF one with it. What was it? 230 hertz and 270. So the 230 up and 270 down megahertz. That's what you use, right? It's the passive UHF system. Just takes up a signal and spits it back out.
230 hertz?
Megahertz. Megahertz.
It's running it through the filters, Indio.
Yeah. So the point is that like he was getting all sorts of shit. People speaking in fucking Brazilian, people speaking in this, and these people, they're doing the same thing him. They're just taking an antenna, pointing at the fucking sky, and it's bouncing, and somebody's picking up the signal somewhere. They're not even pointing it at a fucking satellite.
I'm trying to remember before I go and Google it to confirm. I think 230 megahertz is VLF. Either that or it's...
Dude, it literally says in the thing, this dude's like a radio, he says, oh, I only have to point it vaguely south. His words, literally, verbatim, vaguely south. So the thing is, like, you think, hey, they told you, hey, you're using a satellite. You don't know that, dude. They were doing these types of transmissions before satellites existed. It's just at some point in time, they said, oh, we have satellites now. That's how it's working. Mm-hmm. The only thing that changed was the story, the operation. And I'll give you a specific example. Collins Radio was talking, Admiral Byrd talked from Little America in Antarctica to New York City. There was no satellites in the 30s, right?
He's running it through the filters, Indio. He'll be back to you in a little bit.
That's classified.
Filters, you ass.
He bounced those off the moon. He was bouncing those signals off the moon.
Yeah, obviously.
Admiral Byrd was slick.
I didn't know where they were going since the
Platypus, this should be right up your alley. A video I just posted in the chat. You should check it out, dude.
Mogadishu. They were going to Mogadishu.
Some pretty interesting shit in there about, quote unquote, satellite communication. That you could just point it everywhere, including not at the satellite.
Yeah, you need to kiss the globe goodnight because it's going to sleep, man.
Well, honestly, Tristan, if he can hear me, which I'm sure he can, don't send me DMs in fucking Discord, dude. I'm not your friend.
That was really important. Aww. I know what they're bouncing that shit off of.
Container.
You betcha.
What?
The container.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Firmament, whatever. Either one.
They're the same.
I mean, Platypus, I know, like, if you just look up the history of satellites, it was an Arthur C. Clarke science fiction story. Okay? I shit you not. It was an Arthur C. Clarke science fiction story. And within a decade, it became real somehow.
Yep. It's the same thing that happened with fucking Everett.
Dinosaurs.
It's the same thing that happened with Everett with the multi-worlds or multi-universes hypothesis.
Yeah.
Dumb fuck Everett. Yeah, he got it from a 1940s fucking comic book.
Golly.
Yeah.
So you heard of gravitons, right? That's how I found out about gravitons was comic books I read in the 80s.
What the hell is a graviton?
It's a nothing burger.
new under the sun. They can't come up with nothing new. Yeah.
It's a nothing burger. It's an imagination.
Oh, he thinks you're his pal.
Yeah, this is, and I'm not. And to clearly demonstrate that, this is what I do now. Every time somebody feels like they have to console me because a flat earther was mean to me.
From Professor Dyson, Graviton, before he passed away, it's an imaginary fairy tale. Yep, that's what he said. You want me to get the citation? I'll find that bitch.
The point I'm trying to make that they were doing all these long distance communications.
Freeman Dyson, as you rumpus indio, paraplegic.
Yeah. Anyhow, so they were doing all these communications before satellites existed, and then the narrative changed and it became satellites. So you need to ask yourself, how were they doing it before satellites? It's a Knickerbocker. There was Newfoundland to UK. There's UK to fucking Australia. There's all these long distance radio transmissions that they were doing multiple decade after multiple decade after multiple decade. The Collins radio one, I still haven't figured out how it actually worked. I think all that shit's still classified. So Arthur Collins was like an amateur radio operator that ended up coming up with a way to communicate over super long distances. And in fact, maybe I've told you this before, when JFK was shot, the Secretary of State of the United States was like somewhere between Hawaii and Japan, because he was like doing a foreign visit. They radio communicated with him from Washington, D.C., and told him to turn his plane around and come back. So, but this system was a military system. I have, like, going back to, I think it started being deployed in, like, the early 30s. And like I went out of service maybe sometime in the 70s or something. They had like a monopoly on like military radio communication, the technology at least. But I haven't figured out how it worked. It's the only thing I've been able to find out is that say you transmit at a certain frequency, that frequency you can transmit it like say 1,000 miles. But you can only transmit for like a few seconds at that frequency, and that the frequency drifts. So they had some sort of technology that changed the frequency over time to maintain the the quote unquote long distance communication window that they could actually talk right for more than a couple seconds.
Oh, why did the frequency drift on them? Was it just because
I don't. It's all fucking classified shit, dude. I haven't been able to figure it out.
Now you've given me a reason why I got to go and look this shit up. I'm curious.
Arthur Collins, they ended up getting bought by Rockwell. So now, like all they have is like a history, like Arthur Collins Radio on the website. It gives you like the history of Collins Radio. But if you look, it's hard to find anything because, like I said, it was military hardware. It's classified, as far as I can tell. I don't know if the tech has been declassified or not.
You know what's crazy, Indio, is Platypus is going to go look this up, and he's going to say, oh my God, the Earth is flat. And you're going to ask him, how do you know? And he's going to be like, it's classified.
It'll be fine as long as he runs it through his filters. I'm fucking with you, man. Don't get all your panties in a twist.
I understand that you're fucking... dude, I'm no spring chicken. I'm not green around the ears anymore.
All right, well, have another sip of Johnny Walker or whatever.
Yeah, so the only thing that's out there really for info is like occasionally, you know how the military, especially back in that time period, the 40s, 50s, they had like service specific like internal like newsletters and like, you know, publications, kind of like Stars and Stripes. So they have like internal publications. I actually had one that I sold for like Apollo 11 that was published by the U.S. Air Force and distributed within the Air Force. I actually got like an original one and actually sold it for this is way back.
Bro, you'd be surprised what you find in garage sales. Like some of these people.
The point is that like anything I found on it is in one of these basically. So some like, you know, Army reporter goes in like just writes up
You'd
a story.
Be surprised
on it, right?
at what you find raking up leaves and shit, man. You find some shit in there.
Yep. Your fucking lost keys. What? They're the fuckers.
Just ask Miggy. Just ask Miggy.
Fuck, dude.
Metal detector at the beach is my personal favorite one to do.
That is kind of cool, though. I ain't gonna lie.
Hey, Alpha, did you seriously like lose your keys and then found them raking up leaves?
It's classified, sir.
It is 11 o'clock. I got to go do the laundry and go to bed. It's a school day for the kids tomorrow.
All right, man.
Not going to be able to talk, but I'll be listening on my phone from now on. So.
All right, we'll be talking shit about you. Try not to get mad.
Yeah. Is that cool? All right, cool.
We'll be talking about you behind your back right in front of you.
That's the best kind.
I'm still freaking dealing with dizziness. It's driving me insane.
Wow.
Is that the Coriolis
spinning
effect?
too fast?
Haha, funny.
Are you blonde?
No.
Had to come back for that real quick. Flatsy, why are you dizzy?
I don't know. I'm just dealing with like vertigo and dizziness.
It's fucking water. It's fucking fluid in the ears, dude. It's not,
I know that.
It's not fucking rocket surgery, all right?
Epley maneuvers. Go look them up. Go look up the Epley maneuvers. It should fix that right real quick.
Yeah. Does it feel like your ear is closed up?
You got ear crystals in a place that they shouldn't be, and there's a series of head motions and laying down your body that you can do to get them back into the right position.
What spell it? Put it in chat.
It's called Epley maneuvers.
1 second.
Yeah. Don't take any advice from Platypus. He just gave you advice to lay down. He thinks when you lay down you're curved. So don't listen to him.
Not, but he's actually right about that stuff.
Don't
Put it
take
in-
your
I put it in
shot
chat.
back and try to get water out of your ears.
Hold on. I put it in chat. Epley. E-P-L-E-Y. Epley maneuver.
All right. Cool. Thanks.
All right. Later.
By the
Thank
way,
you very much.
I found platypus shoes. They're right here in the text chat. Right there.
Yeah, they had me taking medicine for a while until I looked that up. I did those things. Bye bye medicine.
All right, I'm heading out. See you guys tomorrow.
Oh, you?
Peace.
What the fuck? 10 o'clock.
I got to get up early. The early worm gets a bird.
So,
Never stop you.
you're still acclimating for the shift change, huh?
The early worm
Hell
gets
yeah.
the bird.
Yes. Yes. Yes,
Everybody
it was
knows
very
this.
nicely done. I liked it.
Dude, he went from vampire to daywalker, man. He's fucking trying to adjust.
Fucking blades.
Yep. All right.
Later, Mickey.
Peace.
We don't get in trouble for posting medical links. That against TLS here. India.
India.
Why is nobody talking?
You're talking.
Because we're waiting for you to talk.
Everyone's fucking weirdos.
Says the weirdo.
Later, guys. Have fun.
Later. Why aren't you talking? Then you start talking. Then he says, I'm going. What's wrong with the youth of today?
Because he's a fucking retard, that's why.
Yay, Batman!
Yo, how you going, buddy?
Man, just had the 10 days off for Easter and Anzac Day, and I can slowly walking around at work.
You got a few jobs happening?
Yeah, I'm doing the Royal Dental Hospital in the city. So.
Oh, wow, that's a good one.
Yeah, it's a good one. Yeah. But it's picking up again. A lot of work going on.
The doom and gloom that you read on some of the articles out there says that there's not a lot of work going on.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just people who aren't very good at what they do, don't have a lot of work. You know what I mean? Like, say, all these, domestic builders went bust, right? You remember that? All those ones? So the people who were working for them don't have any work. So they're like the arse end of the trades that, all the Indian painters and stuff like that.
Yeah, all the ones that do a crappy job.
Yeah, the ones that accept half the amount for the job, they're the ones that are out of work.
You do a job, you do it once, you do it properly. It's as simple as that.
Make it last. I went back, Batman, and got my plumbing qualifications too. So now I've a builder's license, and I've got my registration. I've got my plumber's reg, but I've got to wait for my licensing. So. You there, mate?
Well, Boyd.
I think you cut out.
How long do you have to wait until you're fully qualified?
Licensed?
Yeah, licensed, fully licensed. Like you got your drainage license, didn't you?
No, I don't have any of them yet. I've only got my registration. So I've got to wait 2 years now, so I can get my licensing to sign off on the work.
And which are you going to do? Drainage, roofing, gas?
You know
which
what?
one?
I'm gonna get all of them, mate.
Wow, that's super qualified. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'm fucking not doing something this late in life and not doing all of it. You know what I mean? I'll get gas, water, sanitary, backflow prevention. I'm going to get everything, mate.
Look, to be honest with you, it's not super difficult. There's rules and regs, but it's no
Look in the
different
book.
to being builder. Yeah, that's exactly. And do the job properly again, to
That's
code.
right. Yeah, to code. You go, okay, this is a little bit close to this. What do I do? You go, oh, you can't be within 300 millimeters of this and this and this. And, oh, okay, I can't run it there. We're going to have to put it in a different position. It's not that. You just got to read the regulations, mate. There's so fucking many of them, though. There's more
Yeah,
than
I know.
building.
They keep changing all the time.
Man. Yeah.
What's that?
There's more regs in plumbing than there is in building.
Yeah, no, nothing that surprised me. I'm just about ready to start the big extension on my place because my other place burned down, and the plumber wants the guy to dig all the footings and that first before he comes in and does the plumbing, and no concreter wants it done that way because all the trenches get ruined,
Yeah.
A bit of a catch-22 at the moment, trying to keep the plumber happy and trying to keep the concreter happy.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, I know.
He's got to come in and do them before the. Because what are you doing? A traditional slab, are you? Like a raft slab?
Traditional slab, yeah, with the sand.
Yeah, you're not doing a waffle thing, are you? No.
Nah, not a waffle thing, mate.
Yeah, the plumber's got to get in there and do it first. Otherwise, all the mounds get wrecked. Yeah, all the rafts they get broken. You got to redo them. Like, what's the point?
Now that's what I said too. But you know what it's like.
You're roboting a bit there, mate. I don't know if it's me. I'm in the city, but
with a fully qualified tradesman, and they won't listen to you.
Yeah.
No, it's me, mate. I live on 40 acres.
Yeah, you're out past. Yeah, I won't say it, but I know where you are.
Just past Sunbury before Romsey.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I just finished building a 1,300 square metre shed.
Oh, nice, mate. I can move into that.
Nah. And I'm moving into. I think they've turned around and said the extension's like 1,000 square metres anyway.
Yeah, hard to hear, man.
The extension's 1,000 square metres.
Oh, the extension
Big ass shed, man.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure that there was enough room for all my tools.
Bigger than most people's little workshops.
Oh, 1:20. That's me done for the day. Started at 5 o'clock this morning.
Yeah. Talkative bunch.
My P1000 burnt in the fire, mate.
Oh no. You still got all that old footage, or your computer get fucked too? There's no sound coming through. You lighten up, but there's no sound.
Mate, the whole lot went. There was nothing left. There was 14 fire brigades and they couldn't contain the fire.
That's fucked, man.
Burnt to the ground, mate. Shit service.
Yeah. Yeah, you do, man. I'm just getting some words of it.
Mate.
Yeah, I'm only getting some words.
I'll send you a couple of pics.
Sweet. It's DM me, man.
Sorry, Timbo.
No, you're right, man. It's not your fault.
When I get home, I connect to the Wi-Fi, and then I get good service.
Yeah.
And I've put Wi-Fi over into one of the sheds, and now I've connected to it. I just sent you a couple of pics.
Yeah, sweet, man.
I will comprehend that he was roboting for me, but you and Timbo are in the same side of the globe, so your satellite connection should be spotless.
You're funny, Jimsy, I tell you. Do you know what? Where I am, I hardly get telephone reception. I have to make sure I got Wi-Fi calling on.
That's a good feature, having a Wi-Fi calling in sections like that with bad signal.
Fuck, it's a twisted mess, man. There's nothing left.
Yeah, 23rd of November, mate, we became homeless.
Oh, man.
That was 2023 that happened, the fire?
November the 23rd, 20.
Wow, I was able to hear
23.
23, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Because I remember him talking about the fire, maybe like more than 6 months ago. Said that his camera burned in the fire. And Timbo asked him if he's going to be able to get the footage from what the...
Oh, no, not from the camera, though.
some type of program that you can get footage from burn
How did it
stuff?
start?
Go ahead.
Do you know how the
November 23, 2023.
fire started?
I don't know. Electrical appliance, lithium battery, who knows? They had investigators there for 2 days trying to locate the start of the fire, and they couldn't. It was just so badly burnt, they couldn't tell.
Did you get a new car, mate?
My car got burnt as well.
It's obvious, brother. You were targeted by a dude's weapon system for being a flat earther, like a naughty boy that you are.
Here comes the conspiracy theorist.
Even our caravan, it was on
Stay
fire
with
when we
you,
towed it away.
had no place to live. What did you? Where'd you go? Where'd you go live? You said you were homeless. What did?
Yeah,
Did you have family to go live with?
We owned a property with my daughter, so she had a spare bedroom, and we moved into that.
Cool.
We had no furnishings,
God.
so that was okay.
Better than being out on the street.
Are anybody chatting on this Discord? Anybody like?
Are anybody chatting on this Discord?
Yeah, I found somebody.
You need to rethink your sentence arrangement.
There's people here.
Flatsy Klein, how you doing?
I'm alright, I guess. I'm dealing with a bit of dizziness, but I can still flat smack with the best of them.
Okay, well, I appreciate, whatever you guys think. Like, you guys don't have like a lobby. You just have like, oh, we have to be flat smacked.
I get asked.
What? Did you say we don't have a lobby or a hobby?
I don't really understand his question.
I don't think he understands it.
Well, my question was like more like if you have if this is like a group, you'd have a lobby where people would just come in and to understand the group.
Okay, yeah, we do have that. We have an entire server, 30,000 members, called 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We do have a lobby there. There's always a text conversation going on there, which is recorded, so you can go back and they'll review it. Stuff not like here where it gets deleted. And then here we're talking. But yeah, there are places. But here in this platform, we only have one channel. So it's a VC channel.
Okay, I get, you probably have a better platform, but I just found you from this platform. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm just saying we don't have that type of thing that you're asking here. No.
He's asking about text channel. That he can see the
You're
text.
looking for a lobby.
Oh,
You don't need to smoke.
Are you
do
asking
you?
for a text channel?
For a lobby to get smoking.
Oh my gosh.
okay. So when Homeboy was trying to get to the logistical situation of the needs, man, that's not the time to make a smoking joke. But anyway, does that answer your question, brother? You wanted a text chat?
Hmm?
Huh? Yeah, you said
Are you looking for a
lobby.
text chat?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was taking a drink. Is there for new users? Is there like a place to go?
No, we have, like I said, we have one channel. We have one VC channel and one text channel right here, right now. So if you're new and you want to talk to us, we're here. You're here. We both have mouths and we both have ears. Let's get it done.
All right,
Yeah,
whatever.
all new and old people can see the same thing. The VC channel that you're talking in, and also the text channel that you can see when you click the shut logo.
Yeah, the text bubble will reveal to you the side chat that we all type in.
All right.
And right now is the time for you to ask the questions that you've been waiting to ask. So go ahead.
No, I'm already a flat earther. I believe the Earth is flat.
Gotcha. Well, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth.
You just lucky that QE is deafened, and you said you believe.
He ain't deafened.
You're just a lucky man.
He
Well,
ain't deafened.
Well,
I
he
don't
was a
know.
minute ago.
I don't know that the Earth is flat because I've never been able to, like confirm it for myself. Obviously.
Oh shit!
Surprising.
But I'm very confident that the idea of the Earth being a plane is correct.
Look, that's not an unreasonable position, right? That's not unreasonable to say.
It's just my position. I don't care if you have a different position. I'd love to hear other people's positions, to be honest.
Right, so that's not an unreasonable position, right? You're persuaded through belief that the Earth is most probably a flat plane. That makes the most sense. That's pretty rational based on the evidence that you experience it as flat and stationary, right? Not unreasonable at all.
Yeah, I think that's like my understanding of it. Do you have you could probably provide me with more evidence that it's flat and my perspective. Please do.
What's up, Flat Earther?
Well, the simplest way is that, the physics of water is that water at rest is flat and level on the surface. 70% of the known territory is covered in water, and the mechanical and functional definition of flat is all points of a surface arranged between two parallel planes, and so therefore the Earth is flat.
Well, yeah, I understand that. I understand that deeply, actually. The way that the world is proposed to us as a globe is faulty, to say the least. And that the idea that water lays flat is it's a part of my understanding of the reality that the Earth is a flat plane. I believe that. So thanks you guys for welcoming me. I appreciate that.
Until somebody can show me water not resting flat on its surface at rest, then I know that the Earth is flat. If that's how water behaves.
Oh yeah? Until you show me that water is earth and earth is water.
Earth is water? What are you talking about?
So by Earth, I mean like the capital E, as
Water?
in referring to it as a whole instead of as the Earth being the dirt.
Well, yeah, you could say like the colloquial way that we talk about Earth is different than water, but when you're talking about the planet, oh, I'm sorry, don't ban me. I said planet.
Uh-oh, seize him.
But like the idea of the Earth, where there's land masses and oceans and water, right? That's
Well,
what we're talking about.
like in the beginning, God created the heavens or the heaven and the earth was without form and void, like that Earth.
Well, I think the Earth has a big form. This was maybe my understanding of it.
Did you sign the form?
Sign the form.
Do you pay the fee? Do you pay the fee?
Pay the fee? I have to pay a fee to talk to you guys?
Yeah, it's on the form.
On the form?
Yeah.
You send it to my Bitcoin address.
Who am I talking to? Y'all, some guy with a Bitcoin address.
Just kidding, bro. Welcome to the VC. We just chilling here. Since you're not showing any opposition, we're just messing around a little bit.
All right, yeah, it's fun. It's fun. I get it.
Now, just bring your friend, your Globe believer friend here. Just invite him. So
No,
Flatsy can talk to him.
No, I would be gentle with him. Not expose him to you all you idiots.
Thank you for the compliment.
It's not a compliment, but you know, I understand.
I got a question for you.
Go ahead. I got an answer.
How many beers has this guy had?
It's Sunday. I think zero. Since it's holy, how do you say, Semana Santa?
Yeah.
Easter week. I imagine he had 0 beers.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah,
Right, sir? You don't have beers during Easter, right? Especially when the Pope passed away. Out of respect.
If you talk to me, I'm not like interested in alcohol personally, but I understand like a lot of people like it.
Told you, Timbo. You see, I was right.
Sorry.
0.
I'm wrong. I can admit when I'm wrong.
Hey, bro, can you believe Timbo is an upside downer, but he doesn't believe he's upside down? He's from Australia, but he doesn't think he's upside down. Can you believe that?
I'm more of a out over there. Over there somewhere.
Over there somewhere. I like that. Over there somewhere.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about that?
It's not down under. It's over there.
Well, I think that's like the most crucial understanding of like the world, that there may be more some there, right? Like there's maybe a world that we haven't traversed yet, or maybe the governments have traversed that.
Okay, more important than that, we can speculate. Since it's Speculation Sunday, we can speculate on what the packages that you're opening right now. And I will guess it's some type of cake or like a biscuit or something. Go ahead, Timbo. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm gonna say sponge. Yeah, I think it's a sponge cake.
Or it could be a sponge because it's gonna do the dishes. Could be that.
What are you guys stupid? What, you're in a flat Earth chat and you're talking about sponge cake?
That's an Australia thing, but you're opening a package, aren't you? You're opening something like a plastic package, or
Are you guys like just like a limited hangout room? Probably you
sometimes only on Sundays.
Like you guys don't actually talk about the idea that the world could be bigger than we are actually understand it to be.
Yeah, it is bigger. We know that.
You know that. How do you know that?
Yeah. Because when you look at a map, right, the map that people call the world, the world is actually bigger than that map. Everybody knows that.
So if you're an actual flat earther and you actually consider the idea that there is a landmass beyond Antarctica, right? Like that would be contingent, right?
Who said that?
So I'm actually if you actually believe that the Earth is flat, then there might be more land outside Antarctica, right?
It could be. Sure.
Oh, could be. It could be. Oh, I'm Jimmy.
There's definitely land beyond the circle of the map that people look at.
Yeah, that's what I would agree with that.
There could be more land, even if the Earth was a globe. There could be more land anyway.
That's kind of true too. Like the way that the what's a name for a mapologist? Like, there's got to be a name for that, right?
It would be a cartographer.
Cartographer, yeah, yeah. Like you know, if a cartographer had the known universe, and that's what he understood about
the known universe,
right? That I mean, as a cartographer, that's your bread and butter, the known universe, like Lewis and Clark. You know, like going down the river. The history we've been told, right?
History or universe?
Well, I mean, history, as we've been told about Lewis and Clark, is that they've winded their way through the North American continent, and that's how we figured out so much about the landmass.
What do you mean we? Like you, Anna?
Okay.
Hmm?
You mean the known universe as it was taught, like in school?
Right, yeah, like in school. Like, if you've been told about the way that the West was founded.
Discovered by Christopher Columbus.
Right, yeah, all that.
He discovered the new world, like there wasn't like 100 million people here already.
Well, yeah, we're supposed to believe that he discovered it, so, you know.
Yeah. And he used a globe to do that, right?
Allegedly, yeah.
So that checks every check mark, right? That's a fact.
I don't know if it checks anything. I would say that the history that we've been told is that there was a Spanish explorer named Columbus that came to the New World, and
that didn't know where he was going, didn't know how to get there.
Right.
He didn't know how he got there, where he was going, or where he was at.
Well, he allegedly made what's the word? Made port, made land. I don't know. There's a better word for it. What's the better word for like?
What do you call him? What do you call him in Spanish?
What's the better word for like docking your boat at a?
Did he use GPS to make it to America? Did he use GPS?
Anyways, he allegedly he found a harbor in the West Indies, and that was Columbus's like. Again, we don't know if it's true or not, but this is the official history. And he was in the West Indies, and he called them Indians. I guess that's like the part of the school that we are supposed to remember, that We call North American people Indians.
Well,
Right,
they called
so-
everyone Indians. Yeah.
But why? Why
They called
would
Indians Indians. Yeah.
why would we call somebody from Ohio an Indian?
Because it's next to Indiana.
You got me. Yeah, I guess because they named Indiana. That's good.
Yeah, you just need to correct yourself a little bit on where Columbus was from too. So he's from Italy. He wasn't from Spain.
I thought he was from Spain. I guess I'm wrong. All right. Well,
He was on a
Spain-
mission from the
I'll
Queen
look
of
it up.
Spain.
I'll look it
But-
up on Google right now. Where was
Let me talk.
where was Columbus?
I was just about to
Columbus.
tell you, but you keep on. Okay.
Oh, he was from
He
Italy.
was on a mission from the Queen of. Fuck me, dead.
Those damn.
You have a
guys.
delay. Hey, listen, guys. You and Timbo, since he's upside down under the ball, and his satellite is different, the relay takes time, and it takes like 3 seconds for you to kind of hear what you're saying. That's why you're over speaking on top of each other.
I apologize.
You sure
Yeah,
about that?
Timbo. Us Australians are just like the dingleberries of the earth, yeah? Someone.
So from my alternative history is like Columbus got stuck in the West Indies and eventually made his way to America. But there's so many alternate histories out there about the quote New World that it was already settled. And basically, if you ever watch the videos of the temples that exist in the United States,
Oh,
you have to rethink your entire understanding of what America was and what happened to it.
You're opening the can of worms there.
We all know the Europeans constructed all the canals, all the cities, all the infrastructure, and they did everything while having a war with the whole continent. Everybody knows that.
Everybody knows that. So, like,
They were destroying and building at the same time. Just
what
like,
do you
Iraq.
think? Like, what was it? Was there a rapture? Like, was there actually a rapture? Like, specifically a rapture where everyone was raptured up and all the cities had no inhabitants.
That's a good
It's a
question.
rapture. I don't think that word's ever mentioned. I don't think that word's ever mentioned in the Bible. The rapture.
Right. If you and this is the other topic I love to like discuss is like, all right, so we have a bunch of approved books you guys can believe. Here you go. But, if we have the internet now, there's like maybe 100 more books that you could read that are like Bible, quote unquote Bible.
Oh, shit.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. So,
You're
like,
opening another kind of worm. You're opening can of worms like they're on sale.
I don't know. It's like a hobby of
Cans of
mine.
worms.
So we're going to talk about Tartaria, and now we're going to talk about the Bible.
No, you don't have to talk about any of
Do you
that.
know
I'm
all of
saying-
these things?
You love what?
You know all of these things happened on a flat plane. Did you know that?
Of course.
Well, is heaven a flat plane?
I've not
That's in the
been there
Bible.
yet.
I don't know the answer to that.
Hopefully, I go there.
Or maybe heaven comes to you.
Maybe.
Didn't you just say that the Bible's just a few books that have been approved?
A lot of God's word, quote unquote, the Bible, says that humans are meant to live on Earth, not go to
Wait,
heaven. Or
does it say
anything like that.
humans? Does it say humans in the Bible, like the people that evolved from monkeys?
He says man is supposed to live on Earth.
Because I learned humans came from complicated rocks in another book.
Yeah, there's plenty of books. Listen, if you want to have a discussion about how life is complicated and confusing, you can have that conversation.
Well, complicated.
No, I'm just saying that when you said that, it says that in the Bible, the humans complicated rocks that came from monkeys and apes and that kind of stuff. I don't know if it says that in the Bible.
No, I don't think that says. Well, again, I have to reiterate: the Bible is a selected books based on the Council of Nicaea that we're supposed to follow. So you should follow them.
I don't know if that's correct.
It's only been changed based on the Council of Nicaea. Changed, not originated from the Council of Nicaea.
Yeah.
Where obviously it's not originated from the Council of Nicaea, but the understanding that we have is based that on the Council of Nicaea. I get they're like giving you like a Bible, right? It's like
most people.
You got this Bible, and like look at this Bible. If you want to know more, look at this Bible. Look at this Bible. If you want to know more, look at this Bible.
Right.
So
What
that's
books
kind of
would you add in, then?
like what it was given to like the people.
Okay, so if you're saying that they took books out and stuff like that, which books did they take out, and which books would you put in?
Oh shit!
So I mean, I give you my perspective. I'm not like a Bible scholar, so you could like debate somebody else.
I'm not debating. I'm just asking a question. Which books did they take out?
I don't know, and I don't care. I don't base my life on the books of the Bible.
So how can you know what the Council of Nicaea did then? What did they do?
It's like literally okay. So I have a degree in communications. Obviously, that was like one of the things we talked about.
Yeah. All right. If you have a degree in communications, then
Where like in the United States of America?
Like I literally have a degree at a state college in communication.
Okay, so why can't you answer my question then?
What's your question?
What books did they take out, and what did the Council of Nicaea do?
I don't know. I mean, you stressed my memory, but one of the books that I actually thought about was the Gospel of Thomas, and the only reason I remembered it
was it removed or just not added in?
No, it was removed, and the only reason I remembered it. No, I'm not sure.
It wasn't
about
put
that.
in.
Well, from my perspective,
you can't remove something that wasn't in there.
Well, Tim Boy, I mean, I'm not anything religious at all. You got to understand that.
Yeah, that's fine. But you were claiming to, like, you were saying the Council of Nicaea.
I'm claiming what?
Council of Nicaea did this.
Right.
The Council of Nicaea they made the Bible and stuff like that. But.
Well, I have like a few ideas of like the Council of Nicaea is like, there's they put together the Bible, right?
But you brought it up. Do you know the specifics? They didn't put together the Bible. Do you know the specifics at all?
Yeah.
Well, you can learn a lot. There's like Bible study classes you can go every Tuesday.
No, do you know the specifics? You brought it up.
No, I don't want to know. I don't want any of that. But from my perspective is what I was trying to say. If you have a prescriptive understanding of the Bible, go for it. And there's there's texts that are not allowed in most Christian understandings of the Bible. Gospel of Thomas. So yeah, watch. So I'm kind of a rebel. Wow, you have
Wait, so you're not like a law-abiding. You're not like a law-abiding citizen or something.
Well, so for me, I'm actually trying to understand myself, and my next book.
But you say you work within telecommunications, and you must have gotten a degree in a university, right? And to get that degree, you have to follow certain
to get my
rules on
degree.
laws.
I have to follow what?
I mean, to be able to work in that field, you work within certain parameters, and that would be following certain laws and rules, and all of those laws and rules are based on under the following of the scriptures, the founders of the nation.
Well, all right, but thank you.
So if you're saying that you don't follow that means you don't follow the law. You don't follow. You say you're a rebel, so you're against the whole country and the foundations of it.
No, I don't.
The laws of the country, and you say you're a rebel against the scriptures, and the laws are based on the scripture.
Well, I mean, the scriptures I don't understand.
I mean, if you go to the court and you're gonna sign, you're gonna tell the truth. Are you gonna tell the truth, or are you gonna lie?
I'd probably tell the truth.
So you're following the scripture then, because you have to swear on the scriptures.
Yeah, that's fine. I can swear on a book. I mean, I feel like it's pretty obvious I'd swear on the book.
Yeah, and that's based on certain understanding of the laws of the nation, right? And the foundation of those laws are based.
The laws of a nation?
Yeah, you live in the United States. You live in the United States, right? You got a degree in the United States, and you did follow the laws to be able to be a free man today. Because if you didn't, you wouldn't be free. So you do follow the Bible.
Well, I mean, I guess whatever. Well, I guess. What are you trying to say?
That when you say you're a rebel against the scriptures and against the laws of the nation, I think you might be not telling the truth there. Because if you was a rebel against those things, those foundations, you wouldn't be a free man. You will, if you were a rebel about, you shall not murder or steal, that kind of stuff. If you wouldn't be following that, if you were breaking those rules.
I mean, I'm playing a game right now.
Oh, you're playing a game? I'm just saying I'm not saying against you. I'm just saying that you do follow certain things that are taught are in the scriptures, and that's basically following that book that the nation was found upon.
All right, hold on. Am I still here?
No, you're not here. No. You're in the game. You're the character in the game, doing what he does.
I get that.
As far as I know, it was the Council of Rome that kind of put the modern Bible together. Not put it together. Like, it was already put together, but they were trying to bring like dates together, right? Like Easter, like an agreement on Easter. And that was Nicaea that did that, actually. That was Council of Nicaea.
Yeah, I guess
Council
like
of Rome
you know,
had things to do with like the Bible, not the Council of Nicaea.
well,
I don't know where you guys hear all this stuff from, though. Like, you just watch YouTube videos and they go, "Oh, the Council of Nicaea left these books, removed these books from the Bible," and then you go into some Discord and you go, "The Council of Nicaea removed these books from the Bible."
why would anybody remove books if the understanding should be wholly incomplete?
How can they
No,
remove them if they never added it?
Yeah, they went there in the first place.
Well,
And that's
I
not what
mean,
the Council of Nicaea did anyway. They didn't have anything to do with that.
if you think, but I guess it's fine.
It's fine.
It doesn't matter. We're probably arguing over something that no one can prove anyway. You know?
Who's arguing?
No, it's fine.
I know. Yeah, I know. No one.
It's even worse.
What I was saying about the guy saying that he's a rebel, he doesn't follow the scripture. I'm just saying that probably his parents follow the law of the land and the rule of law, and that's based on the scriptures. A lot of it. So
Yeah,
he says he came from his parents, and he's in a nation where he said he got a degree, and he made it to this point. He's a free man. He's really following certain laws that are within the scriptures. So he's following it.
All right. Well. Oh.
I don't believe that you don't drink.
No, he had gummies. That's why he ignored the question earlier about the package he was opening. He was opening something that goes beyond drinking, right? He's in the game.
All right.
Always playing games, though.
I guess it's fine.
No, it's not fine. Timbo said that you're drinking, but you say you don't drink. So there is a conflict here. Maybe you're sleepy, hungry, and medicated at the same time.
Or maybe hangry. Maybe you're so hungry that you're hangry.
And medicated. There you go. The laugh tells everything. The laugh gave it away.
No, that was Ranger laughing. That was me laughing.
You're medicated too.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
There you go. You guys are just lucky that Quantum is not listening. He will straight you up if he was.
Yeah, he might have just dipped out. Some people can equate reality to the things they experience, and some people just go with the narrative, go with the flow, with things they haven't validated, and argue for those things while searching up on those things at the same time. I mean, it's strange to me.
If he says he's a rebel, he doesn't follow the scripture. I mean, but he's still he's following the law. He's not in jail or something. I mean, he's following something from the scripture. He said he works within telecommunications. There's something there that he's following from the scriptures to be able to operate on on a nation that is kind of like the laws are based on those things. I'm a rebel. I don't follow. That's pretty silly.
Yeah, that's what I heard. I was listening in on YouTube before I popped in. And yeah, it's strange. I don't know.
Might be the overdosing or something.
I mean, I've met people and they've read the scriptures for the first time, and they've labeled it as confusing. But at the same time, those key points that I've mentioned, and they would reference back to me, they understand those things like immovable. You know, those flat earth references. I mean, if you're going by scriptures,
Did you cut out, Ranger?
no, I didn't cut out. I was done. What I was
Oh,
said
you
about
finished.
scriptures,
Oh.
I was done.
Actually, he was cutting out a little bit, just a little bit.
Yeah, I thought so.
More like 90% was listenable, but then he cut out
It
a
was
bit.
the last sentence or something.
Yeah.
I think the last sentence were about when you reference the scriptures about the earth being immovable. Like you don't have to speculate about that. Like what do they mean immovable? That's clear, immovable.
Yeah,
But the guy
it
brought
means
up
it
the
doesn't move.
scriptures, and I was listening. Yep.
But he
No
was saying
mistake
when
about that.
his point was that he was a rebel and he didn't believe what the scripture said. But then he said that he believed the earth is flat. So your point is
Oh, it
that
was the opposite.
in the scripture it says some points to the contrary of. I mean, in the scripture it says that the earth is immovable and I think contain of some sort, and that will reference that if he agrees with that, maybe he does believe what the scripture says.
Oh, so he was arguing for against the scriptures. He was saying that he was a rebel against the concepts of the scripture.
Yeah, that's what I understood what he was saying.
Well, in that case, scriptures aside, he's arguing with reality. Then
I think he sounded like a confused individual.
I mean that too, because
Again,
if I was confused, then I don't know.
Because then he said, I hope I go to heaven.
yeah.
Yeah, I heard that part. Then I guess I'm confused. Then I don't know.
You're cutting out, bro.
No, I said I guess I was confused. Then I apologize because I thought he was arguing for the scriptures and he was a rebel for. I'm on.
All right, let's have a look through the list. Eggshells, We've got Brandynamite. Oh, Brandynamite. Oh, sorry for my accent. Brandynamite, welcome to the server.
Yo.
Yo. What up?
Not much.
Not much. Do you believe that you live on a ball spinning in the vacuum of space?
No.
Oh, okay. That was easy. What's your consensus on the subject?
Well, real quick, he's dynamite, so he knows because dynamite doesn't work in a vacuum of space.
It works in a pond.
Dynamite fishing.
If he really is dynamite, he cannot be a glober.
Is underwater considered a vacuum?
No.
No. Because that's more pressure.
That's the opposite of the vacuum. In the vacuum, the water wouldn't be water. It will turn into gas.
Isn't space water, though?
Is it?
Well, the fantasy one they claim is the absence of matter. But in reality, who knows? There might be the waters above us.
Exactly. Separated the waters from the waters, you know?
Could be. Now we're going to prove it.
That could be one of the things, because it could be more than one thing. It could be the waters, it could be the container, it could be God, the angels, I don't know, a bunch of things. The waters being one of those, of a list of things. Maybe things that we can't even comprehend with our brains.
It's definitely not an open vacuum.
Definitely not a cartoon like the globe.
How long you been in the subject, Dynamite?
What was that?
How long you been in the subject?
Since the flat Earth subject.
Yeah.
Since 2016.
Oh yeah, awesome. Do you know our other server, 24/7? Flat Earth.
Yeah.
Okay. You been on there
Been
before?
around. Yeah.
Cool. Old school. Was 2016 still when you were getting like recommendations for the videos and that on YouTube?
Yeah, it's
around then. You get all the what was his name? The rapper. He was quite good. His videos were quite good. What was his name?
I forget his name. I know who you're talking about though.
I can't believe I forgot his name.
Yeah, I've noticed a connection between flat Earth and rappers. Seems like there's a
like chocolate bar rappers and things like that.
Well, I'm not saying that you flat earthers are litter bugs. I'm saying they're more like little rhymers. Like a lot of them like to rap.
Like presents.
No, I mean like
Presents,
lyrics,
Christmas.
like rap, like yo boy.
Are you
Oh, okay.
stereotyping flat earthers?
No, well, I've noticed the stereotype.
Have you ever heard me talk like that? That would be weird.
No, they've
Yo,
just
Yeah.
noticed.
There's
There's
yo,
a lot
boy.
of flat earth rappers.
Yo, boy. Does that sound like good to you? Yo, boy.
What are you doing?
Settle down
Yeah,
now.
that doesn't sound like rap. That just sounds like speech.
All right. So, Mushkane, let's see if your theory's true. All right, go. Name 5 flat Earth rappers. Go.
So I heard Witsit rap one time. There's a flat.
Name one globe earth booger eater. Go.
There's a flat Earth rapper on that documentary.
A flat earth booger. I mean, there's a globe earth booger eater everywhere.
Every single documentary, when they go to a flat Earth conference, somebody starts rapping like about the flat Earth.
Yeah, well,
you
look at
seen
the
every
people that
single
hang
one?
out at flat Earth conferences. Yeah.
Flat Earth conferences, yeah.
Yeah. I would say, who in this room has ever been to a flat Earth conference, guys? Put your hand up.
Just Mushkane. Show us the statistics, Mushkane.
I've never been to one.
No, exactly. Your theory's starting to fall apart, Mushkane.
Unless he has the numbers.
I think it's just kind of obvious that flat Earth lends itself to rap. There's something about it.
So just stereotyping, baseless assertions.
Let's look at the numbers. How many flat earthers do you reckon there are? Let's talk about
in the world, in the entire world.
Let's talk about Australia. All right.
That's too specific.
Why?
Because I'm not from Australia. I don't know what the population is. If I had to guess the population of Australia, I would say 20 million. I have no idea.
Yeah, not bad. It's getting close to 30 now, but let's call it 1%, right? How many of those do you think are rappers?
Out of that 1%?
Yeah, in Australia.
Oh man, I've never heard an Australian flat Earth rapper. I don't think I've ever heard an Australian rapper. I think
it's falling apart, like you said.
It is.
Do Abos rap?
Yeah, there's a lot of rappers here.
Aussie rappers? I don't know. I've never heard it.
Yeah, man.
Maybe I've heard it and I just misconstrued it for like South African rappers.
Yeah, you could probably.
Because South Africans, they're known for their rapping. You got what's that duo, that kind of crazy looking couple.
Oh yeah, I know who you're talking about. They got a funny name, yeah.
Ninja and something. Ninja and Butterfly.
Oh, Chappie from Chappie. You ever seen the movie Chappie?
No.
Oh, you got to see the movie Chappie. It's got them in it. They're in the movie. They're one of the main characters.
Oh, the South African rappers?
Yeah, but check out the movie Chappie. Trust me, you'll like it.
All right.
The group's called Die Antwoord.
Yeah.
The Antwoord.
El Chapo?
Yeah.
Those guys are cooked. They are so weird.
They are, aren't they? How's the eyes on the chick? Got fucking those black lenses. There you go. There's a Globo. You can talk to Eggshells. He likes the Antwerp.
Oh, I've only seen them talking in things. They just seem cooked.
Do you agree with Mush Kane that Flat Earth and rap, Flat Earthers are rappers? That's what he's pretty much saying.
I think there's certainly a higher proportion of people who make music in the flat Earth than you'd find in the general population.
Oh, it's like music.
Yeah, flat earthers are creative.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Yeah, it's
that's
a
one of the
compliment.
things that is tracks with generally with conspiracy belief that I go to town on Globers for. Where they're like, well, the only reason flat earthers is they're dumb. And I often challenge them by saying that conspiracy belief doesn't track very well with intelligence. Highly intelligent people can believe in conspiracies. What it actually tracks with is creativity.
What's the conspiracy?
It tracks with critical thinking.
Generally, I mean, we're talking about flat earthers being rappers, right? The conspiracy is flat Earth, right? That
Well,
government's
The
lying.
conspiracy is the globe. So if you're flat Earth, then the conspiracy is the globe.
Yeah. So you believe there is a globe conspiracy?
Yeah.
But if you're a critical thinker, you're able to evaluate everything you've been fed.
Sure, but the problem is everybody thinks they're a critical thinker, and some people clearly aren't. So how do we tell if we're one of those people that thinks we're a critical thinker but aren't?
Things are objective. You're able to figure out whether the facts you've gathered are true or not.
That's a great question,
saying
Eggshells. I like that question. That's a great
Yeah,
question.
what I'm saying, Ranger, is that both you and I both think that we take in information and use our discernment to find out what's true, but we come to vastly opposite conclusions about it. So if you were good at objectively passing information, you would be aware that everybody else thinks that, and they can't all be right.
Some people aren't. Some people aren't examining both sides of the information. Some people are biased or unable to listen to the contradictive, ideas.
I don't think there's many people that agree with that. I think almost everybody says I look at both sides and make up my mind, and they always come back.
Well,
to
is
the
that
solution they started with.
subjective or objective?
Yeah, subjective. I'm saying what you're saying.
Yeah,
is
you
subjective,
think
but you're
that.
mistaken it for objective.
Yeah, but the facts are facts. The conclusions are the conclusions.
Yeah, we know that objectively we can have water on the outside of spinning balls in a vacuum. That's subjective, right, Eggshells?
I think it is. Yeah, I think it's observable.
Yeah, of course it is.
It's observable.
Yeah, but I'm aware that I might be wrong about that.
Yeah,
and I'm
people are having a hard time proving it. That's why you're
Yeah.
aware you may be wrong about it because people are having a hard time proving it. Whereas the contrary is objective, proven. You know what I mean?
No, Eggshells can prove it to you right now. Eggshells, go ahead. Show him water on the outside of a spinning ball in a vacuum. Just do it in a lab and show it to him.
I think the point needs to first land that both sides think they're objective.
Just show it to him. Don't make a point with your mouth. Just show it to him. Just demonstrate it so you can shut him up. Objectively.
So how do we breach this divide, Eggshells?
He making a point.
That's a good question. I certainly think that educators could do a better job educating. So I think that people like Neil deGrasse Tyson really sort of fuck things up a bit.
So like saying, okay, I'm going to tell you this, but you need to go away and test if my assumption is correct. That's what they should be teaching in school, yeah?
I don't know. They did at mine.
No.
Everyone, science was all about testing stuff. You would always get told, "Here's the experiment."
Well, not even.
And we're going to try and find
not even
something,"
science.
And they wouldn't tell you what the answer was, and you had to try and find the correct answer.
Yeah, well, even in thought as well. Like, did you guys have like compulsory like philosophy classes or anything like that?
Philosophy, no. That sounds like a cool school.
I went to a Steiner.
Oh, they sound interesting. I've been going on some dates with a chick who teaches at a Steiner school, and they sound super weird. Like lovely.
That was
really
cool,
lovely
man.
people. But
Yeah.
she was like, when she started teaching, she said now she's got 5 trans kids in a year of 100. I'm like, holy shit. Kids.
Yeah, I went to school in the 90s, so we didn't know what that was.
Yeah, but I just mean it's like a indicative of a like very hippie mindset. I think it's a clever idea. I think the schooling system is a bit fucked.
Yeah, it's a different way of learning.
Yeah.
Lets people learn to their best of their abilities in different ways. I think it's good. Anyway. Do you think they should be teaching that the solar system is a fact? Like the way that they teach it? That when you put the sun and then you put the planets around it and stuff like that. Do you think they should be saying this is reality and this is the way it is? Do you agree with that?
No, what I certainly encourage is critical thinking, like anything that you can get people critical thinking. So to say, I agree, you should be saying, look, some people think this and some people think that. Let's think about how we can pass this, because I think that's the most important skill.
And then they should add in, okay, the observation of this is that we see the sun do this from Earth, and we see things that we call planets do this. But and then they should say, in no way can we observe the Earth to be moving. We assume it's moving based on
I don't think
this.
that would be a fact. I would say we've got gyros that can detect it rotating. We just can't detect its orbital velocity.
Well, you can assume that the gyro is detecting it rotating.
I don't think that's true. I think that you can come to a very high degree of probability that.
Yeah, okay, but it's still an assumption. You say it's a high.
Name a single brute fact that doesn't rely on an assumption. Short of I think, therefore I am, which is a slightly debatable one. But anything outside of I think, therefore I am. What would you
At
say?
sea level, water boils at 100 degrees.
That's a brute fact to you. That doesn't rely on any assumptions.
Nope.
What about the assumption
What
that
makes that?
the thing that you've been told is 100 degrees is actually 100 degrees, or the thing you've been given is actually water, or that you're actually at sea level?
Well, you just you get water, and you go to sea level, and you get a thermometer. It's not that hard, is it?
Right, but you're assuming, again, the thermometer is telling you the truth. Plus, there's going to be subtle variations, right?
But then you're just going, but then you're just going over the top on
bingo,
like on nothing.
Yeah, just you, X-Cells. Only you are making this thing about semantics. Things are objective. We don't have to descend into are my fingers my fingers. Why are you doing that?
Your fingers are... Say again? I didn't understand that at all.
Well, he's just putting forward the fact that you can't agree with anything because anything could be something else, right?
Sure, Earth could be flat. Don't think it is. I think the probability is very low, but it's possible that of all the ways I've looked at it and all the things I've looked at, could be, we could have false history from Captain Cook, and there could.
What about water?
Atmospheric
What about water?
That change how perspective works, so that a Pontchartrain bridge appears bent, and there could be all number of things that are confounding.
Would you agree that water takes the shape of its container? Would that be a objective fact?
No, it takes the shape of the bottom half of its container, but the top is.
That's what I mean.
So the only example you've seen is of the contrary is imaginary. You're arguing for it. I don't understand. You have objective things you've experienced in reality. When have you ever seen water curved outside of the TV?
What do you? I've never seen water flat. Like flat water is this myth that you claim to have seen, but you've never seen flat water. You've always seen a meniscus or a wave or a wobble on the surface. And if the body goes long enough, you've seen curve on it.
Well, now you're being like Bev and saying nothing can be flat. No such thing as flat.
Well, I mean, what you're doing is declaring your conclusion as true without, like the question is water curved? And you just keep going, no,
I didn't
no,
do
it's not.
anything.
It's flat.
I didn't do
Sorry,
anything.
a Ranger was. And Toby Dog and the people in the chat. But like this, I think
I'm just
is an
having a
interesting
chat.
video on a thingy. Yeah, sorry. I'm not. I shouldn't be going to town on you.
Going down on me.
No, going to town on you. Going down on you. Jesus. That got real cozy real fast. But that Soundly clip, right? Looks to me curved. I've taken a similar clip with a drone. It doesn't have a straight bridge, which makes it a bit tougher. But I see the same thing when I take my drone and I go from very high and then just go straight down. I call it my straight up and down test. You clearly see, I did it with the headlands of Sydney, you clearly see distant headlands where the waves are breaking against rocks against a cliff face. Duck and disappear behind what appears to look a lot like a hump of water. So if I just go brute facts.
Appears,
that's
so
what it
yeah,
looks like. So now we're saying water is flat but appears curved. Is that the idea?
Nah, well, when you say things disappear behind something, they appear to disappear behind something.
Yeah, looks curved. Look, they disappear behind as if it were curved. They give exactly the effect.
All right, so can that happen? Like you just said, water is never flat, so you got waves and things like that, right? So could this happen on a flat plane?
Not the way I understand perspective.
No, not your understanding of it.
Shrink to the same point.
This can happen. Yeah, this can happen on a flat plane, though. Yeah.
I don't think so. I haven't seen any good evidence to suggest it can. I've seen people take.
So you're saying if you're
a football field, but football fields have crowns. The gridiron field video, and then I've seen a guy slide a coin down a table, but he's clearly got the lens below the level of the table. It starts disappearing immediately. That's not what we see on it.
I'm not asking about that stuff, though. I'm just saying you were claiming. So if I'm at 1 foot, right, and there's a wave in front of me that's 10 meters out at 1 foot, like how much is going to be blocked on the other side?
Oh, I don't know. I can't do that trig in my head.
Well, it's flat. It's flat level, so right. So
but
that will be 1 foot.
You can't.
That will be 1 foot. Right?
You can't
so
use.
If you're at 1 foot, and you've got
of flat water to test if water's flat, right? You can't just if you're trying.
No, I wasn't saying that because it was 1 foot on a flat surface. We were at 1 foot, and there was a 1 foot wave. So,
block everything. Don't see anything after that.
Well, yeah.
At eye level now.
Well, now it's at eye level, right? If you put a 2 foot wave, yeah. But if you put a 2 foot wave, and your say your target distance is at 3 miles, right? Now, if you put a 2 foot wave in front of your 1 foot observer height at 20 meters, what do you think that's going to block 3 miles away? It's going to block the shoreline, right? We don't need to do the math, but it's going to block the shoreline, isn't it? So if you take your drone and you go up higher, you're going to increase your angular view, right?
Yeah.
So you're going to see the shore
fine
again.
information. Yeah,
So,
it's that's
like
not
I
what it
said,
looks like to me. Like, look at the
yeah,
Pontchartrain
can
thing.
it
Are you
happen
saying
on
that's
a
a
flat?
wave?
I know I'm driving. I'm not looking at the screen.
Oh, so I'll describe it to you. It's soundly's taken what I assume to be a drone photo, but it could equally be taken from a glass
All right,
elevator.
I'm on the freeway, so I'll have a look.
It's fine. No. Don't have a look. Don't have a look on the freeway. Jeez, you kill me on
That's
my
all
motorbike
right.
if we're ever passing one another. It's like taken from 150 meters, and the drone just drops straight down. You get what starts at the very first frame like a subtly bending bridge, but then as it drops, clearly the whole other side of the bridge, starting with the other side and then creeping along the bridge, is hidden behind what appears for all the world to be a gradual curve. If it was a wave, I would expect that wave to be highest at basically a single point, and the with a radius of like 2 foot or something, like a tiny little radius of a wave, and then it would be visible, and then suddenly cut off by the wave. Whereas what this is cut off like it's disappearing behind a ball. And that's where I like, if somebody says water's flat, I'm like, well, what's going on there? What's that? And it could be visual effects, right? It could be bendy light. But
I like
saying
that.
is dealing with the unknowns again, right? So to say it's just a fact that water's flat is like, I don't know, it seems like avoiding the discussion.
It's a good clip. I like that one.
Yeah, it's a very strong one, I think. That's why I don't really use my drone shot, because it shows the same effect, but because it's just like beaches with headlands that are all uneven, you've got to kind of, you don't have that straight ruler in the middle of the shot to... People who are homeowners in the room or just know more about stuff than me, why would a sudden downpour of rain make my house start to smell like poo? Is it a me problem? It's
Have you got a
obviously me.
spare? Have you got a spare bathroom that you don't use?
Yes.
Yeah. So when the pressure changes, it'll take all the water out of your traps. So go and fill up the shower and the basin from the other bathroom you don't use.
Thank you very much. That's perfect.
No worries. That'll be $200. Thank you.
That's clearly flat. This man knows how water works.
It's just a change in pressure, and then if the wind goes past your vent, it'll push all the water out of your traps.
And that only works because of globe dart.
Well, certainly seems to use the vector of down, doesn't it? How does water get flat? What is the force creating a flat surface?
Gravity, obviously.
Yeah. So the real question is about the vector of down rather than horizontal. Right, if the vectors of down are parallel, then the equipotential, water will try to get to equipotential, won't it? And that'll be perpendicular to that. So if all of the vectors of down are parallel, then the surface of water or heavy gas or whatever you want will be flat. But if those vectors of down point in, then it will be curved. If they point out, it'll be concave.
Back to flat Earth wrap really quick. That wrapper we were thinking of is ODD, right?
That's the one.
I just spent like 20 minutes trying to figure it out.
He had some really good documentaries back in the day. Really well produced. I heard you talking with AJ. Was it last night?
Yeah, last night.
Hmm.
Good man, I
So,
like AJ. You're pretty good too.
oh, he's a legend. Yeah, good. It's like every time. So, were you guys talking about a ring laser gyro or something else?
I was just talking about gyros in general, gyros that are precise enough to detect Earth's rotation. So ring lasers are included, yeah. We were sort of touching on that.
So, what do you mean precise enough? Is that like, yeah?
Well, it's
a
like
gyro
if I was trying to measure a
it.
width of a hair, I wouldn't use a classroom ruler. You know, you get a device that's precise enough to know how thick the hair is, because otherwise you're going to go, I don't know, something under a millimeter. But right, you get a tiny little micrometer or something, you go, oh, now I've got the right device to measure the width of a human hair.
So do these gyros always show 15 degrees per hour?
Pretty much, yeah. Even if they're poorly calibrated. The point I was making is, if the calibration's the issue, then put it out of calibration, which, like with the gyro compass, FE Core did, put it at the wrongest latitude and wrongest speed they could, and they couldn't get it to point north incorrectly by more than 6 degrees or something like that. I forget. You'll have to play the video.
So would in calibration mean that it's set for 15 degrees per hour?
No. Because if you think it's set for 15 degrees per hour, say I buy a gyro from the shop.
Yeah.
If to set it for 15 degrees per hour, that gyro would have to know what due north-south was. So it would need to know what orientation the device was in relation to the Earth.
Wouldn't the compass gyro do that?
But no. So just let me finish what I'm saying. In order to plug in to calibrate it with the 15 degrees per hour, because it's not just 15 degrees per hour, it is a specific speed, which is at 15 degrees per hour. But a slightly more impressive thing is there's a single axis, which is a line along which any body rotates, right? If there's a rotating body, it can have only one axis of rotation. And it's detecting that axis among infinite choices and that speed amongst infinite choices. And even a poorly calibrated one will get it pretty much bang on. So you won't find a device that can be so poorly calibrated that it says we're turning northwards at 400 degrees an hour, right? Doing 1 and a bit revolutions an hour. They'll all cluster pretty closely around 15 degrees per hour. You can get them a bit higher and a bit lower if you get a dodgy gyro or it's not been calibrated very well.
So lower or higher is dodgy because it doesn't read 15 degrees per hour.
It's just a tolerance of any measurement device, right? Same as that's my point about you wouldn't use a schoolroom.
But your standard's 15 degrees per hour.
What do you mean my standard is? Oh yeah, that's
well, for,
like
in order for you
precisely.
To say,
yeah, precise one. Or we bang on that number
because that's what it should be, right?
Well, that's what it's detecting. What I'm saying is the calibration. You never tell.
But what if
part of
it's
the
not
calibrating a gyro? You don't, to my knowledge, tell it what north is, right? And yet it will produce that information. So if I were calibrating it with 15 degrees per hour, I would have to tell it not just that speed, but which direction to say it's turning in. And I can set up a gyro, like you can check it, like just check the device, look at it all over and go, is there any part of this device aside from the spinning mass? And that would have to be something that finds due north, which I don't know of any other way to do it, right? And so the user of the device won't know what due north is. And the device itself can only find due north by spinning up these masses. And then it doesn't make sense at that point to say, oh, it's the calibration that told it that. It's like, well, the calibration didn't know that. Right? The calibration, at least for the gyro compass, is just what's your latitude, what's your speed.
I'm going to have to... I've got to look into this.
But for ring lasers...
It's interesting.
Yeah, I think it's one of the strongest. It's like gyros, by their design, detect rotation.
So they detect perceived rotation. So they detect an assumption of rotation, right? Because they don't. You can't say they detect rotation.
What does that mean, though? The assumption's in my brain. Like, I can assume I'm rotating.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
That.
But you can't 100% confirm that it is detecting the Earth spin. You can't say that.
Well, what do you think it is detecting?
I didn't ask you that. I asked you a question.
You that.
I just told you I need to look into it because I don't know enough about it. I'm just asking you, like, there's no way that you can possibly know that what its drift is picking up the Earth's rotation. There's no way you can possibly say
100% certain, but I just put it in a very, very high probability. If we look up at the stars and we go, it could be that they're rotating around us or that we're rotating within them. There's obviously other options as well, like we're both rotating very quickly, but the stars are rotating at a little bit of a different speed, so they appear to be going eastward. But right, so there's confounding variables. But if we go, the two most probable are stars stationary rotating Earth or rotating Earth stationary stars. Whichever. I think I said it wrong, but
yeah, you said the same thing. But I know what you mean.
Between those, where you go, what's a quick and dirty test I can do? To pick between those, I think the easiest is like, well, what other devices could detect if a body is rotating and won't be affected by lights moving overhead? And to me, the best answer is a mechanical gyro.
Mechanical gyro, yeah.
Yeah, because I get the argument people make, Bob's idea about ether, where if the stars are light and the gyro works on light, then if there was some sort of field through which light was moving and that field itself were rotating around the Earth, it still would mean a spherical Earth, but it might preclude the possibility of that spherical Earth rotating. So that's fine. That's why I lean to the mechanical gyros like the gyro compass. Mechanical gyro compass, they've got them in optics as well.
The mechanical gyro compass is without any electronics.
No, they've got to have motors to spin it up. But I mean, it's not using optics. It's not getting its measurement. Its reading isn't coming from an interference pattern with light, which is how the fiber optic gyros and ring laser gyros work.
So with a mechanical compass mechanical gyro compass, how many bits on it pieces are spinning? So okay, you've got the one that's spinning horizontally, right?
Vertically, I think it is. I think
Vertically, so it's just
the
vertically.
mass. Yeah. So my understanding is the mass spins vertically, and it's on the axle, and the axle is trying to align with north-south. So it's sort of being pulled around. Like you can imagine, you've seen those physics lectures where like they get a bicycle wheel and the person holds it straight up and there's no torque. And then if you tilt it a bit to the right, you'll spin around to the right.
Yeah, and they're standing on a disc that spins. Yeah, and so you turn it left, and then you start going around in circles. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's slightly like that. In that it's then the gyro has a torque applied to it. If it's north-south axis, the axle that goes through the mass that the mass is spinning on, it gets out of kilter if that axle, isn't aligned with the rotation of Earth, north-south. And my point about it is like even with the calibration and stuff, there are infinite possible axes and infinite possible speeds going clock and counterclock. So that is infinity times infinity options, and they all cluster around this really particular number of 15 degrees an hour towards the east.
Does do you always spin the gyro in the same direction?
I Googled that one time and found that some will spin the other way, but I don't think it's the case that you could get a gyro that works by spinning one way and then just reverse the polarity and have it spin the other way and it would still work. I don't know what it would do in that case. I suspect behave very strangely, but I even asked that of IB Hunter, who I learnt most of what I know about gyro compasses from, and he was like, I don't know what that would do. It could get a reading where north is south and south is north, but he didn't think it would. He was like, I just think it'll behave very strangely and swing around against its bump stops and just generally be weird.
So most spin in the same direction.
I think so, yeah. I think the idea is...
Now, does that correlate with the same spin of the 15 degrees per hour? Or does it spin an opposite way?
I think the same. Let me just
same
ask
way.
this. I'm guessing
like a drift. Yeah.
So would you agree that if Earth was a rotating spherical body, that must be able to be detected with gyroscopes? Would you agree with that?
I don't know, because then anything that's not attached to the Earth would act in exactly the same way.
Yeah, but would you agree, like a plane...
Then you could jump on an aeroplane and you could fly against the spin of the Earth and get to a place very quickly,
Yeah, so that's an interesting test that I've quite liked the idea of, which is get a fiber optic gyro and catch a flight from like Ghana to, somewhere in the South America, just some line along the equator.
So east to west.
As you possibly can. Yeah.
Yeah.
And be doing it, west to east, I think it is. No,
okay. Yeah.
Whichever, to essentially be cancelling the rotation of the Earth. And then that could be the test that some people talk about, which is like now the gyro should measure zero or very close to it.
Okay. So you're saying at a latitude where the Earth's spin is the same speed as an aeroplane.
Yeah, basically.
Gotcha.
So if it followed a line of latitude and went and cancelled the spin of the Earth, what a gyro should detect on that flight is that it wasn't rotating eastward at 15 degrees per hour. That the plane was remaining true to its original orientation once it reached cruising altitude.
That would be interesting. And then you'd have to do exactly the same back the same way. Yeah?
Yeah, and then you should get 30 degrees per hour.
Yeah.
Flying eastward. Flying eastward, you should be getting 30 degrees per hour, and flying westward, you should be getting 0 degrees per hour if you got the latitude and the plane speed matched.
That would be really interesting. So you'd say that if you spun up a gyro, put it in a plane, then you fly over a curved surface, that you would see no change in the gyroscope, right?
Yeah, because essentially, like
Because
getting a desktop globe and holding your finger above it over a point, and then turning the globe underneath it, your finger is still pointing in the same orientation it was.
yeah, because
Whereas,
your straight up is the line of gravity to the center of the ball. Yeah.
So
it would just keep on correcting, right? Like it's not changing at all.
yeah, it would just detect zero rotation.
Well, I mean, not even rotation. I'm just thinking of difference in angle. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
If
what
you
a gyro
fly
change in angle.
1 degree every 69 miles, right? Correct.
Yeah, exactly.
Just autocorrect.
Yeah.
So then we'd have to come to an agreement that a gyroscope would act the same way, whether it be on a curved surface or a flat surface.
Only in that specific scenario, right? So a
Yeah, because you're not
surface, the
detecting
plane should
rotation.
never.
You're just detecting an angle change.
Yeah, but a plane flying in any other direction, so a plane
Is a
flying south,
pussy.
for example,
Crit
should be
is a
detecting.
pussy. Crit is a pussy. Crit is
Just
a
get over it, man. I know he's hurt
is a
you.
pussy.
Just get over it.
So yeah, like a plane
Pussy.
flying south should detect the nose dropping down as it flies south. So that's a change in angular orientation, which would be a degree per 69 or 60 nautical miles.
Yeah, but you
And
wouldn't
it
be
should
able to
detect
read
an
it.
eastward rotation. No, you would. You should read both. The ring laser gyro would read both. The end of the trip, it would say its nose finished in a different orientation to how it started in terms of dipping down southwards, and its wings tipped over to the east.
All right, so the ring laser gyroscope would stay in the same position that it left. Say it left the tarmac, you set it up, then would stay in that position so that you can read an angular change of that gyroscope. No?
No. So the ring laser doesn't use the same idea of spinning masses, creating inertia. So it works just by the interference pattern thing, but it still works in terms of detecting change in angular orientation.
So that's what I need to read about. Ring laser gyroscope. I'll be back in a sec. Does anyone want to talk to Eggshells? I'll be back in 2 minutes.
all right.
Welcome. I hope all is well with everyone. Stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
Do you have roid rage?
What's that?
There's a guy called Roid Loaded Clit Juice.
Oh, I see. I think we've met that person before. Respawn.
I don't know what to call him. Maybe we'll just call him Clit Juice. Hey, Clit Juice.
RLC. Seems to be a little mic shy. Welcome.
What's up? What's going on in here?
Quiet.
What's up?
Sounds a little quiet, man.
You're coming
Yeah.
in a bit quiet too, dude.
It's speculation Sunday, man. What are you guys speculating about?
We were waiting for you to kick it off.
All right. The Earth's flat.
That's an observation.
Not a speculation, correct.
Yeah. The horizon's an observation.
That's right.
Or the way I'd really like to put it, the horizontal horizon is the observation.
That's awesome, man. Did you get your health shit figured out, man? Are y'all good?
Same shit, different day, man. I'll be all right.
All right.
You know how people get pissed off when they're like, oh, QE, all his arguments are just based on definitions. It's like, well, bitch, go out and get your own definitions and cite them. You know what I mean?
Well, I say
Do
that.
you ever
I
do
say
that?
that to him.
But
I think that
do you ever do
point
that?
but I think the point of definitions in debate is that you can agree to them, right? So for the purposes of this discussion, this is what we mean by this. And if we have a disagreement, you can then come up with two new terms where you go, well, your version of mass and my version of mass. But otherwise, if you just go, I've got a book that gives this definition of the surface of water or mass or whatever, therefore your definition is false, that's an argument from authority, right? It's saying Oxford or Webster or Google or whoever you got the definition from decided what mass is, and anybody who doesn't agree with them is wrong because they're the authority, right?
That's not the issue.
Authority.
The issue is that mathematics is not a force, and neither are frames of reference. Neither of those are forces.
What?
That's the problem.
I don't think that
Mathematics
really
is not
speaks
a
for the-
force, and your frame
Nobody
of
said it
reference
did.
is not a force. I'm talking about gravity here, buddy. Math is
Pretty
not
true,
a force, and neither is your frame of reference. That's kind of a pretty big problem.
I agree with both of those things. I don't know why you're saying them to me. Mathematics isn't a force. Who said maths was a force? Who said something close to that?
Yeah, I'm telling you that the entire concept of the four-dimensional manifold is fictitious.
Manifold?
Yeah, the four-dimensional manifold of space-time is fictitious. So the entire concept of gravity, the requirement for your worldview, is non-existent.
Sure, I don't really require it. It's just observe things falling down. That's enough for me. I'm fine. I can stipulate.
You observe a
It doesn't change the fact
horizontal
that-
horizon.
But the point I was making to Oblivion is to argue by definition is an argument from authority, right? It can work in some subsets where you're going, well, we're in law and law has defined the term murder or fraud or something like that. Therefore, if we agree that the remit of what we're talking about is legal and within a specific jurisdiction, then you must agree that the unjustified taking of another life is murder. But
And here's
if
why,
we
because
don't
yes is
agree on the
yes.
definition,
Yes
it
is
doesn't
yes and
work
no
to
is
just
no. And
say,
at no
well, my
point,
definition wins. It's avoiding.
at
the
no
argument
point
by
does
using
yes become no. At no point does no become yes. Yes is yes and no is no, always.
Cool point. Again, was that in response to something I said, or are you just making these things up?
I hear you, Eggs.
No, this is directly to you.
Okay.
Eggs.
I just don't follow it, really. It doesn't seem to follow the conversation.
I know you don't follow. I digress.
But you get what I'm saying, Oblivion.
So then there goes my point. Then come back with your own definition. Now, with a citation, right? Now,
yeah.
The listeners hear this and have to judge for themselves, don't they? Now, too often people come in and they get QE'd, right? And they do it and the same guys get it done to them over and over and over again.
Over and over.
Now, why don't they just spend a little time and come back with a proper citation that refutes it or has a different definition? Then everyone listening might just go like, hey, shit, right?
I didn't know
What's
that.
going on?
Yeah,
What's going on here?
It's a good point, Oblivion. Good point, brother.
Yeah, like I'm happy to use his definition of the that mass is like, well, I think he misses part of it, where generally what the definition of mass is in two parts.
Well,
and it
he's
is
not.
the first part is it's the amount of matter in a given space or something like that. Amount of matter is fundamental to it. And then it says
not
it
like
is defined
12.
by its resistance to acceleration, in that it is defined in physics as something that would take a force to move it, to accelerate it, sorry.
Now, are you questioning a citation he posted or his interpretation of a citation?
No, for that one, he just gets to the end and he goes, and I'm like, fine, yep, mass is resistance to acceleration. And then he says, well, that means F equals ma means force equals resistance to acceleration times acceleration. And it's like, well, yeah, you've just put F equals ma back into the, like, you can move, like we get, I remember school algebra where if you get a thing F equals ma and ma is on one side, but you want to know what m is, you can go, okay, well, I'm going to divide both sides by both sides by a. So now m equals force over acceleration. Now I've got the meaning of a. You can then go, well, if that's what a is, then F equals m times by F over a. It's like, okay, like we can do that, but why would you do that? Why would you? The point is to make sense of the world, and he just finishes his whole proof with deliberately not making sense, deliberately confounding the point, and like reusing the definition back in the formula, as if that somehow shows that the formula is false or that the whole conception of mass is false. And I just think it starts with an argument by definition. But you can agree to the definition and he still fucks it.
I've heard that before many times, and I'll admit it was a little over my head, so I disregarded it. So I don't hold any weight to it. I guess
it's a fundamental one, because the F equals ma is, like, I would say, pretty much the most basic building block of physics.
It's God.
It's God. And from all of that comes other things, such as, like, the second law of thermodynamics is describing what happens to mass as it trends towards disorder. It's fundamental to pressure, right? Pressure is a force exerted on the walls of a container. That is describing F equals ma. It's saying that the mass of the molecules moving in one direction, when they bounce back, when they change orientation off the edges of off the walls of a container, are imparting a force. So it's core to all physics. And so to disagree with F equals ma is fine, but that necessitates that the rest of physics is thrown out with it. There's not much left in physics if F doesn't equal ma.
Hello?
And so it's that, to me, is part of it. You can't sort of use definitions from a field that requires F to equal ma and declare that somebody's got to agree with something like relativity and stuff like that when you disagree with the basic tenets that got you there.
I'm pretty sure most bridges work. Not all of them, but most of them. At least for a while.
Sure. Yeah, and they'll be built using that same idea of forces, right? How many cars and trucks going across it? That's going to be a downward force. If they all brake at the same time, that's going to be a shearing force. How much, resistance to force do we need for these pillars to withstand that?
Oh, damn. I remember this one bridge that didn't work, and they were boasting because it was all DEI, and it was a all-feminine, all-female bridge. They all designed it, and it collapsed.
No.
It's like, oh, shit.
Yeah.
Imagine that.
That was brutal. Yeah. It was like,
How long ago was
and it
this?
was also, if I remember the story, it was like San Francisco or somewhere. They built a like pedestrian overpass, and partly because of the DA, so it was like a full team of female engineers built the bridge. But then, like during construction, obviously all the dudes pouring the concrete and stuff are men, and they are like, "Yeah, I'm not sure about this load bearing capacity," and they're like, "Pish posh, what do you know? You're not an engineer." And then like they were doing structural visits afterwards and being like, "There is cracking developing in this. This is going to collapse." And it appeared, at least my reading of it, it appeared like the university didn't want to admit that the bridge was faulty because it would sort of undermine this entire, like they'd made a big point of building this bridge with women. So people died because it was just fucked. Because did it kill people? I think it did. I think it landed on a car or something when it went.
This was years ago.
Yeah, it's a few years ago. And I just heard today that, remember that helicopter, that Black Hawk? That helicopter that smashed right into that airplane? Killed, God, hundreds, some people.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, the pilot, disobeyed orders. It was like, deviate left, turn left, turn left, turn left. And she was like, no.
But didn't it, I thought that was blamed eventually on the Black Hawk because it didn't have its transponder on, so they didn't know anything was there.
Nah, they were hiding the information for
they had
quite
radar
a while, till nobody cared anymore. And now that nobody cares, they're releasing the information that the co-pilot was like, our co-pilot was an instructor,
right?
And said, yes, deviate left. The tower is saying go left, and she repeatedly disregarded.
Wow, that's terrible.
That tracks.
Yeah.
Did you hear the audio on that yet? Or you just read it?
No, I saw a video on it and they were repeating what was said.
Interesting.
Pedestrian bridge, 6 deaths, 10 non-fatal.
Hello.
Yeah,
Hello,
they can't have
Flamingo.
all women engineers from San Francisco University done fucked up, man. They couldn't admit it. No, hell no. Yeah.
May I bring forth the topic?
Please. Make it earth.
Eggs, you said you mentioned force equals mass times acceleration, right? Are you like stuck to that? Is that like the dogma?
Fucking topic we were on, yeah.
I don't know about dogma, but I think it's a
new
foundational.
topic.
It's definitionally true in physics. So that's how force and mass get their definition. So I don't think you need description of force. Now, I also ignore anything outside the solar system.
Right.
And I don't think there's any meaningful way to discuss force or mass without that, without adhering to that definition.
But
I don't think it's dogmatic to say.
Okay, it's not the gospel, but it seems to work, right?
Well, it's not that. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not. I'm not trying to say it seems to work or it describes reality because it's a definition.
God.
So definitions don't define reality. We define words to describe reality. So that's what I think it is. It's a definition to describe reality. But
right, it's a mathematical.
If you just suddenly said F equals 2ma, that doesn't mean anything about reality is going to change. You're just going to now have something that now mass is worth half as much and acceleration is worth half as much as before. Right, it's just not going to...
I do have a contention there because I have been taking pictures of the cosmos for quite a while now.
Mm-hmm.
I have a nice telescope, nice rig. I paid a lot of money for. Right? So I've taken pictures of the Orion Nebula, right? And I know how to use the stacking software. I know how to use the contrast software. Well, I can't remember the name of the software. But look, the picture that I've taken of the Orion Nebula is fairly close to the picture I've seen of the Orion Nebula, like from the 50s. Like nothing's changed. So if we're talking force equals mass times acceleration, if we're talking the Newtonian gravity, shouldn't if we are if we are to believe that Orion is the remnants of a star that's exploded, it would be expanding, so it would have changed, right? Or let's say with gravity, it would have contracted a bit. But the pictures that I can take today seem to be the same as the pictures that were taken 50, 60 years ago, and not much, not that I can tell, has changed.
Does this relate to the force thing, or is this a different topic? I think it's an okay topic, but
I think
just
it's
want to understand if it's the same one.
kind of on the same path, but
Like, yeah, I get what you're saying with that, but to me, that's like saying I took a photo of a baby, and then I got a multiple snapshot. I took 15 photos in half a second, and baby didn't look any older in the last photo to the first.
well,
on
that's
those
a
time scales, it
that's a
won't.
shitty
You can have
analogy,
things
bro. That's-
moving
that's-
very fast, but if you only have a small snapshot to view them, then
Well, it's not just Orion Nebula as well. I mean, you can look at. I also have. I've taken pictures of the galaxy Andromeda, right? And I've compared my pictures of the Andromeda galaxy to pictures from plate solving, old glass plate solving back in like the fucking early 1920s, right? And it's the
1920.
exact same fucking photo. It's not. I thought these things are rotating. Shouldn't we see some sort of change in these things?
Jupiter's moons.
Sure, a very
Jupiter's
tiny amount
moons.
over a very
All you
long
get.
period. Yes, extraordinary.
Jupiter's moons. That's all you get, man. Sorry.
But like, if you lived your whole life within a fraction of a second, you would scoff at the idea that there are seasons. Right,
Yeah, man,
you
we're
need
moving
enough
thousands,
time to
millions
make
of miles an hour,
judgments
bro.
of things. It's just
We're
the same
fucking
point
spinning,
again. I won't be
shooting
able to make it
through
any
shit,
clearer.
Fucking hundreds of thousands of miles an hour, millions. Yeah, okay. Nothing's changed in 50 years or 100 years.
50 shit, 100 years.
100 years, right? Nothing's changed. What's
It's
up?
like
with that?
the goddamn nebula looks the same 100 years ago when you were using fucking double stack plate solving fucking
Yeah, so
techniques.
That's not true. You can like dig them up on Wikipedia and stuff. Stars have proper motion, and if you find a list of them, I bet you'll find a list that is ordered by the stars with the most proper motion, and they are in a different spot to where they were hundreds of years ago. Only by a very, very, very small amount, but they are moving. The question you need to ask is, would I be able to perceive that?
No.
Right?
You can't.
How would you know that? How would you be
Well,
able
I mean,
to trust
the
100-year-old
speeds we're
photograph
told
of
that
a
this
star?
shit is moving is
Yeah, we have to
like
take the
something that
story.
you would obviously notice some sort of change. Like I should see the nebula, the Orion Nebula, either expanding more and dissipating,
No
or collapsing back into,
Yeah, it's weird, man. It's a great question. Thanks for bringing that up, man. I love that one.
Well, I mean, I'm an astronomer. I'm an amateur astronomer, right? Like I take pictures of the cosmos, right? And it just looks the same that it looked fucking 100 years ago when they was using old techniques to take these pictures.
Come back 1,000 years and
I
let
think
us
you
know
did
what you
some.
see.
I think you did some live streaming recently. Geos, or was it here? Earth Awakenings, or here? I don't remember. Weren't you live streaming some stuff recently? The moon, something. I don't know. Maybe not.
By the way, I was joking.
I would tell you this: I have saw a noticeable difference between the Great Red Spot and Jupiter.
So what would you
Right,
compare?
like-
what would you?
And I've taken these pictures. I've taken pictures of Jupiter for fucking the last 15 years, like once a year at least. I've noticed a change in the Great Red Spot, so I do think it's a.
Okay.
Yeah, how big?
I do think it's some sort of solid object or something, not necessarily solid, but some sort of super fluid that's moving around.
Spherical shaped superfluid.
I mean, I don't know. I can't go there and take a scoop of it.
How the fuck are you gonna know that? That's a shitty question.
No, I'm asking if he thinks he's saying it's superfluid. I'm saying, do you think it is of spherical shape? I can tell something's spherical before I touch it.
It looks spherical.
I mean, it appears from my vantage point that it is spherical.
Yeah, so Occam's razor would go probably spherical then, unless we've got other evidence that confounds.
You don't know that for sure, but Occam's razor says.
Yeah, but it's self-evident that there's no life on that, right? There's no life on Jupiter, right? Which is or Mars, which we can see, or the Moon, which we can see with our own two eyes, and they all look spherical. So everything that we can see that looks spherical does not. There's no
trees, man.
Like detectable life, or even trees, like you said, or fucking microbes or anything.
Fucking ocean, river, snow, lake. You know, a couple of bitchin' ass mountain with snow on them. Yeah, no trees, no fucking trees in space.
Bro, no trees in space.
No, not a one. They're all down here, man, where we live. Check them out. I love trees. I don't know about you guys.
I love trees. That's what I love about my new house. Just nestled in the trees. Every window is just full of trees.
Trees can be dangerous. They get a little big, man. Be careful. The wind blows, man.
You can smoke them. Smoke them trees.
Be careful with trees, man.
You know,
I'll let you know when I see considerable change in these nebula.
Let me know if you get any trees too, man. What were you saying, Oblivion?
Yeah, I was going to say, Egg said earlier he could tell something spherical before he touches it. So
Right.
I was thinking, yeah, that reminds me. Today I went to pick up a spherical tennis ball.
Yeah.
Turned out it was only half of.
But so that's a good example. That's why when I look at spheres, I virtually never go, maybe that's a concave thing playing a trick on me. Because how often does that, in your reality,
it's happened a few times.
The only time I've ever seen something that is concave look like it's convex is when it is specifically designed and also quite often boxed in a way that you can only observe it from a specific angle. And the only design of the object is to appear concave when it's convex.
I've seen some lamp gauge.
It's not, I don't see that, like I don't go reaching for bowls in the cupboard thinking, oh, this is concave and this is convex and it's concave, right? Every time I see a bowl, I go, yep, that's convex. And when I see a ball, basketball, tennis ball,
I'm going to give you like a 90.
globe.
I'll give you 95% on that. But I was at a restaurant once, man, and there was this light across the way, man, and I swore it was fucking round.
Yeah.
That's a fucking sphere, man. I know it is. I'm just a light. It was a light shade. It was hanging over the tables.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, shit, man, that looks fucking. And then when I got up to it, no, it was concave. And I was like, okay.
Sure. But I wouldn't put that at 95. Yeah. So I'm saying that does happen.
95%.
Right. But I would go, that's fewer than, like, how many spheres have you seen in your life before you see one restaurant having a concave thing that appears convex?
Right? Billions. I played golf. I was on the tennis team.
It's like 1 in a million objects. So yeah, I'd give it like, that's my guess anyway. 1 in a million objects that appear spherical.
Million, but it's probably like 20,000 or something. Maybe.
And then that can almost always be solved by going, how does the shadow hit it? Because when it's concave, the shadow hits at the opposite side to what it should, right?
Yep.
And so then you go, oh, bingo, right? If I hold another sphere up to this, is the shadow on the correct side? Or if I can know where the light source is the shadow opposite side to the light source?
Right.
And if that's the side that's lit, you just go, oh, bingo, now I've sorted it. That's concave, that's convex.
Yeah, but the shadow on, yeah, you're right. Yep, I've tested that out here in my front yard, man. But the shadow itself could never be smaller than the object.
Yes. It's another good one for testing the distance to the sun, I think.
Yeah.
Which is look out the plane window, and if you're lucky enough, it's not actually that lucky. You can find it if you're just sitting on the right side of the plane and look around long enough. You can find the shadow of the plane. And just go, how big is the plane shadow?
You can mathematically.
Hello.
You can
just with your
mathematically
eyes.
work out some shit. The distance of the
Yeah.
sun. Which,
And then if you,
Hello?
if you go, well,
hold on, man. We're talking.
there might be a new Glober. Could be fun.
You
Fuck
take
it. Let's do it.
What? I want you to
All right.
flashback this
Who's
Mongo.
Who's the new Glober?
You
Tell
want
us why you think you live on a
flashback right
skinny
now.
wobbly ball.
He's gone
Hello,
already.
bro.
Come on, eggs. Flashback.
That's what you happen. That's what happens when you put fuckwits like eggshells before others.
No, he was in here earlier and he goes, hello, hello. And then he disappeared because nobody talked to him. Now you talk to him.
I mean, there's no point in like making fun of each other. Let's just have a reasonable debate, please.
Making fun. I'm not making fun. I'm just stating a fucking fact. Dishonest pricks like eggshells shouldn't be welcome here. I can't believe you just want to talk to him. But go ahead. Fucking ruin your fucking brain cells listening to his.
I mean, how do I know you're not dishonest?
Fucking mate, don't worry about it. You don't know the story, so don't worry about it, man. You sound all right.
All right, I'm
You
sure
sound
he's been dishonest.
I'm sure that the guys can have a friendly conversation with you. Eggshells is a weasel, coward, lying piece of shit.
Well, I get it. I'm sure Eggs, he's a Glober, dude, so I'm sure he's a lying.
Oh, that's got nothing to do with it, bro.
He hates me for a different reason. I can't quite tell what. He hasn't told me why. Just very upset with me for some reason.
You guys know I come a few hours a night, hang out. Whoever's in here, I'll talk to them. What do you got? I don't have a beef with you, eggs, other than
No,
you know. But
I get him with most
I don't know. If there's a backstory, I don't know. I trust.
Yeah, I don't know it either.
Man.
I'm new to the
usually just
server.
me saying what I think. I don't really generally
know
get into
what
the game of
backstory-
insulting or.
Other than
No, that's fair. I should allow people to experience themselves just how much of a fucking lying piece of shit he is.
I think there's enough poison in the well. We're all clear of your views.
yeah, I've listened to eggs over the years. Come up with some serious bullshit. That at least it's scientific bullshit, even though most of the scientific community would agree with it. But there's other scientists say, yeah, all full of shit. This is fucked up. And you like to stick
I
to
don't
the
think I go very
mainstream. You're a
science
mainstream
angle.
dude, man.
Yeah, I'm pretty.
And whatever
mainstream. I think
the
that's
mainstream says, man, you're gonna buy it, bro. Go for it, man.
Yeah.
Knock
That's
yourself
pretty
out.
accurate. Like,
But
used to be like a moon landing denier and all the rest, and then gave it all
Now
up.
you-
The 9/11
wait.
thing.
you looked at the moon landing and you said, what? It's fake.
I just
For how
felt
many
like
years?
a good
How many
couple
years?
of years. I
Couple
thought
of
it was
years.
Fake.
Well, which video convinced you it was fucking spot on?
Well,
Which-
one of my tricks was stop watching videos. But one of the main thing that convinced me is was
that was the
going out
whole
and doing
thing.
a
That was on
test.
television, bro. It was on TV. It was broadcast to the entire world. It's the most biggest fucking thing that ever happened in human history.
I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean it's fake, right? Because it's on TV.
Well,
bingo.
But it looks so
Otherwise, it's
shitty.
auto hoaxing, right?
That's all I'm saying.
Because the
man.
mainstream says it, therefore it's false.
And you won't admit it looks like shit, and that sucks,
Oh,
man.
no, I do think it looks. There are many sus bits about it, but I just started testing some of them, and then was like, oh,
Yeah.
hang on, the tests don't do what the tests don't do what the people claim. So, like one that I got into it with some guy on some discussion forum.
Did you
was about
do it, or
how
did like
the person
Mythbusters?
took a photo? Buzz or one of them took a photo, and his head is really lightly on the shadow on the ground in front of him. You can see his shadow perfectly outlined, and the light is pointing like a spotlight in a theater is
Yep.
pointing straight at
I
his
know
head.
the
And I was like,
photo. I know the photo.
I've been
Go
in
ahead.
theaters. I know what a spotlight looks like, and people are like, why would you have a concentration of light right near your head? That doesn't make any sense. So it's obviously a
I
spotlight
don't know.
shining just on him. And somebody went, just go outside and take a photo. And I was like, okay,
There you go.
seems like a pretty easy test. So I did. Sure enough, I had the same halo from the sun. And I was like, that was the thing that made me start being like, I thought I'd tested these things. And I was the one who kept saying, test it, test it, test it. But I actually hadn't. And so then tested a few more. Obviously not flags flapping in a vacuum chamber. I wasn't doing that, but
Well, did you
Yeah, a few
test?
others.
Did you test gas pressure?
Did you test gas pressure? I'm going to guess you haven't, just as a wild guess.
Without a container.
What do you mean?
Without a
No, yeah, gas pressure without a container.
That's the one.
Did you
Yeah, I'm gonna guess
achieve
you
that?
haven't. I
Oh no, I mean,
bingo.
you have to have gas
Nobody's
pressure.
achieved that. That's
But
why
it
You have
seems
to have
you've
a
reached
container.
That's
Sure,
why we
and it
bring it
seems
up.
you've reached a conclusion about it without having tested it either. So
I've
here we
tried.
are.
What?
both
The
confused on
gas pressure doesn't require a container?
you're admitting you haven't tested it either, right?
Dude,
Do you
I
have a
can't even-
tire on your car?
I've tried many times to test it, and damn it, it always required a.
Fuck, dude, I
Yeah,
did.
so I'm going to suggest, I'm going to take a stab here, Oblivion.
Nobody's
'cause
ever
I've asked this
tested
of many
this
flat
shit.
earthers.
Nobody.
And what they do is they test in a way that pressure would
get
be
your
required.
fucking giant paintbrush out of here, man. Get your fucking. You can't.
Yeah, where's your
all
gas
flat earth,
pressure, man?
all globers.
they-
Well,
believe
there's
it's the
no,
globe.
so there's no barrier between here and Everest, but the air pressure's dropping. Where's the barrier? How can pressure be different at two different altitudes?
How can
without a barrier?
pressure drop? Are you asking how
Yeah.
can pressure drop?
No.
Well, we're discussing pressure differentials, aren't we?
Well, in order to have a differential, you have to have pressure.
Right.
Yeah, there's nowhere where there's zero pressure, so that's moot. Pressure's everywhere.
What are you talking
It's a question of
about?
how much pressure is there?
Yeah,
We're having the same
to have
discussion.
pressure at all. You're using the word pressure
Oh fuck. I don't
in
want
pressure differential.
shit tonight. Fuck that.
So I'm not allowed to use the word pressure while having a discussion about pressure? Oh, that doesn't make any sense.
Well, you have to have a container. It has to have something to press on.
Yeah, you're right, T-Dub. Get the fuck out of here. All right. Good luck.
Yeah, I'm out.
All right. So yeah.
I think you chased the other guy out of here, Flat Earth Dude.
Yeah, but to me to do a test, you've got to be able to. The condition is the test must be able to show that I'm wrong. If the only thing you're doing is going, hey, can I get gas pressure if I do have a container? That's not a test of whether you need a container. Right? The question is, can I get a gas pressure differential without a container? The answer is obviously yes. Plenty of places you can find higher and lower pressure with no barrier between them. Right? It's also why, again, that only comes from an argument from definition, and other definitions don't necessitate a container. They just necessitate molecules colliding. And if you use atmospheric pressure, it doesn't mention a container at all. It mentions gravity. So if we're concluding our worldview based on definitions, then if we use the right word, which is atmospheric pressure, then we get a necessary antecedent, which is gravity.
See, this leads me back to where what I said before is where people get pissed off where QE are used by definition. But he also has citation, which talks about things like container. Then you come in here and say, like, simply like for instance, like what you just did. It would have been nice if you followed up with a citation that refutes it.
Oh, sure. I can do that.
Or has, yeah.
Sure. Atmospheric pressure, the pressure exerted by the weight of atmosphere, which it means sea level has a blah, blah, blah value. Do you want Wikipedia? No, Britannica is a bit more.
No.
So there's a citation for you. Encyclopedia Britannica. And that necessitates gravity and shows a drop in pressure to nearly zero without a container. Like the core question for a container is if we're arguing for the existence of something based on a definition, do we accept that from globers or do we also need proof? And if we need proof, where is it? Like, what altitude? Is it at 50,000 feet? Obviously not. Planes go above that. Is it 100 kilometers? Right, there's a certain point we're going to get to where you go, well, if it's 400,000 kilometers from Earth, what's it containing anymore? Right, because we know the air pressure is dropping. It's going to be pretty much zero out there. So what exactly is this container doing? It's not giving me the pressure at sea level, is it? Because the pressure's quite close to zero, just where satellites are. Like, what altitude would you say would you agree, so Oblivion, would you agree with the point that air pressure is dropping with altitude?
Obviously. Yeah, and I've got a big problem. This is my favorite, but also the one I have the most problem with.
Oh, okay. In what way? What do you have a problem with it?
Conversion calculators with regard to vacuum. I have a standard, what you could call a standard vacuum chamber and a vacuum pump, and the vacuum gauge reads, oh, what was it? God dang it. Oh, shit. Inches mercury gauge pressure, which reads 0 until I start to draw vacuum, right?
Yep.
So max vacuum I can draw is approximately, what is it, negative 29 to negative, or between negative 29 to negative 30, if I recall correctly. Then I hear this 10 to the negative 17 torr. I'm like, all right, so let's see what this is compared to that, right? So I start to do this, and I went down this rabbit hole, and it was like a difference between 1 to 2% in my math.
Yeah. Once you get to like any of those to the power of negatives, you're getting into infinitesimally small numbers.
Yeah.
But
it's like weighing tons in micrograms. You just get a big fucking number, right?
Yeah, you just get this, like the idea of it out there is like you might have a square meter of volume, and there only might be like one molecule of hydrogen happening to whistle through it at some point. But the point is, if we see pressure dropping with altitude, the next question is, do we have any reason to presume that like it'll get to a certain pressure and cease that downward trajectory, right? It's heading towards zero. The pressure is asymptoting towards zero. Is there any reason we think it would not continue that?
No, I get that. That's why I even posted my conversion, and then somebody came in real cocky and asked me to convert it the other direction. And I'm like, okay, hold on a minute. I got to get out the conversion. And it didn't work. It didn't work the other way.
I don't understand the conversion thing.
Yeah, well, it's conversion calculator. I enter negative 29.5 inches mercury gauge pressure, and then I want to convert that to what that is in 10 to the negative 17, or what it is in torr.
Right.
And I assume that's absolute pressure.
What do you mean absolute pressure?
Absolute pressure is different from gauge pressure in the way that gauge pressure reads 0 at sea level.
Yeah, gauge pressure reads 14.7.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Exactly.
Yep, I'm with you.
So I tried to, oh God, someone asked me to do it backwards, and it turns out my conversion calculator on my computer is wrong. I even proposed this very thing to Jesse Path of Light, and I gave him my notes, and he said, yeah, you should contact the guys who made that and point this out because it's wrong. I'm like, holy shit.
But so would you agree then, if we're agreeing so far that pressure's dropping with altitude, that, and I'm not suggesting this is the case, I don't think zero pressure exists, it's a sort of pure vacuums are theoretical, but if the pressure dropped to 0, then the requirement for the container would also be 0. because there's zero pressure yet to contain.
No, I hear you. I'm happy to say I don't know.
So then we can go by steps and say if you want a really big pressure differential, right, like saturation divers use, commercial divers, where they're at like, 10 bar or something, and they live at 10 bar pressure for weeks, needs a really thick wall to that container, needs a really robust container. But if you're, trying to get the difference between a very, very small amount of pressure, right, like a gust of wind or something, you probably hold that back with a bit of tissue paper.
I know where you're going. Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
It would require an enormously, ridiculously strong container.
Well, no, I'm saying a low pressure wouldn't need a very strong container. It would need, what I'm getting at is the higher up the container, the less we need it. The more it could just be a soap.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. All right. Yeah, I was misreading what you were saying.
Because in fact, would get tougher, right? If it's a big, thick, massive, thick container, which it'd need to be down the bottom, right? Down at where it's at sea level.
Yes, exactly.
It would need to be, the thickness of, like, not quite as thick as a car tire, but approaching it. Because it's... But I don't get the whole flat Earth thinking there's a pressure, because the pressure is only necessary if it's separating us from a vacuum. Sorry, the container is only necessary in that construction of how do you get gas pressure without a container, is only necessary if you presume a low pressure zone outside that. But in flat Earth, there's not a low pressure zone outside that, so no container is really needed. Right? It could be the edge of existence or anything.
And another thing that gets me is
the container argument.
Is I deal with vacuum chambers at work, and we have one that's
that's fucking cool.
Nearly
What do you do with
9 or 10 feet tall, about 4 foot diameter, and we pull what I call max vacuum, which again is negative about 29 and a half inches mercury gauge pressure. And when you do that, it cannot degas the entire tank without agitation, and it requires thorough agitation to do so.
As in you need to sort of stir up the remaining molecules in there so they can go make their way to the pump to get pumped out.
No, if we just pull vacuum, you hear blurp, 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 and it stops. But if you have agitation or recirculation, it continues to do it for much longer because of the viscosity of what's in the tank.
Right. I think I get.
So this kind of goes to what you're saying, right? It's about density. And if it's dense or viscous, we'll say, and you pull whatever vacuum you want on top, it's not going to degas what's down low. So I think of these things. But in the end, it requires a container. It did.
Yes. I mean, I think everybody agrees that a massive pressure differential would require a container. The question is, if it's very gradual and spread over a great distance, could subtle forces do it? But that's really cool. Why do you use... Are you able to say what you do for work? That sounds awesome. Why are you playing with vacuum chambers?
Manufacturing.
That's awesome. What manufacturing?
Well, just think of it as like coatings or the thixotropic. I mean, like even if we were just making, it's a long story. Even if we were making ketchup, you'd be like, well, why are you degassing it? Well, so people can pump it. If you don't degas it, you cannot pump it with, what's the right word? I've lost the term. Positive displacement. We degas so that it can be pumped, sprayed. Otherwise, it contains gas and it's squishy. You know what I mean?
Say again?
If it contains gas and not degassed, and you pump it down a long hose at high pressure, it's squishier. Just like air in the brake system. You have to let the air out. Otherwise your brakes are squishy.
Yes, I've had that. It's terrifying.
Same thing. Sweet to gas.
So do you hold with the argument about gas pressure requires a container?
I told you that's the first thing I said. Is it's my favorite thing, but it's also my worst thing because I problem I described earlier.
Yeah,
I tried to
that's
compare
what I
my
was
vacuum
asking.
chamber to this 10 to the negative 17 torr, and then I tried to. Some cocky guy said, "Do it backwards." Like a 10 to the negative 7. Pair it backwards, and my conversion software is screwed. And then I tried to use Google to do it, and I realized it was reading something totally different, so I'm confused. I'm not really strong in math. I mean, I do math a lot. Pressure and conversion and stuff just boggled.
Yeah, so the Encyclopedia Britannica thing I posted, which is my citation for atmospheric pressure, arguably the correct term to use because it's a mixture of gases. And it necessitates that weight is the necessary antecedent, not a container. And I think that would work because both the walls of a container and weight are talking about a force, like a vector and a magnitude, F equals ma force. So if citations are valid, if QE can go, bam, here's mine showing that it requires, from a K2, kindergartner's level science page, then why is my citation from Encyclopedia Britannica, which necessitates gravity, not valid?
I hear you. And then what does it go? How does it go? Gases don't have weight, define mass, and then which gravity are we talking about? And I know it gets all...
And I'm not saying don't use citations, but I just think it's like, okay, you present yours, I present mine, then we discuss what is included and what is missing from either of them, which has more weight, which is more valid. And I think that's more productive, whereas otherwise you can just win by fiat, right? You can win every debate by just going, no, my definition wins. And you go, well, can I present a definition? No, this is the only definition, and you're wrong. And then if you try to present one, you get mooted and booted, right? Put him on moot. It's like one. That's how you're going to maintain which is more hegemonic thought? Let's both discuss our definitions, or my definition wins and you don't get to present a definition. You don't get to present a citation that says weight is what matters and doesn't mention a container anywhere and describes a vast difference in pressure, which we can see everywhere, right? We can see, what the weather report each night talks about high pressure zones, which are moving across the country. bringing with them, sunshine and.
Eggs, were you here that one night when somebody posted a video of a coin versus a little wood block?
Video of a what, sorry?
A metal coin on a balance
Oh.
beam in a vacuum chamber opposed to a wood block, and they weighed equally. Then they removed the gas. Wood block weighed more.
Oh, yeah. So this is like the buoyant effect of air. I haven't seen the video, but I've only recently introduced you to the concept, and I hadn't even thought about it before. I was like, oh yeah, of course. The density is going to be lifting you up a little bit. Not much, but a little bit.
I saved it. I'll post it. It just, that blew my mind. I love vacuum chamber stuff. On here. All right, here it goes. Here it is.
Yeah, so I've read the book, Toby, if you're in the thingy. I don't think it says what you think it does. If you want to come in, but I can read it for you since there's nobody here. So you've posted this because it says flat Earth, right? The first two paragraphs do. Since normal atmospheric flight is only considered... Sorry. So since normal atmospheric flight only is considered... It is usual to measure aircraft motion with reference to an Earth-fixed framework. The accepted convention for defining axes that determines that a reference point 00 on the surface of the Earth is the origin of a right-handed orthogonal system of axes where, you know, the across points north, 1 points east, 1 points down along the gravity vector. The plane defines the local horizontal plane, which is tangential to the surface of the Earth, right? Tangent is a straight from a curve. So clearly the plane defines the local horizontal plane, which is tangential to the surface of Earth. Thus, the flight path of the aircraft in the atmosphere is in the vicinity of the reference point 00, may be completely described by its coordinates in the axis system. Therefore assumes a flat Earth where the vertical is tied to the gravity vector. This model is quite adequate for localized flight, although it is best suited to navigation and performance applications where flight path trajectories are of primal interest. Then it says, for investigations involving transglobal navigation, the axis system described is inappropriate, a spherical coordinate system being preferred. Similarly, for trans-atmospheric flight involving the launch and re-entry of space vehicles, a spherical coordinate system would be more appropriate. Right? So it's what you've posted is evidence that it uses a flat Earth. It says it's a globe.
So why would it say assume Earth is flat at all?
It doesn't. It doesn't say. Oh,
it doesn't.
Sorry.
Okay.
It says this therefore assumes a flat Earth. Yeah. So what it's doing is saying.
So, no, listen. Hold on, real quick. So let's say, like, for example, let's say, like, okay, let's say Earth is flat, right? Why wouldn't they have flight dynamics principles out there saying just assume it's a ball? That's about how crazy that would be. Just assume it's a ball, right?
Yeah, it would be crazy, unless the Earth were a ball. Then it would make sense at local levels. If the ball were big enough, make sense at local levels to treat it as horizontal. But if you're doing transglobal navigation or space flight for re-entry,
so if you're doing
assume ball when it's relevant, right?
Right. If you're going to outer space, right?
Yeah. We'll assume ball where it's relevant, I think. Like most fighter jets, all helicopters, most aircraft that like the public use, they only go on tiny little trips, right? What do they have? Like a pretty good plane might have a 1,000-kilometer radius that it can travel in a single tank. Not many are doing transglobal flights. So for most flight dynamics, assuming it's flat when it's only a postage stamp of a Earth and using spherical coordinate systems is far more complex, then just ignore the complex thing, treat it as flat, and only use the sphere where it's relevant. But if you're trying to do flight dynamics with something that travels really, really fast or goes from Sydney to LA, then yeah, you're going to have to use a sphere for that. So it doesn't, your own source says when it makes sense to use a sphere, use a sphere.
Yeah, totally.
That's
so like never.
Well, it doesn't say that. Your source says that it makes sense to use a spherical coordinate system.
I realize it's full of all kinds of, it's gaslighting, because it has to adhere to the narrative,
But then
they can't just be like, guys, it is what it is.
Is it mine or yours? If you're saying this is false and it's gaslighting, why are you presenting it as truth? Well, you're saying, oh, look, this says flat Earth. Oh, the very next bit's gaslighting.
It does. It does say that.
Yeah, but it clearly explains why. Because if it's small scale,
it goes on to gaslight about outer space, which you also know isn't real. So yeah, that's great.
Well, let's just stick to whether this document describes flat Earth. Does the argument I'm making make sense that at small scales you can treat it as flat and the maths is simpler?
At small scales, at all scales, every scale, yeah.
Well, I mean, if you've got evidence of that, if you've done something that would necessitate that you calculate the size of the Earth, then go for it. I don't think many people do that.
I don't have to because water is always at rest going to be flat and level on top. So I don't
What
need
about
any of that.
tides?
I
How did you
don't.
decide that? How did you
Hey,
decide that was
just
true?
for a moment. Sorry. What about tides? Like, what happens then? You say water is always flat and on level, but then how can tides happen when water clearly has different levels of elevation in different places?
Okay, how many tides does it take to make a sphere? 100
Doesn't matter.
tides? A million
The point is
tides?
still there. How can it be
2 tides?
flat
Sorry, I don't.
and lumpy?
I'm not saying the Earth is spherical. I'm just saying that if the Earth is flat and water is always level, how can tides happen? I don't care about if the Earth is flat or
As
spherical.
far
I'm
as
just
where,
asking, how can tides
as far
happen?
as, I have no idea, brother. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. So can I have a different question?
It is Speculation Sunday, so we can speculate
Can I
on
have,
where tides come
can I have
from.
a different question? It's okay to
Yeah,
say you
shoot.
don't know. It's actually honest and good thing. But can I have a different question?
Yeah, shoot.
Okay. So do you think that flat earthers or globe earthers are smarter? It's just your opinion.
I don't. That's kind of it's kind of subjective because I think there's intelligent people that are, that
Okay. Let
believe the Earth is a ball, and there's
let me do this
intelligent
from a
people that
different
know the
angle.
Earth isn't a ball.
Let me
So
use a
it's
different angle, okay? So when we are talking about like engineering and economy and like building things, do you think the flat Earth model or the globe Earth model is more accurate and productive?
well, considering that everyone builds on a flat Earth, then
So you're saying that the flat Earth position is true, therefore people who believe in the flat Earth position will be able to make sturdier buildings and better economies. And like, for example, flights, when you look at plane flights, if you know the exact shape of the Earth, you can spare a lot of money on fuel. So taking into account that the flat Earth is the true model, then people who believe in the flat Earth will be able to design more efficient flight paths, right?
I mean, I see where you're coming from, and I get that, but
Okay, so here is an experiment that I'm proposing to you. All we have to do is measure in a country how many people, like per 100,000, are flat earthers and globe earthers, and buy stocks or indices, buy indices in the countries which has the most flat earthers, because those are the countries that will prosper the most, because they subscribe to the true model.
Okay.
Do you agree with that? Like, that's something where you would put your money on?
Okay, one more time. What was your question?
So, like, if a country per capita has more flat earthers, like by percentage, that means that that country will prosper more than other countries. They will have better economies because they subscribe to the true model. So therefore, if a country has the most flat earthers, that's the country that will lead in like 50 or 100 years in economy, because the other ones just will struggle with their sphere earth and cannot get anywhere.
Yeah, well, I do know that. Well, for the most part,
For example,
all
the
the
USA,
people that I know that are.
the
Can you hear
USA
me?
blows. Yes, I can hear you.
What
The USA
economy?
blows.
Did you want to let me finish what I was saying, or?
Yeah, go. Of course, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay.
Can I just ask what the economy has to do with the shape of the Earth? I don't see any connection.
Like there's a lot of connections if you think about it. Like, for example, predicting weather patterns for agriculture is very involved with the shape of the earth. Like, it's something that's involved, and that's like the huge part of the economy. And then transporting, flights, these things are very linked to the shape of the earth.
Yes, the flights, they are all horizontal. perfectly.
I don't care if they are horizontal. It's not the debate or the question here. I'm just saying if more people in a country subscribe to the flat Earth model, then that country will do better because their economy will prosper more. For example, the USA blows a lot of money.
It's very illogical. I don't get the flat Earth has to do anything with economy or anything.
Okay, so here is an example. There are two companies. One company, they are both doing shipping. Okay, one company is subscribed to the flat Earth model, and another one is to the globe Earth model. One of those companies will be more efficient.
They cannot because both of them they are navigating on a flat water. So it's
but you know, you take into account that the Earth is not flat. You can do different paths that are more efficient, or vice versa, the other way around. So the path where you take stuff is actually changes based on what you think about the shape of the Earth. It's basic math. It's like elementary school level math.
Nothing has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Like transporting stuff, yeah, it does. It does have to do a lot, actually.
Yes, they already have their way, and they already know it's flat, and they already know the shortest way to go from here to there. They already know all these things on the flat Earth.
How do you know that they know these things? Like, why are you so sure in that? Like,
I mean, look at ask the pilots, ask the sailors.
Did you talk to pilots? I don't know any pilots.
Well, but we have to go out more.
Do you know pilots? Like, there is a pilot in your family?
Not in my family, no, but I. In my family, nothing has to do with.
So, did you talk to any pilots? That's the question here.
I didn't drive any. I didn't fly any planes, so I cannot talk about how to fly.
That wasn't the question. Did you talk to any pilots? That's the question.
Oh yes,
because you said that.
I told you yes.
Okay, and what did he told you?
It's plain and flat horizontal.
And which air company does this pilot belongs to?
Who cares?
I care, because if there are more flat Earth pilots,
go out and ask yourself.
I don't know any pilots.
Go meet pilots. Why you have to believe me if I tell you it was in American Airlines or whatever it was? Who cares?
I care because if there are more flat Earth
then
pilots,
you have to go out and find a pilot and ask him.
You're not getting my angle here.
You know, when I cared about this, I went and found pilots and I asked them. So now it's your turn. You want to know about this? Go find pilots and ask them. Not only one. Even the first one, if he told me the Earth is flat, I went and found another ones.
How many pilots did you talk to?
Who cares?
I do care.
Go and find out for yourself, man.
Yeah,
my experience is my experience.
Here's my point. Okay, it's still
you have to go and find out. You know, I can sit here and tell you the water is flat always. You will not believe me. Go out and check yourself on the lakes.
Can we go back to your previous point for a moment?
Yes.
You said the water is flat always, right?
Yes.
How does tides happen?
They happen. There is places happen, there is places doesn't happen. Why?
But it's always flat. So how can tides happen?
There's tide nodes. And as far as the exact mechanics of it is a mystery.
They are always flat, unless some force is acting upon it. So something is acting upon the water, so it's doing the tide.
Then it means how do you know? How do you know when you say the water is flat and you look at it that there is no forces acting on it at that moment?
Yeah, you go in very early in the morning. Sometimes where there is no wind, you sit in front of the lake and you look. It's like a mirror all the way to the mountain.
How do you know that in that case, when that happens, there are no forces on the water. How do you know that? Like, how did you come up with that? And also, there can be tides with like still water too. Like, the tide doesn't mean that the water is like going in waves or anything like that. It's just the height of.
Yeah, I know.
So that how still the water is has nothing to do with how much force is applied on it.
Places happen every 12 hours. Why?
Oh, sorry, I didn't get that part.
There is places every 6 hours happen tides. There is places every 12 hour happens. Why?
I don't get the question. Sorry.
Oh my god.
So what are you asking exactly?
It's okay. Forget it. Forget it.
No, I want to answer your question. It's just I didn't get that. It's maybe your voice or the
Where I
connection.
said that the shape of the earth doesn't have to do anything with somebody's prosperity.
You would expect for someone who understands the word better to be able to produce more value. Like,
Yeah, if to produce more, you need a smart farmers or people who smart people to work.
like here's an example for you. Okay, a simple example. The USA blows huge amounts of money on like space research and that kind of stuff. But if that's all fake, that money is just wasted. Like, it has nothing to do with like value. So countries that subscribe to the globe, earth, and space and that kind of stuff, they suffer because they are chasing like unicorns, basically.
So
I'm saying that if you subscribe to the real model that has actually producing new technologies and new applications, then that country will prosper better, more.
good luck with it. What can I say? I don't see
I'm just
any.
saying that we should band together.
Has to do anything with the with somebody's prosperity, but I don't know if you think like that. Good luck with you. Become a flat earther, so you be more intelligent then.
So you think flat earthers are more intelligent than globers?
That's what you're saying. I'm not saying that.
No, I didn't said that. Like, I don't remember saying that.
If people they are flat earthers, they will have more prosperity.
I'm saying if your like community, your country spends a lot of money on dumb shit like the globe Earth, then you will suffer for it because other countries can spend money on things that are actually true and actually produce new technologies.
Yeah, a lot of money they spend on weapons as well. So if they don't spend money on weapons, we will have a lot of peace as well, right?
It's not technically true.
Yeah.
Because
okay. You see, yeah.
a lot of countries and a lot of wars are fought out of
money. Money has nothing to do with the shape of the earth, man. Forget about that.
Yeah, but don't you think in the future it will?
That's a bit of a future fallacy.
For example,
in the future.
Right.
I don't know what will happen in the future. You know what will happen tomorrow?
Like, I don't know exactly what will happen, but there are like very good estimates. Like, for example, I know that
the sun will shine up again. The moon will
go.
Exactly.
Those kinds of things. Like, are you sure that tomorrow the sun will come up again? Like 100%?
But are you sure that you're going to witness that tomorrow? That's another.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, pretty sure, but you don't know what can happen, right?
I mean, if I say to you that there is a button, and if you press it, there is like a 99.9% chance that you will die, and there is a 0.1% chance that you will get $1 million, would you press that button?
The one I want to die or the million?
There is 99.9% chance that you will die, and there is 0.1% chance that you will get $1 million. Would you press that button? Would you press that button, and why?
I don't know. If I'm in that situation, I will think about it. I mean, I can tell you can say yes and no. It's the mind game. But I don't know what I'm gonna do. If my life is good, make $1 million. So I said, fuck it, fuck it.
No, would you press it right now? Like, if it would be in front of you right now in this moment, would you press it?
I don't have it now. You see, it's imagination you're talking.
You don't know whether you would press it or not.
It's imagination. I can press it or I cannot press it.
It's a hypothetical situation. I'm interested in your
In
point of view.
reality, if I press it or not, nothing will happen to me at the moment, right?
No, you will die immediately, or get $1 million immediately.
I don't have it in front of me, so if I tell you I press it, if I tell you I don't press it, it's nothing will happen to me in reality. So whatever I will say, it's all imagination.
It doesn't matter. Just pick a choice. It doesn't matter what you
Why
pick,
would you
actually.
pick it up something? Why should I play your game? I mean, I don't know.
Okay, so
when I'm telling you that the shape of the earth has nothing to do with somebody's prosperity or health, and you're saying no, it might do. I don't understand.
Like, for example, in the USA, a big part of the USA economy and the Russian economy too. Can you just wait until I finish my point? So a big part of the USA and Russian economy is based on space travel and space flights. So by analogy, if the Earth is flat and there is no such thing as space flights, that part of their economy doesn't exist at all. Like, there's no money involved in that. So they will not.
Then you have to go see who's benefiting from that money. Follow the money. See who's making that money. Who's profiting from that money.
If you have a company on the market, like for example SpaceX.
I don't know, my friend. I don't know what do you think about government. I don't know what do you think about these people. But
No. Listen for a moment.
Here we talk about flat Earth. Yes, we don't talk
For
about
example, SpaceX.
I know it's
And it's on the
speculation,
open market. And why would other countries, like for example, why would the USA pay for Russia to have
man,
their
I don't know.
space equipment?
Go ask United States government. Ask them. I don't know. You are telling me things that it's not in my hand. It's just in my imagination. I can give you a million reasons, but
These are like, did you know that the USA used Soyuz systems for like, I don't know, 15 years or something like that? Like, you can watch back all the like rocket launch footages, and they are using Soyuz equipment. They're actually using Russian rockets a lot. Why would the USA do that? If it's like there is no space, they know there is no space out there. Why would they use Russian equipment and pay for it?
maybe somebody's making money from there. I don't know. Go ask the fucking guy. Why are you asking me? I'm not making the deal.
No, I'm just asking for your opinion. Like, you are in a flat Earth Discord, so for some reason I assume that you have opinion on flat Earth matters.
Opinions there, I don't know. Like assholes, everybody has one. So it's like I can't say anything. I mean, it's like opinion.
Okay. So just one last question, and I will leave you alone as well.
I can talk about flat Earth if you want, but not economics and politics.
Okay. How good are you at geometry and physics? Is that
if
something
the other
you're
can
interested in?
continue, then he can continue, but I'm not.
Okay, so do you think that the sun is above or below the clouds?
When?
Like in general. Like, does the sun change its height?
Change his height?
Yes.
From our perspective, yeah, it does, but
So, like, the Earth is a flat plane, and you measure the height of the sun as like a vertical line. You say
how you
that
measure?
how do you measure the height of the sun?
Yes.
There are multiple methods. For example, shadows are a really great method to measure that. Like it's the basic elementary school level math, basically.
The height, you measure it with the shadow?
Yes.
Can you explain that, how you do it?
And do you have your phone with you?
Mm-hmm.
So what you can do is turn on the lights on your phone and place two objects like opposite to each other. And what you will see is the light from your phone will cast different shadows based on where those two objects are. And from that, you can calculate the height of your phone, basically. And you can do the same with the sun. And this checks out because it matches everywhere if you do
What
it.
are you doing? Can you tell me what are you doing with that shadows?
Yeah. You take the length of the shadows and you take the length of the shadows.
You measure what?
You take the length of the shadows. And from those you can do basic trigonometry. I don't know how you say it in English. Trigonometry? Something like that.
Yeah.
Sorry, English is not my main. And you can do basic elementary school level trigonometry. And from the
so when you're making
length of the shadow, you can calculate back how high the light source is.
When you're doing trigonometry, wow, man, you forgot me the word.
The hard one.
Trigonometry. So you're making angles, right? You're taking angles. Yes, you're making triangle, yeah, with the shadow,
You're
the
making
light.
triangles, but your measurements have nothing to do with angles. You just measure distances. So the angles are only like in math. Like in reality, you doesn't measure any angles.
So what are you measuring the shadow for? How you are measuring the shadow?
With a measure tape, like just how long they are. You get a yardstick and just measure out the shadow.
And how tall is the stick?
What do you mean tall?
So you're taking shadow from something, right?
Yeah, anything. And you measure how long its shadow is. But that's not the point I wanted to talk about. All I wanted you to
No, elevation angle is very nice, but this is the first time I hear this method, so that's what I would like to know.
Look, we can go into it, but I see that you're not that experienced with trigonometry, so I don't want to bore you with it. And there are simpler ways.
I'm pretty good with it, but this method, I don't know. So that's what. Just send it to me. I don't know. Put it in the chat.
Put what in the chat?
The method that you are doing, this trigonometry.
This is elementary school level mathematics. Go grab a textbook of elementary school mathematics and read up on it. I'm not your teacher. I'm not going to. I'm not going to look for methods and write it out for you. Like, go ask your
elementary. So if it's
ask
so
your
elementary,
nephew what they learned in school. I don't know what to say.
if it's everywhere, if it's so simple, just found the picture and put it or something so I can see.
I could do that, but that's not.
Maybe the way
This is not what I wanted to talk about. This is not what I wanted to talk about. Like I could do it, but my actual point is different. So my actual question was: do you think that the sun moves in height? Does it get lower and higher during the day, the year, or is it at the same elevation?
Oh, the height of the sun, I don't know. But it appears that it's going up and down from one horizon to the other. But how high it is, nobody knows.
Like, okay, so you're saying it got lower, right? What happens to the place that it's above when it goes lower? Like, does it touches the ground at some point? What happens if we go towards the sun for a long
Never
time?
touches somewhere. It never touches. The sun never touches the ground.
Okay, then how low does it get, or how high does it get?
It doesn't
I
go
don't
high
think
and
you
low.
would.
It's your perspective. You see it like that.
So you're saying the sun actually doesn't move
Do you
up
think?
and
Do you
down?
think it's coming from the underground? The sun is coming from the underground. It's going under the ground.
I don't know. I'm asking you. Like I'm interested in your point of view, in your idea of what happens there.
I'm saying it doesn't go up and down. Your perspective is you see it's coming from lower from the horizon above you and then going down the horizon again. That's
So
what you
you're
see.
saying the height of the sun is constant.
The height has
It's not
nothing to do with it. Because when it's low in the horizon, it's above somebody's head. It's high up in the sky again. It's not touching the earth.
So okay, that's good. So does the sun, like, you are saying the height of the sun is constant, it's not changing, it just looks like it's changing.
I don't know, man. I don't see it changing a lot, but I know that it's coming and going.
So is it above or below the clouds? That's the next question.
It's usually above the clouds. I don't know. I never saw it under the clouds. But could happen maybe.
Okay, so my point would have been, it's
we're talking about, right? So anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to go on that rant. So yeah, so I would love to just see some scriptures. You don't have to if you want to read them. That's awesome. If you just want to send them, that's okay as well.
Well, what we can do is just do a little comparison, yeah? So you would agree that we're told that the sun came before the earth in the Big Bang cosmology?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so in Genesis 1:1, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth first, and the sun and moon were not created until the fourth day. So there's a big discrepancy there between what we are told and what the Bible tells us.
So this is in Genesis 1, you said?
Yeah, Genesis 1. In the beginning, God created the heaven and earth. And then if we go to Genesis 1:14, which is the fourth day, 1:14, and God said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs, for season, for days, and for years."
Like a calendar.
Yeah.
Okay, so can't we? Sorry.
How cool is that, man?
I have the new international version of the Bible, so I'm not getting. I'm getting what like it's saying.
Genesis 1:14.
Yes. So Genesis 1, 14. And God says, so I'm going to read you what my Bible says, like the New International Version. So Genesis 1:14, and God said, "Let there be lights in the vault of the sky to separate the day from the night, and let them serve as signs to mark sacred times and days and years, and let them be lights in the vault of the sky to give light on the earth." And it was so.
Correct. So we are told by science that the sun came first before the earth. The Bible says that in the beginning, Genesis 1:1, God created the heaven and the earth first, and then on the fourth day, it was the sun, moon, and stars that were placed into the vault of the sky or the firmament, depending on the version you read.
I was just watching a video about the firmament before I came in.
Okay. So the next point. We are told that the sun is an average of 93 million miles away, or 150 million kilometers. The moon is an average distance of 384,000.
Hey, you forgot. You forgot, sir. You could see it 8 minutes in the past. I'm being sarcastic.
and then we've got a calculation of Polaris at 433 light years, which is 133 parsecs, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the Bible tells us in Genesis 1:14 to 18 that these lights, again, are within the vault of the sky, within the firmament of heaven, to divide the day from the night, for signs and for seasons. Lights within the firmament or the vault of heaven to give light upon the earth. So again, we have another discrepancy here between Scripture, who says it's within our realm, it's within our system, within the vault of the sky, where science apparently tells us, well, pseudoscience tells us that we've got 93 million miles to the moon, to the sun, 384,000 kilometers to the moon, and 433 light years to Polaris. Okay, so next contradiction. We're told that the moon is reflecting the sun.
Like off of the sun, yeah?
The moon, light we see on the moon is a reflection of from the sun.
Yeah.
Okay, so in Genesis 1:16 to 18 again, God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night. So he made two lights, two great lights, not one light that reflects another light. So there's another contradiction.
Sorry, I'm sorry, that kind of flew over my head a little bit. Can you restate that? Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so we are told that the moon is a rock. It's not a light. It's just a rock. And that the light that we see on the moon is a reflection from the sun. Correct?
Yep.
Now, Genesis 1:16 to 18 says that God made two great lights, not one, two. One to rule the day and the lesser to rule the night. He made the stars also. So, the contradiction is we're told that there's one light and one rock that reflects that light, whereas the Bible says there are two great lights that were made, and each individual is a light, one that rules the day and one that rules the night. Another contradiction.
Oh, okay, now I understand. And I was just reading something as well. It's from the scripture that we're reading. When it says, sorry, give me 2 seconds. Okay, right here, like God set them in. So the like the key word for me here is them in the vault of the sky.
Correct.
To give light on the earth. So it's not out. They're not saying outside of the vault or inside of the vault.
Correct. Not 300. Not 384,000 kilometers away or 150 million kilometers away.
So there's a contradiction just right in the first book of the first page of the Bible, right there.
Well, yes, I've pointed out.
And
we've got the sun coming before the earth, where God said the earth was first because the sun and the moon weren't created till the fourth day. Yeah. We've got that. We're told the average distance to the sun is 93 million miles. The average distance to the moon is 238,855 miles, and the distance to Polaris is not 433 light years. The Bible says they are in the vault of the sky, not outside.
That is because here's the thing, man. If Jesus said to me right now, Seth, the earth is flat, right? I'm saying, yes, Lord, it's flat. Like, you know what I mean? Like, whoa. I believe in God no matter what, right? So it's like, the Bible is a source of. It's hard to explain it's hard to explain sometimes, but what I'm trying to say is that Scripture, I take it literally, right? And I take it, and what's it called? And I truly believe that the Bible is evidence of, Christianity. But I'm not going to get into religion because that's not what we're here for. But the reason why I brought up religion in the first place is because of things like this. It's like I've heard, because a lot of the people who are flat earthers that I've that I've heard, and that I've done some research because, like, when I came in here the first time, again, anybody who wasn't in the chat that read my message, I do want to apologize for the way I acted before. I know we're definitely past this now, and you guys have forgiven me, and you guys are been really gracious towards me. But anyways, I do
Brother,
appreciate.
I told you already. We moved past that. Like, remember I said the next time
I
you
only brought it
apologize again, we're gonna have
I
to
just
ban
didn't
you.
know. I'm sorry. I just didn't know if there
we
was
good.
anybody.
We good, bro.
I just didn't know if there was anybody else in the chat that like didn't see it. But anyways, but yeah. So like again, like I'll go back to what I was saying earlier. Like when I see this, right, and I'm reading, like, because I've read the Genesis, the beginning, right, and I never took that one. I'm gonna highlight this in my Bible. But it's like set them in the vault of the sky, not outside.
Correct.
Like, it's just, I don't know. It just blows my mind that like the Bible is saying this, and I take the Bible literally.
Well, again, you've got the two great lights, so that's another contradiction because, again, we're told we have one great light, yeah? So we've got that contradiction.
So I'm having a little bit of difficulty still understanding the two lights.
Okay, so the Bible is saying that the sun and the moon are their own individual lights. They're two lights, yeah? Whereas we are told that we don't have two lights, we have one light, basically the sun, and then the sun is shining on the moon, and the moon is reflecting the sunlight.
Okay, now I promise you. I know I said this before. Now I promise you, I understand.
So go to Genesis 1:16.
1:16. So God made two great lights: the greater light to govern the day, and the lesser light to govern the night. He also made two stars. He also made the stars.
Yes. Now we're told something different. Correct? We're told that there's one light, the sun, that is being reflected off the moon and the star. Then we've got the stars. So
the moon is another light.
It's its own light. Correct.
Exactly. Yeah. So the moon. So just okay. So I'm gonna give you a hypothetical real quick and tell me if we're on the same page. Okay. So say I am in. Say I am in a room. Okay. And there's two lights in the room. Like two light bulbs, right? And both light bulbs illuminate the light. But the light bulbs aren't reflecting off of each other. Even though light bulbs can't do that, obviously, but they're not illuminating off of each other. Or okay, that's a terrible analogy, but you get what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I understand what you're trying to say. So what we're told is that the moon's a rock. It's not a light. It's just a rock.
Yes.
And then the sun shines on that rock, and then we see that reflection, and that's where we see the light.
I've always asked myself, why does the moon? Okay, so for example,
well, the Bible says it doesn't reflect because it's just a rock. Well, you're right; it can't reflect; it's just a rock. But the Bible says no; it's two separate great lights, one to rule the day and one to rule the night.
Because when you're looking at the moon, like, you're not seeing, like, from the point of view, if when you walk outside at nighttime and you look at the moon, right, you don't, because it's visible to everybody, right? Unless you live in a place that's cloudy 24/7, which I don't know where that would be. But anyways, when you look at the moon, right, it doesn't look like it looks like a bright white light. To me,
correct,
from my experience. And it's like, so when I look at the moon, I'm not looking at and my question too, I know we have wolf moons and we have the moon, looking a little bit of a different color as it's rising, but the moon, wouldn't it be a different color if it was reflecting directly off the sun? Because or would it just be a gray? Like, I'm saying if.
Yeah. Oh, look, I don't know. I don't normally speculate on these things. I just know that the moon's its own light, the sun's
Oh,
its own
speculation
light.
Sunday's over. I'm sorry, guys. I forgot. I'm just joking. I'm just joking again.
Yep. And then there's another one here that we're told the Earth is rotating around the sun, and that the sun is at the center, right? So we know that the Bible says that the Earth is the center, and the sun, moon, and stars are in the sky above us to give light on the Earth. In total, there's 18 verses that speak of the sun and the moon moving in the sky. They speak of the sun rising and setting, right?
Yeah.
So again, it's another contradiction because the Bible talks about the Earth being the center. We're told in the heliocentric model that the sun is at the center.
So when we go back to 16, Genesis 1:14, or sorry, Genesis 1:16. When we go back to that one, again, so God made two great lights, the greater light to govern the day, and the lesser light to govern the night. He also made the stars. So let's get into that one real quick, if you don't mind.
Yep.
So he also made the stars. Now, would the stars be so the lights are inside the vault? Is the light from the stars?
It's all
in
the
the vault?
lights. Yes, correct.
Okay, so I'm not tripping right now.
No, it says in the King James, it says 1:14, and God said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night. Let them be for signs, for seasons, and for days and for years."
Yes.
And then he made the two great lights, the greater to rule the day, the lesser to rule the night, and he made the stars also.
So what I'm going to do is, so I don't know if me and you have spoken before, like before this conversation. I can't remember much from the last two times I was in here. So what's it called? So I mentioned to a couple of people that are in here that know who I am, that I'm in like a Christian server and all that kind of stuff. And like we have atheists inside, we have Muslims, Jews, Hindus, Sikhs, etc. Right? Just everybody from atheists, especially. Everybody from every walk of life comes into the chat, and we all discuss. People ask a question, or we ask the question, why don't you believe in God? Why don't you believe in this? And then they go on about their belief. And then we have dialogue about it, right? I'm going to bring into the chat, and I'm going to also bring into like the two other chats that I'm in, this specific. I know that it's just one, but at the end of the day, this is Genesis though we're talking about, right? So
there's much more. Look, if you're just nothing that I've given you so far really. Well, maybe some of it is going to depict the Earth as stationary and flat. But what I've given you so far is just some contradictions between what we are told and what scriptures tell us.
And I know they will, and
opposition.
And I believe that they will not contradict the Bible. So I want to. That's why I'm just. I'm so grateful that you guys embraced me again, because I am able to learn so much. Like. I opened my Bible because of this discussion. Like this is great. Like I'm sorry, man. I hate to say this again. I'm sorry. I'm sounding like a broken record, but God set them in the vault of the sky. In the vault of the sky. I cannot get that out of my head.
Yep.
I just cannot get that out of my head.
We also know in reality that the Earth requires containment to have gas pressure, especially next to a near perfect vacuum due to laws of gas pressure and entropy, yeah? But then the Bible talks about the firmament, or what you call the vault of the sky from your version. Now, God created the firmament, which is the visible arc of the sky, but this divided waters from waters in 1:7, Genesis 1:7, right? So this is giving us an idea that this is something that's solid, dividing water from water and creating the waters above the firmament that are being held back by the firmament. We can also see in 2 Samuel that this firmament is actually on foundations. So again, that would depict something that needs to be solid. The firmament reaches the ground. We can see this through the dividing of the waters and the foundations. The flood of Noah was held back by the firmament, where the windows had to be opened. And God calls the firmament heaven with his throne above. All right. So this, I would say, is a flat earth verse as well. Now, we know in reality, we require a container to obtain gas pressure, the gas pressure we're breathing. So another contradiction for you there, and a little bit of flat earth proof.
So I had to do the, what's it called? I had to do the good old, what does Google say? Those freaking bought out
bibliography
bastards. Obviously everything they're saying here is probably not true, but I'm gonna read you guys this because I just feel like it creates more discussion. So I want you guys to remember that I am on the fence. I've been given.
Please read the question you asked it, and then give us the answer it gave.
Sorry?
So read the question out that you asked Google, and then tell us the answer that Google
Oh, sorry.
gave.
So I said Bible scriptures on the shape of the earth. That's what I searched up. Only because I wanted to get the government's response to what we've been talking about. Because, as you know, these guys will do anything to try to debunk anything that goes against their narrative. So it says the AI overview, which is like the main thing now, which I do not like. So it says the Bible does not explicitly state whether the earth is flat or round. Although some scriptures like Isaiah 40 verses 22 are interpreted as depicting a circular or spherical earth. However, the Bible's focus is not on cosmology, but on spiritual truths. And its descriptions of the earth should be understood with the context of the ancient world's understanding of the universe. Okay, well that's a contradiction in itself because the Bible... That's a contradiction in itself right there because the ancient world's understanding of the universe is scientific. And...
Well, there's several verses that that are discussing the shape. Well, not the shape, but the geometry of the surface.
So what I'm saying here, though, is...
One sec. But
sorry,
referring to it as planar.
Yeah, so what you've got an answer there is from Isaiah 40:22. Now,
Isaiah 40 verses 22, yeah.
Yep, I've just dropped that in the chat for you, Isaiah verses 40:22, and it says,
yes,
It is he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth, and the inhabitants thereof are as grasshoppers, that stretcheth out the heavens as a curtain, and spreadeth them as a tent to dwell in. So my first point there is that a circle is not a sphere or a ball. And we can see that in Isaiah 22:18, they knew what a ball or a sphere was, because he says he will surely violently turn and toss thee like a ball into a large country. Now, there's two different words that are used for circle and ball, right? Now, a circle is something that is flat. It's two-dimensional, like a coin, a watch face, etc. A ball is obviously three-dimensional. So they had a different word for ball to circle. And now if we have a look at underneath that, we've got Job 38:14. The earth takes shape like clay under a seal. And we have an example of that. So your AI is correct. The Bible never comes out and clearly states the earth is flat, right? But what it talks about is that the earth is on foundations that cannot be moved. Nobody can move the earth. It's on pillars. It talks about a firmament. It talks about sitting above the circle of the earth, viewing all of the inhabitants as grasshoppers and stretching out the heavens like a tent. Now, again, a tent is something that has a dome-type top and a flat base. God wouldn't be sitting above the circle viewing all the inhabitants if he was talking about a ball. So I've given you two images, Job 38:14.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at it.
Yep. And then the image of the tents that they used back then in those days. So spread it out like a tent to dwell in with God looking down on the circle. Yeah. At all the inhabitants. But the big point here is that there is two different words for circle and ball, and they use the word for circle, which is a two-dimensional shape here. And in Isaiah 22:18, they use a different word for ball.
Okay, I hear you. I just want to clarify one thing. This is not my AI overview. I only searched this. I only searched this up. I only searched this up just to what's it called? This wasn't because I was trying to bring any. I don't even know why I'm saying this. Anyways, so I don't even know why I'm saying this. Anyways,
so there's many other verses that talk about waters being straight, earth being measured with straight lines, not curvature. Etc. So there's many other discrepancies, you know, in regards to the universe ever expanding when the Bible says the heavens and earth were complete. There's many discrepancies between scripture and what we're told.
yeah, because they keep saying like for example, like again, I'm on Google, so don't just allow me.
Just Google ancient Hebrew cosmology.
The reason why I'm on Google right now, and listen, I've been given like what's it called? Some of the people in the chat can vouch. I've been given a lot of links, and I've been given a lot of information that I'm looking into. That is not Google. That is not Google. It has nothing to do with Google. And there's people in the chat.
That's cool. But what I'm saying is
the only reason why I'm bringing Google into this is because I want to, just forgive me, I want to bring up the status quo arguments for our agreement. Because I agree with you. I do not disagree with you. I want to make that clear. I do not disagree with you.
Just Google search for yourself ancient Hebrew cosmology of the earth, and then just hit pictures.
So
hey, you just want to know something? Hey, you just want to know something?
Say that slower, just for me.
You can just say ancient Hebrew depiction of the earth.
Ancient Hebrew depiction of the earth. Okay, and then
they're cosmology. You can go to Wikipedia and look it up. It's easy.
Yeah.
They envisioned, right, a planar, motionless, enclosed Earth, right, with Sheol underneath, right, Sheol underneath. So basically, like what has been interpreted to be hell, right, underneath, on pillars and everything, right. So, hey, you want to know something really interesting, right? Okay, so something we realized not long ago. Okay, so the horizon, right, the definition of the horizon is where the earth meets the sky, aka heaven, right? Where it appears to meet, right? In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. So he's basically on the first day, in the beginning, created a horizon, and horizons are flat. So the first line of the Bible is describing a flat earth. By proxy.
Pillars of the sky, pillars of the earth.
One sec. If in the beginning he created the heaven and the earth, right, and the horizon is defined as where the earth and the heaven appear to meet, well, you put two and two together, man.
Here's what I'm what I'm looking at right now is an accurate historical depiction of the earth in ancient Hebrew. They cannot have just got this out of thin air.
Which is based off the scriptures of the Old Testament.
Yeah. Firmament of the sky. The stars are inside. Sun, moon, inside. So, can I ask you guys a question? Can you guys explain the waters above the firmament for me, please? I don't want to just search up the definition. I rather.
The Bible just says that above the firmament there is water, not open space. And we can see this in the flood of Noah, where the windows of the firmament were opened for the flood to occur.
Forgive me if this is a dumb question. Is that why the sky's blue?
I have no idea, but that's what we're told in Scripture.
Because it would make sense. If water is above the firmament, the firmament, then it would make sense for the sky to be blue. I mean, but that's just the THC talking.
Look,
well,
that could be hang on. That could be a conclusion you could come to, but it's not something that you're ever going to be able to verify in reality. So I wouldn't.
Oh no, 100%.
No.
That's not a conclusion I was coming to. I was having a high moment. Sorry. Yeah, no, I thank you for answering those questions. I really appreciate it. I got some more answers that I needed.
Just for your knowledge, I've taken this to many pastors, and the majority who are honest have said, yes, the Bible does depict a flat earth. Yes, they did believe based on the Bible back then that the earth was flat. However, they didn't have the science and the knowledge and the understanding that we have today. Yeah? Now, I call that a contradiction because in their next breath, they're going to preach to you that that book is God's book, that it was written by God, inspired by God. Everything that's in there is what we need to know. So now, by stating this, you're actually claiming that God, who wrote this book, wasn't smart enough to understand that he created a globe, so he depicted it as flat, but modern science today is smarter.
Was that towards me?
Yes, I'm saying I have spoken to many pastors and priests about the flat earth in the Bible. And they've all admitted, or the majority have admitted, that yes, the Bible depicts a flat earth, and it was believed to be flat due to the Bible's description. However, back then they didn't have the knowledge or the understanding or the science that we have today. This is the answer that I'm always given. Now, I have a problem with that, especially when they teach that the Bible is God's inspired word and that it is written basically by God. So now they're trying to state that God doesn't know his own creation and that science knows better.
Well, the Bible was written to people by people who were spoken to by God, right?
Correct. It was divine inspiration and intervention. So if
that was majority Old Testament. New Testament is majority eyewitness testimony and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but again,
Mark,
if
Matthew,
they state
John, and Luke and stuff. Sorry.
If they state that yes, it is depicted as flat in the Bible. Yes, everybody did believe it as flat because of the Bible, but then state that that was because they didn't understand back then. They didn't have the science back then. If this is a God-inspired book, then they're claiming that God doesn't know his own creation and science knows better.
I don't believe that.
No, but that's what the answer from the church that ends up being, yeah, because they state these people didn't know back then. Science knows better today. So today, although the Bible tells us that it's flat,
They're
we
trying to
believe
be
it's a globe
modern.
because of science.
They're trying to be modern, inclusive, and it's like, but like in a bad way. Like it's not. This is the problem. Like they're gonna contradict themselves and say that God doesn't even know about his own creation. And like they're also gonna try to modernize the church and do all this other stuff. It's this is why I don't like say I'm. It's hard to explain, but my point is this: is like they're bringing science into religion. Like trust me, like I've heard it. Like I was raised Roman Catholic. I've been through a whole bunch of stuff in regards to that. They try to bring science into it now, and it's just like, you know what? Like, if you cannot, again, I told you guys I have not read the full Bible. I still have some learning to do on behalf of my own faith, but I can tell you, as someone who knows a little bit or two about my faith, science, honestly, is the contradictory of Christianity, Catholicism, Judaism, all that stuff. It is the contradictory. It's like, oh, miracles can't happen because science says so. Like, a man cannot walk on water because science says so. The earth can't be flat because science says so. You want to know what I just searched up? I searched up Bible interpretation of Earth, and I cannot find one round image on the images. Not one. Not one. So, I mean, there's two, but they're not even in relation to what I'm even searching. So what I'm saying is, it's just. So again, me and I can't remember who I was talking to earlier about it. It's not going to be an overnight thing for me to become a flat earther. Not going to be an overnight thing. But what I will say is that I have heard so many contradictories over the last couple of, like, I would say the last day now. And I've read so many things, and I'm just like, wait a second. Like, I need to step back, and I really need to analyze what I've been fucking told my entire life. I really need to analyze it. Because, again, like I said, why on earth am I searching up Bible interpretation of Earth and everything comes up as flat?
Because the Bible describes the earth as flat. That is just a fact.
Exactly. So, I take the Bible literally, so I'm not going to go against God's word. It's say that the earth is like you understand what I'm trying to say though?
Yep, and the contradictions just aren't in the Bible, yeah? I mean, you can look at this in everyday reality. We've got gas pressure laws that are broken. We've got thermodynamics laws that are apparently broken. We've apparently got curvature that nobody can measure, nobody can see. However, it's just there. Trust us, bro. Yeah? Because in reality, water's level. Water at rest is flat. We view the earth as flat and stationary. We measure the earth as flat and stationary. We build upon it as flat and stationary. We fly over the plane. Yeah? So everything in reality, when we dig deeper, there really is no evidence for this globe, yeah? There's definitely no science to support it.
Well, I can't.
What we have is...
listen, we all know, we were all taught all this stuff, and then I went through. So what I went through was a rabbit hole of space and all this stuff, like all this kind of stuff, right? But then came across some questions that I had, and I was like, wait a second, some of this stuff doesn't add up, right? And it's just for me personally, it's just about challenging the status quo. Why on earth? And I mean that in a different way. But why on this? Like why? It's just I just have so many contradictions, so many questions that, of course, will not be answered overnight, and will not be. And this will take me a while, and it's going to take me a long time to be able to come into this discussion and be able to. The reason why I haven't jumped into any of the conversations that happened over the last couple hours was because I am not knowledgeable enough to debate around Earther. Because I don't even call myself I can't call myself a round earther right now. I can't. How am I going to do that? After all this, I know it's not enough, but I can't call myself a flat earther or a round earther. I don't know what I am at this point. I just don't believe what I've been told anymore. I have a globe sitting right next to me.
Your own.
But I have a globe sitting right next to me.
Sorry, you can go and do your own long distance observations, over water. If you've got a lake nearby, you've got a.
I live in I live in what's it called? I live in Canada, right? So I live in this city called Hamilton, and it's right across the lake from Toronto. And you can see Toronto visibly, right? So I'm wondering
how big is the lake?
How that's a good question, because see, that's a question I was going to ask earlier, but I forgot. I honestly completely forgot. I'm going to tell you guys the distance between the beach of Hamilton to the skyline of Toronto, okay? And then I'll give you guys
even the beach of Toronto on the other side.
No, the skyline. So the thing with Toronto is that the beach is it's hard to explain, because the beach is kind of on a different side of because it's hard to explain. If you look at the map, you'll see it, but it's the beach, the Toronto beach is not it's not facing Hamilton. Hamilton's facing the skyline. Because the skyline doesn't have a beach. The beach is on the opposite side of the skyline.
Oh, well, give us the measurements to the skyline then.
All right, just give me a second real quick. I'm going to pull this all up because I don't want to just bring this up and not have anything to... Because we'll find out, actually, because should I be able to see the skyline from the distance? We'll find out. All right, so... Let's switch up 1 second. Toronto. Like this. Viewpoint. Sorry, 1 second, boys. How do we measure this? I'm trying to go from. Oh my goodness, this is so confusing. Queen Elizabeth Way doesn't even show the freaking storyline. Okay, wait. So it does say. ATC viewpoint from here. Okay, so it does say 66.3 kilometers. So if the Earth was round, how many kilometers would you need for the skyline to not be visible?
Well, if you were standing on the beach at 1.8 meters high, I suppose, and you're saying it's 68 kilometers, did you say?
66.3 kilometers.
66.3. Then anything below 296 meters should be blocked.
Okay,
So
so
anything
I
below
should not be able to see
296
that skyline.
If the skyline's below 296 meters, no.
One second. Above or below how many things?
It would need to be above 296 meters tall to see the tops of the skyline. Anything below 296 should be hidden.
You remember your observer height?
So it's saying that it's not entirely below 296, but it is at 553.3 meters. So that's. But it says 298 global. What? It's saying a whole bunch of things. Hold up. Doesn't make any sense. Initially, they're saying it's above.
Yeah, then you should see anything above that, yes. But you can do other observations across that lake with boats, with shorelines. See, the higher the object or the higher you are is going to dictate what you're going to see.
It's like, okay, so I grew up in Hamilton, so like I've been to the beach like 1,000 times. We can't see. Okay, so from the Hamilton beach, we can't see Oshawa, which is a city in Ontario.
So how far is that?
Oshawa is 125 kilometers away.
Yeah, you'd struggle with that. I'd say even with a camera, 125 kilometres is quite a large distance to see through the atmospheric effects and to have that angular view.
Yeah, so we can't see. I usually like can't see Oshawa. What else can we not see? And then anything beyond that we can't see. And then so from the Hamilton
So you
Beach.
just got to remember, if you were at 6 foot tall, or 1.8 something meters or
Yeah.
so, you should be seeing things disappear behind a curve, according to the globe math.
Well, when I was actually sorry to interrupt you. When I was on the CN Tower, I did see buildings. When I was in the CN Tower, I did see buildings across the lake.
Yes, that's because you've increased your height, which also
Elevation, right?
Yeah, but it also increasing your elevation would, yes, be able to view more on a ball because you're increasing your elevation, right? However, it also allows you to see more over a flat surface. It doesn't prove anything.
Oh, yeah, it was all completely flat. Everything was completely flat. It literally looked like, dude, it literally looked like I was standing on top of a plate.
If you can
No pun
find something
intended.
about 10, if you can find something about 10, 15, 20 kilometers away on that lake to view, over 10 kilometers from your eye height, there should be 7 meters of curvature blocking whatever you're viewing.
We don't have that because guess what? Mississauga's closer. See all of Mississauga. That is not true at all. I said no. I'm not what you said. I'm saying what the thing just said. Sorry, give me a second here. Because you can see Brampton buildings and Mississauga's buildings. Literally just if you go up the mountain. Because we have a mountain down here. So I live downtown, right? But there's a mountain. And then you go up the mountain but like when you see the like the overlook of Hamilton, you see across the lake, you see Toronto, you see Mississauga, and you can also see Brampton. So I'll give you the things. I just gotta fix this because it's being extremely stupid now. I think my computer's having a heart attack. Okay, so we're gonna go. So I can see the buildings from Brampton, right? When I'm not when I'm on the beach, but when I'm going up the mountain, right? I can see the Brampton, like the buildings in Brampton. Brampton is 116 kilometers away from the beach. So from uptown, it would be about 130 kilometers away. So if you're on the mountain, you can see Brampton buildings.
But you'd need to know the height of the mountain as well.
Sorry?
You would need to know the height of the mountain that you're viewing from.
It's no like the Hamilton Mountain. It's not like a mountain that you, not one of those kind of mountains. It's just like a. It's like it's hard to explain. If you search up the Hamilton Mountain, you'll get a better understanding of what I'm saying. Or if I'll send something in because I'll do it. I gotta get my phone.
Yeah. You still have to account for height though.
Yeah. So I'm trying to figure out why I can see. I'm saying like how much distance do I need to not see Toronto? If like Like if the globist people come at me and say, need to. We can find anything.
Anyone got the Black Swan? I can't find it. That might help him.
No, I'm just looking at Campbell's Campbell's message. The Earth curvature calculator, and then the next
Yeah,
thing
I
he
posted
says,
the AJ. I posted in the side chat.
Okay, so I shouldn't be able to see Toronto then, if it's the globe.
Well, there's many observations that debunk the globe radius. There's laser tests as well that debunk the globe's radius. But there's another one that Kembo just dropped in
No,
the chat for us below.
You want to know? You want to know something too? You can also see the very bottom of the CN Tower. I wonder how that's possible. From that distance.
So do you understand that the horizon, if the Earth were a sphere, this would be the point where the Earth starts curving away from you and blocking physical objects, would have to be on that curve of that sphere, yeah? It would be at a set distance. That distance wouldn't change unless you changed in elevation.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so in the chat beside us, we've got 2 oil rigs, right? So those oil rigs are there to show how far offshore they are compared to the horizon. They're just a demarcation for distance. So in this image, we can see the horizon where the sky appears to meet the Earth is out beyond platform habitat, beyond 9.41 miles. Okay, so the observer in this image is 1 foot off the ground. So according to your Earth curve calculator there, or globe math, yeah, based off the radius, the horizon should be at a distance of 1.22 miles, yet we see it beyond 9.41 miles. So there's a modus tollens here, which is a logical syllogism. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then every distance or every horizon distance measurement should be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet Q. So that's that geometric horizon or the curve of the Earth. You can check that on your Earth curve calculator. We can see not Q. Horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P. Earth is not a sphere with that radius.
Yes, I see that. Very compelling. Very compelling. Sorry if I sound like I'm not listening. My finger's bleeding and I'm trying to find something different.
So this is only the start, yeah? There's much more evidence.
Oh no, trust me. No, I'm going through the stuff that I've been sent by the boys here in the chat. Gonna be. I was looking through some of it today. Gonna be looking through some more of it tomorrow as well. I was like, cause like unfortunately I had to walk home from work. Like I had to walk home from like a long distance from my house today after work. And like all I could think of was like, oh, I can't wait to get back in that chat. Cause like I didn't want to leave earlier. I just have to go to work, which we all gotta do, right? Sucks, but you know, we just gotta. I just was really like intrigued with like honestly like the way, like I can't remember who it was. Who was it in the chat earlier? The way he handled that debate was so smooth.
DJ or Indio, Alpha?
I think it was Alpha, but the way he handled it might have been Alpha, but the way he handled it was around like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock p.m. Eastern time for me. But like it was like a really like he was laying down the facts and like I can't remember like I'm trying to remember one of the arguments, but it was a very, 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 very good. Like it was good. He did really good. And that's the thing too. Like one thing that you guys are very good at is asking questions that have substance and freezing people in the moment. Like not purposely, but when you ask them serious questions, like when you ask them a question and you guys have something behind the question, they freeze. Because then they try to ask you a question. And then they won't answer it, and then like even if they like try to answer a question, it's always like, oh, well, you need to answer my question. Like I remember the guy was trying to so it was like they were discussing the solar eclipse and how can you say that you saw the moon go in front of the sun? I watched the solar eclipse of April 8th, 2024, right? I didn't see the moon. I saw something cover the sun. It was really cool, in my opinion. It was really cool.
Even that's an interpretation, right? Because we just assume that something's covering the sun, right? What if it's the sun doing something itself?
That's also something to look at. Only reason why I said that was because from the observation that I had, and I don't know what they do with the glasses, just forgive me. Like when I had the glasses on, I could see like something moving away. I'm not saying it was the moon, I'm just saying I could see something moving away. Right? From my observation. But at the end of the day, I thought that it was a good argument to bring up, like, how can you confirm that it was the moon that was in front of the sun? And he's like, well, I saw it. It's like, but if you look online, even the NASA assholes say that you can't see the moon before before the eclipse. Can't see nothing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, man. Yeah.
I remember I was looking it up and I was doing some research during their debate just to get myself some knowledge, and it literally says you cannot see the moon be like during the solar eclipse. You cannot see it. So the question is, what's covering the sun, or is the sun doing something like you mentioned, or is the sun doing something that we are unaware of? Right? So
right.
But there's no but like for example, I'm coming in here again, this is not overnight. I'm trying to, when I say this is not overnight, I'm referring to somebody. I just need to what's it called? Give me a second. Kembo. It's not overnight. Remember this, it's not overnight. But I have to say, it's like, after hearing so much, I'm not easily convinced on a lot of things. I'm really not. But I just feel like everything I've been, like, not everything, sorry. A lot of the things I've been taught, I'd say right now I'm at the 25% mark. 25% of the things I've been taught, and like I'm gonna get there more, obviously. It's not true. It just can't be true. Like it's like when I was asked, what's your personal experience on Earth? Okay, well, to be honest with you, I'm gonna say, like, it's stationary, doesn't move. Like, I went outside today after our conversation, and I was like, yeah, this looks pretty stationary. And then I started reminding myself, I'm like, yeah, like, the only time you see the Earth move is when there's an earthquake or maybe like a nuclear bomb or whatever, right?
Yep. And then what happens is we get people coming in to give globe proof, but then start telling us how they see the sun, moon, and stars moving. Yeah, because it's what they see naturally every day, and we have to correct them and say, hang on a second. In your belief, it's the Earth that's moving, not the sun, moon, and stars. Yeah, so their own senses tell them this.
Sorry to interrupt you. I already know for a fact that you guys know every single like literally. I believe you guys know every single globe argument, right? So coming from a person who was literally, who is literally getting there, getting more knowledge, trying to understand that, what I've been told is not like if I believe I was lied to about the amount of subjects that I believe I was lied to about, why is flat Earth, why is that something that should be out of the realm of possibility for me, right? So that's why I'm very open and I want to learn so much. But what I'm saying is that when you come to a person like myself who's gonna try to defend the globe, I'm not doing it anymore, but if I were to come in here before, I would have been like, oh, so what's your evidence that the Earth is flat, right? And then which honestly is not the way you start the question, right? But my point is that from the perspective of a person who thinks that flat Earth is ridiculous, I was one of those people at one point. I thought that it was ridiculous. I thought it was, and I know you guys have also probably experienced that. I thought it was ridiculous. I thought it was literally like I literally thought that people were brain dead. But then my faith and listening to my fellow Christians talk about the Earth and a bunch of stuff like that, I was like, you know what? Maybe there's some validity. And then when I got Discord. And obviously listening to Teddy Bravo and some other figures out there who were trying to spread counter narrative, I realized, you know what, maybe I should just give this a chance for once and find the right avenues to get information, because I'm not going to get information off Google. Not going to get information off YouTube. Not going to get information off all these other sites. You already know this. So what I'm trying to do here is just try to bring in like not play devil's advocate, but bring in the question, bring the dumb arguments to you guys from other people's perspectives, and then see what you guys have to say about it. Because that way I can see, because they're not going to come in here and do that with you guys, because every time they do, they lose. It's like it's a lose-lose situation, because they come in here, they don't know what they're talking about. You guys clearly do. So they come in here, you guys try to give them the benefit of the doubt, and then when they know they've lost, they know they can't compete no more. Not compete, but they know they can't have discourse no more. They're like, dang it, I gotta start insulting. You know what I mean? So there's just a whole bunch of issues in relation to this subject, because it's a very, very controversial subject. That's why it's so censored, right? I tell you right now, I remember watching. Again, I'm gonna bring Eddie Bravo up again. I remember watching Joe Rogan's old podcast, early podcast episodes, as so did one of the other users in this chat. I remember him talking about this stuff, and I'm like, yo, this guy's crazy. But then I was like trying to do the research on it, and I couldn't find nothing. And I'm like, dude, like, really? Like, if it's not fake, if it's not ridiculous, if it's not stupid, why you gotta censor it all? You know what I mean? But anyway, sorry for the rant. I appreciate y'all listening to me.
Well, if you ever
That's all
want to
good.
have any Bible discussions about not just flat Earth, but Bible discussions, feel free to contact me.
Oh, 100% I will. Because I'll tell you right now, I believe that all Christians in this Discord, even if we're coming from a flat Earth server, a flat Earth chat, or like a Israel Palestine chat, or an economic chat, political chat, Donald Trump, it doesn't matter. Christians, we should all come together. We need to be together in a better fashion in a better manner than we have been over the last several years, to say the least. Yeah, man, message me anytime. One thing I love is to hear the gospel, and I also love to speak about it. But again, this is the 24/7 for the YouTubers listening out there. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord chat. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. I got my subscription. I mean, it's literally so easy, guys. Go into the what's it called? Go to the subscribe button. Click that stuff. If you have questions, if you guys want to have a civil discussion, these guys are your guys. They will have amazing discussions with you. Not going to go on too much longer, but what I'm going to say is... So easy, guys. Go into the... Oh, goodness gracious. What's it called? Go to... No! I just ruined my promo. Anyways, guys, you know what it is. 24/7, Flat Earth, Discord Live, open discussion. Today is the 27th of April, 2025, and this is episode 2, 24/7, Flat Earth Discord. Subscribe, y'all. We got 41 people watching in the stream. I'm not the person putting on the stream, but I will say this, the person putting on the stream, doing a great job. We got 1.3k subscribers. You know what? Let's get that up to 1.4. Let's go.
Yep, we got a free promo right there.
Appreciate it, man.
Yep.
Also,
So what's going on, guys?
Also, if you have, sorry guys, I'm not. I should have. I'm just trying to finish my promo, guys. Also, if you want to have civil discourse and learn and get facts that you will not get off the internet, you will not get it off YouTube, but you will get it from this stream only. Again, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live, open discussion, the 27th of April, 2025. Subscribe, leave a like on the video, of course. Don't forget to leave a like. If you're not liking the video, then why are you watching? That's the real question. Anyways, join the discussion. Ask some questions. And you'll get
All
some
right,
answers.
brother.
Thank you, Seth. Awesome, bro.
Promo is done.
Yeah. Well, I
Maybe
got a
got
question
some
for you.
competition. Hey, CB's
Dude,
got
I
some
will promote
competition.
this channel. I am going to promote this. We are going to blow up. When I say we, I mean the server, like the people who are like in the one thing. But this is gonna blow up. I'm telling you right now, this is gonna blow up. We got 40 people watching the stream. Discord.gg/flat-earth. Discord.gg/politics. Come on and join.
40. That's a good number.
Discord.gg/politics and religion as well. Come join us. Have a conversation with us.
Right.
That's a good amount of people watching for a shadow banned server. Damn.
I want to make this server fun. Serious, but fun.
Well, I
So
got
if
some
you are
questions
trying
for
to
you.
have fun on this
Is that the
server
boy?
and you're trying to ask some really good questions, again, like I said, it is all like, how hard is it, guys? Let me ask you guys a question. We work day in and day out. We go to work. We do all this stuff. We pay bills. But how, which is hard, but how hard is it to click subscribe to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live stream? How hard is it? Come on. And also, how hard is it to leave a like on the stream? How hard is it? You know it's easy. Leave a like. Subscribe. Come on. You guys know that you like it. Let's go.
Okay, thank you for the extended promotion.
You're.
But the real question is this, Zeti boy. I got a question for you. Since the time I sent you the information, have you check it out, any of the stuff I sent you? The links, the big
Yes,
playlist.
I have. I was going through it during my break today at work. Unfortunately, I have to go and pull some stuff up because I can't remember too much.
Right. Well, that's cool. That's cool. That's awesome. Well, like this would
But I
be
did
my
look through it
suggestion,
though.
right?
I did look through it though, like you told me to earlier.
Yeah, I mean it's cool. It's cool. But my suggestion to you is this, right? If you want to take this topic, serious, or you want to have a little fun with, right? You would, I would suggest you just maybe stay off Discord for like a week or two and just focus on the information. I mean, of course, you're still gonna go to work, do your chores, pay your bills, do whatever you gotta do, right? But just spend some time and take a look at the information without anybody trying to influence you from both sides, either from the globe side or from the flat earth side, right? And then you use your God-given sense, your brain, the ability to discern, to think, right? Which information is correct, which one is true, which one is a reality. And that would be my suggestion, man. If you can do that for yourself, I think, yeah, that would be a big win for you, because now, remember, like, let's say a year from now or a few months from now, you became a flat earther, right? You don't have any influence at all, right? Because you use your own time, your own brain, your own thinking to discern which information is correct. Now, the reason why I say this, right? Because we came across these people that came in here claiming that they used to be a flat earther, right? They went back to the globe because they said that, because when they were a flat earther, they were basically kind of like, I would say, a trick, you know what I mean? Or in a sense, like they were tricked to believe in a flat earth. Well, the main point is this: you don't want to be a flat earth believer. You want to be a flat earth, know the earth is flat, right? You want to be somebody that knows something instead of believe, right? So by me saying all this stuff, right? Like if you can spend some time and do on your own, brother, I think that would be a big win for you. So that would be my suggestion.
Are you? I was just trying to promote. That's all.
But anyhow, yeah, we can move on with this, and thank you for the promo and all that stuff. You seem very respectful this last couple time. We appreciate you being here. I mean, do you have any other question relating to the topics, my friend?
No disrespect when I ask this. Are you guys kicking me?
Oh no, we're not kicking you, bro. No.
This kind of sounded like it a bit, Kimber. It's like, just go,
Yeah, we about to kick you for real.
week at least. That's not what he was getting at, bro. He's just saying that try to look into it, bro, so you can make your mind up and get your arguments down pat and that sort of thing as well, right? Like, and get it all sorted, do some research with the links that he sent you. You still pop in here, right? Definitely don't have to just get away from it. He just doesn't want you to think that we're trying to convince you. He wants you to come to this.
No, we had this conversation earlier, guys. We had this conversation earlier. I said, and I kept saying to you, DJ, it's not overnight. It's not overnight.
Yeah,
I'm telling you that. That's why I'm here. That's why I was very excited to come back and join, guys. Come on.
That's good, bro.
He wasn't telling you to go away.
No.
I'm sorry. That's just my sensitivity. I'm sorry.
Brother,
I'm sorry.
You have to listen carefully, right? See, the thing is this, right? There's like in the past, we came across with certain individual, right? So when they became a flat earther, right? They became a flat earth believer, and then they went back to the globe side, right? And then now, they came back, and here they trying to challenge us with everything. They say, "Well, I used to be on this side too," and I don't want to see you like anybody like that, right? If anything, I want them to know something. But hold on, let me finish. You want to know something, right? Instead of believing it, because it's easy to believe, just blindly believe in a lot of stuff, or even with people, right? But if you can know something and use your God giving sense of brain, right? And I think that would be a big win. You know what I mean? And that's all. That's what I'm saying, right? But of course, if you choose to come here every day, like sure, yeah, why not? You can come here anytime. Like I said, we welcome you anytime. Yesterday and all that stuff. So yeah, no problem, man. But if you can spend your own time and look into this without anybody trying to influence you, whether on the globe side or on a flat side, bro, like, I mean, that's it. That's golden right there. You know what I mean? And then whatever you learn, you come back and share with us, and we would be, happy to hear it.
I just want to say that I have always questioned the shape of this planet since I was grade 9, because it's just like you live on such a flat surface, feels like you're in a dome. I'm not going to go on about it, but my point is this. I've always questioned the shape of the earth. Me and my mom's ex-boyfriend, God rest his soul, we used to always talk about how, like, we don't believe the earth is a sphere, that it could be just some wide, like, oval. You know what I mean? We always used to discuss stuff like that. So I've never, ever, like, I wish I explained myself better, like, 2 nights ago, or the night before, because when I joined this chat, I didn't join this chat saying I don't know anything. I've heard so many things, I've read so many things, and obviously there are much more things that I need to read, etc. But what I'm saying is, throughout my life, I've always questioned the shape of the planet. And the reason why I have
just stop me right there real quick, brother. The Earth is not a planet. So just want to let you know about that. Yeah, Earth is not a planet.
But I've always questioned the shape of Earth. And when I was growing up, when I was little, and till this like not till this day, but like when I was little, growing up, I was always like, why is everything so flat? Like, why is everything so flat? I kept asking myself that question every single day when I was growing up, right? And I really tried to get into the flat earth, like, what's it called? I really tried to search for the evidence, but as you guys mentioned earlier today, or not today, sorry, yesterday, that obviously you're going to hear people with straw man arguments and all that kind of stuff. Now, I believe me staying here, I believe I do have arguments. I just believe that if I'm given, like, I don't need to take 2 weeks off Discord. I don't believe I need to do that. I believe that I have had this question for a very, very, very long time. I would not have joined the server if I didn't have that question. I just disrespected you guys when I joined. I was acting all high and mighty and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, it's all good, brother. It's all good. Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, I don't need a 2 week break or anything like that. What I need is to be able to discuss this topic with you guys. And for example, I had a really great conversation with one of our lads here about scripture in regards to the shape of Earth, right? And it was a great discussion. So what I'm saying is, I believe that I'm bringing in good questions, and I'm bringing in good, like, energy, because at the end of the day, I want to promote this. I'm gonna send you a photo. Look at the thing real quick. Like, I'm trying to promote this. Like, I really am. I'm just gonna send you this real quick.
Good, man. It's exciting, right?
No, like, I'm gonna tell my people, because I was talking to my people, my friends, and we were talking,
listen.
and I said, like, yo, like, I joined this Discord server, and like, these guys are so smart, crazy.
But listen, my friend, look, some of us, or even a lot of us, had this experience, right? But whatever you want to do, that's on you, right? But I'm telling you, my suggestion, you should keep this to yourself at the moment, right? Because I'm gonna tell you right now, you might end up losing some friends or family. You get too excited.
No, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, no. But listen, I'm gonna tell you this is what happened, and it happened
Bro,
to
you're
a
not
lot of
gonna
us.
lose friends. You're gonna lose your whole friend group. You're gonna lose your whole contact list, bro.
Yeah, bro. Hold on.
I already have.
Sit down, relax. Okay, but listen, what I'm saying, right? Don't get too excited about this, right? Like, you learn whatever you learn, right? And when you know enough, right, then maybe you can open up to your close friend or something, or your family, if you want to. Now, I'm not. I don't advise you to do that at all, because there's things that happen
you open up to them, just
in the
don't
past.
say like I'm a flat earther, because it's like coming out as gay, right?
But
it's like, just explain to them, like,
yeah, dude, just shut the fuck up, dude. Just shut your stupid ass up,
bro. I'm just giving
shut
advice.
up. Shut up. We talking, dude. How rude can you be? Like, somebody was talking in here, and all of a sudden you just jump in here and start opening your mouth, running your mouth. Just sit down, dude. Right? You don't even know what the hell we talking about, right? You just heard a little bit and you just make a full assumption. But anyhow, let's move on, right? ZD Rich, boy Rich. But listen, man, you gotta be careful. And the reason why I'm telling you this, man, because I got love for everybody that come in here, and you seem pretty genuine. You might be a little bit too excited and stuff like that, but which is good, right? But I'm just saying, be careful before you know about this information. You can't just go out there and try and just talk to people about this, right? Because there's gonna come a time that you don't know enough about certain things relate to the topics, and then you can't answer their question, and then that's how you get into the arguments with your close one, or your families and all that. So what I would suggest you do, my friend, learn as much as you can, right? And when you feel comfortable that you know pretty much about almost able to, categories or topics or whatever, you can open up to your close friend or your family. But right now, I would suggest you just, keep it on the low for yourself.
So can I respond real quick, please? So I didn't what's it called? Like I only told two people, which again I agree with everything you're saying. I only told two people about my server interaction with you guys. My sister and my my close friend at work. My close friend at work, he's very, very, very open to learning things like this kind of stuff. And my sister is very open to learning this kind of stuff as well. That's why I told them. I only told them because what I said to them was, I'm in this server, and because my sister knows about the situation that happened the other day, and she said is everything okay or whatever, and I said, yeah, everything's fine. They embraced me, they took me back, they accepted my apology. They understood that I was, under the influence. I wasn't myself, and I made some horrific comments that I should not have made. And anyways, I said to her that a lot of the things that a lot of the things that I hear during these arguments, or not, sorry, these debates, and a lot of the things that I'm, researching on my own, it's starting to, show a light that I haven't seen in a while. Because before I used to be, I was heavily interested in flat Earth when I was in grade 11. I'm 23, so that was a long time ago. But I was really interested in it when I was in grade 11. But unfortunately, I, put it away, right? So what I'm saying is that when I say that, oh, I told this one person this one, I'm not going to go around saying, oh, here's the word of flat Earth. No. I am saying that I am officially on the fence. Now, the reason why I'm on the fence, we talked about this earlier, so I don't really want to get into it again. But again, what I'm trying to say to you, my friend, and here's to you for, all the respect you've given to me. I just want to let you know that I'm here because I want to promote, I want to, continue to learn, but continue to listen. Because when I ask questions in the server, we have amazing discussions. I asked a couple questions today, and we had really good discussions, right? So what I'm saying is I just want to be able to ask questions still. And again, nobody's coercing me, nobody's grooming me, nobody's putting things into my head to make me feel this way. No, I've questioned the globe since I was little. I never mentioned this before, and I should have. And I was a little scared too, if that makes any sense to anybody. I was a little scared to mention this, but I've always been skeptical about a globe. Always.
Yeah, I mean, it's normal, right? If you actually think
what
about
I'm
it,
saying is, what I'm saying is, when I say to the chat, and when I say to the YouTube channel, which I'm literally watching the YouTube channel right now, when I say go subscribe, like, etc., I'm trying to get more people, not from my friend group or anything like that. I'm just trying to get people who are watching this, who may not be subscribed, to understand that, hey, these guys are very good at their dialogue. You don't have to agree with what they say, but at least give them a chance.
No, thank you, man. Thank you. We appreciate that. Yep. Yeah, man, I think it's pretty normal when you were young, and at a certain point in your life you start to question the globe, right? Because I did
I never stopped.
at one time.
I'm not sorry to interrupt you. I never stopped, I just constantly had that mindset, but like, go on. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there. That was my bad.
Oh no, that's fine. Yeah. No, I'm just saying, like, it's pretty normal, right? I mean, I questioned the globe when I was in 7th grade, right? The very first time when I learned about the heliocentric model, I was like, wait a minute. I didn't have the word ball, I mean, at the time. I'm like, wait, we are, just flying through, whatever I didn't even know the vacuum of space either, like just flying, floating in the sky, right? And I thought to myself, how is that making sense, right? But then, I was just questioning it, right? Because I'm like, wait, we feel stationary, right? And even certain words in my language at the time, right? It never described the word as a ball or anything, right? If anything, it's more like a level surface, right? You know what I mean? And after that, I told myself, well, maybe I'm just a kid. I'm stupid. I need to learn a lot of this stuff. So maybe that's the reason why I don't understand yet, because I'm still too young, right? So I did question the globe at a certain point in my life, and I'm pretty sure, which you said you did it too before, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people already done that too, which is questioning the globe. So it's pretty normal. I don't think. I don't think anything crazy about that.
Yeah, no, I just, I don't know. I handled myself. And again, we moved past it. I'm not bringing it up. I'm just saying I handled myself in a really bad manner the other day, which made me seem like I don't know anything and I'm just an ignorant troll or whatever. But the fact of the matter is that I truly, truly care about this subject. And I was literally in the chat with you guys for about 10 hours before I left for work. You know what I mean? And you guys were so gracious, so respectful, and I come in here with with similar beliefs, not beliefs, sorry, similar agreements, right? I just want to establish the fact that I don't need 2 weeks off of Discord. I need to do my research, but at the same time, I need to be in these discussions and I need to be able to ask the questions that I gotta ask, because this is the only place I can go.
Awesome, bro. Hey, but I think you did join the main server yesterday, right? Is that correct?
Yeah,
You
you
did join the
gave
main
me
server.
you gave me like a really nice membership and everything.
Oh, that was DJ. Yeah, DJ gave you the verifiable. Perfect.
Shout out DJ. Shout out DJ.
Yep. But yeah, man. I think. Well, I don't know if we told you about the additional information, right, within the server, right? If you, if you have a chance right now, all you got to do is scroll all the way down, like, till you see additional information AL, right? It has so much information in there, right? PDF files, citation.
I started going through it. It's just. Sorry to interrupt you. I literally, I'm telling you right now, I hate interrupting people. That's why I always that's why if I interrupt you, I'm gonna say sorry. I hate interrupting people. But and sorry guys, if I sound slow right now, I had 2 hours of sleep, and I worked a really, really long shift. So forgive me if I sound slow.
No, you're right, bro.
It's fine.
But anyways, what's it called? Where I can't remember where I left off at. Crap.
You said you check out the additional information a little bit. You went through
Say that one more time.
additional information. No, I said that I think you were talking about, you were trying to tell us that you went through the server, the main server, and you check out certain additional information. The one that we told you to check it out if you have any question.
So,
Yep.
So I checked out like as much as I could on my break and stuff like that, right? And I'm still doing it because, of course, I'm finally getting. So how do I explain this? I'm finally getting the uncensored version of what I want to know. Because for years, guys, I'm like, why on earth would they like you know what irritates me the most? Can I explain something real quick? Flat Earth.
Yeah, go for it.
Flat Earth to me, in a way, is like Holocaust denial. No. Let me finish. Let me finish before anybody jumps into any conclusions. When I say the difference between Holocaust denial and Flat Earth is that Holocaust denial is
Bro, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you don't even mention that word and compare it to us like that or anyone else. Never do that. Never do that again, man. We're streaming.
Look, bro, there's certain things we cannot even mention on the stream because it gets detected by bots, right? And then it can get the channel in trouble. So yeah, you're all good. Just don't mention that word again, and then you're good. Q, do you think it's alright to unmute him now? Wetzel?
Oh yeah, he unmuted him.
Yeah, I muted him. Yeah. Just
Yeah. Look, nothing against you, bro. Just there's certain things, right? That the bots pick up on, right? If you say certain words, so it can get the channel could get shut down. So yeah, just be careful. Just be careful of that. Fair enough if you're new, you're not aware of how the TOS works and stuff. But there's a lot of people looking to get our channels shut down, right? People that sit there and wait.
I messed up. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Look, don't beat yourself up about it.
I know. Listen, because we talked about the TOS earlier today. Or not today, sorry, yesterday. We talked about TOS because somebody was bringing up the 2020 stuff. I know about TOS, so I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's all good. It's all good. We can move on.
I shouldn't have brought that. That's I can't even remember what I was saying.
Yeah.
It's all good.
I think we should just move on from that.
Yeah, we're gonna move on. Don't worry about it. Yep. Yeah. But anyhow, how's everybody doing today? Q, T-Dub, DJ.
Good, bro.
Zeddy.
Good. Get my stitches out of my head today, which is freaking awesome. They're annoying.
Not well, to be honest. I'm not doing too well.
yeah, I'm just working in the background listening. So yeah, that's why I step in there.
Yeah, that's cool. Yep. What about T-Dub, man? T-Dub, what's going on? How are you feeling being upside down?
Yeah, not too bad, man. Thanks, man. Just in the kitchen. That's that time of night.
Upside down in the kitchen.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, upside down kitchen. Making some upside down
feet.
Yeah.
Upside down cake. Upside down fruit cake or something.
Right. Oh man. How was dinner yesterday? I remember you were making dinner. How was it?
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, chicken soup's the bomb, and like, because the thing is too, like, I got this big pot, so I make up like a whole heap of it, and then like it just lasts days.
Oh hell yeah. We're always eating chicken soup here. Very popular dish in Poland.
I bet.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Traditional. Yeah.
Well, from what I understand from history, right? So they say that like the Europeans back in the day, and probably a lot of other cultures, right? So that the house would have like a central like cauldron, and I guess with a flue or whatever. But and it was just continuously burning. Like the Indians still do this today, like in India. right, with their ghee and all that on the street. You can just walk up and buy from a soup pot that's been basically boiling for like hundreds of years, right? The fire's never gone out. Yeah, like so, they're just so every day, like however you bring home like a leg of lamb or or pork or whatever, like and chuck it in, and then the wife would chuck in some veggies, and then it just continuously be soup just forever. Like,
wow, man! I wonder if some small percentage of that soup is like 100 years old that you're eating, like in India in that pot,
right? Because
yeah, that's crazy. In Thailand, they do have that too, DJ. In Thailand, or even in China too. But I've seen one in Thailand. The soup been going on for years, right? I don't know how that tastes. I'm pretty sure it tastes good, but I don't know how good it's for you or not. But I guess it's fine because the fire always going. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's crazy, man. Yeah, you know how we're looking into moving to Cambodia. We've been looking into some other places as well. So we might check out a few places, but one of those places is India as well. So we might even head to India first, right? Spend a bit of time there. Because we went there last year. It's actually freaking awesome there, right? If you go to the south, it's like tropical palm trees everywhere. It's super cheap. And the people are like really friendly.
Yeah. Like the one the north, bro. You ever trying to go to the north before? It seems like they got a lot of mountains up there too. Like North Indian.
Now I'm curious. Over there, right? Are there taxi drivers Europeans, Caucasian?
In India?
Sorry, I'm being really racist. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's nope, they're men with mustaches, right? And they're awesome. They're hello sir, how are you? 50 rupees. They don't try to rip you off or anything. It's like you just jump in and you can kind of trust that they're not going to overcharge you. Like if you go into the cities and stuff, you got to be careful. But if you go to any of the like coastal towns or anything like that, right? They're just like super friendly. Like half the time, right? Like they don't even like if you get some street food or something, they try to give it to you for free. Like, or there's always just random people coming up, like inviting you to their house, like genuinely, like they want to show you around the town. And they're like, "Oh, come to my house. So we'll put on like a freaking banquet for you." It's crazy, man.
Cool. Is it like in the movies? Like, say you'll be on the street and some little kid with a moped would be like, "I'll drive you around for like so many rupees a day or whatever." Like, and he's like your little guide and escort and shit, right? Like,
it's not really, bro. It's like the mustache men, right? It's always like some 40-year-old dude with a mustache, and he'll just rock up, or you ask them a question, and they'll be like, ask you where you're from, and then they'll like show you a bunch of pictures. Then they want to take a selfie with you, right? They're like, "Oh, can I get a selfie?" And bro, they're all about selfies there. Like half the day when you're out in India, you're just taking random selfies with people. They'll just come up and ask, "Oh, selfie?" And you just like, and they just want to. They'll smile and bro, and then if they get you like your WhatsApp number or whatever, like you'll get messages. Like I still get messages from people that I met like once in India. They'll still message saying, "Oh, how's it going?" And right, they're pretty cool, man. Like they'll just go out of their way to help you. They'll give you like they're real proud of their country, right? They want you to think that Indian people are really they're so proud of their country, bro. They'll send you lists of like all these different places that they think you should visit, right? And like which areas to watch out for. It's crazy, man. It's a real like humbling experience. It's nothing you don't get that sort of thing in other countries, right? Even in Thailand or Sri Lanka. Like Sri Lanka is similar, but the people do leave you alone a lot more. But India's an interesting place, man. I hear bad reports of some places in India up in the north, but if you go down in the south, like Kerala, it's freaking interesting, man. And the food's amazing and so cheap. Everything's so cheap there. It's pretty cool. We were looking at houses there. Like if you want to rent a house, you can get like a freaking mansion for like like 250 USD a month, and you get like a freaking giant 2-story 4-bedroom house that's all like brand new and like literally like a mini mansion. Yeah, it's crazy.
Wow,
Yeah,
that's so cool.
Yeah. That's why we're looking into Cambodia as well, bro. Like $150, $200 a month, and you got like a condo, like a 2-bedroom condo that's like all brand new with a washing machine, kitchen, and like a really nice pool, sometimes a gym.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Bro,
like we just go over, like buy a motorbike, so we don't have to pay for transport, or a tuk-tuk. And yeah, just spend time in different areas and work out where we want to settle down eventually.
Yeah. Hey, check out Vietnam too. Vietnam could be a good option too. T's from over there. Like
Vietnam, Vietnam's good, but the visa's the problem. They don't have suitable visas. It's very hard. You've got to keep doing border runs, right? And then if you've got a lease, right, sometimes it could be hard getting back into the country, or you run that stress of like a complication happening when you got to do border runs, right? But Cambodia, India, Sri Lanka, you can get these particular visas where you can get like a 5-year or 10-year or 1 year or whatever, multiple entry visa where you just have to do a border run every now and then, but you've already got the visa, so you can definitely get back in. But Vietnam's different. Vietnam's not really long-term friendly. Well, it kind of is, but it's just a little bit more hassle. But yeah, man, Vietnam's on the list. That's the good thing about going to Southeast Asia countries, right? You got all of the other Southeast Asian countries at your fingertips. You can just visit them and check them out anytime.
Right.
Yeah, Vietnam.
T's from over there. I think his family from over there too. Ultimate Flat Earth, Final Boss. Yeah.
Yeah. You mentioned.
I couldn't even tell, bro. I couldn't even tell he was Vietnamese. Well, anybody have anything new relating to Flat Earth that they want to share? Any new information? Anybody discover new information and stuff? Would like to share? Go for it.
I just have that video that I made for the P waves and S waves that I cut up. I didn't make it. I just chopped up a video that already existed. But it helps explain to morons that say that they know it's a globe because of earthquakes by the P waves and S waves.
Yeah, you did a very good job too, bro. Yesterday, you did a very good job. You talked to one of the dude about the radio wave. I talked to him like a couple hours, and and he still kind of have that edge on me. Like, well, the reason why I'm still on the globe side because radio wave proved the globe, blah blah, this and that. And I told him, look, I'm not familiar with it. I'm not really good at all, but some of us really good. You know what I mean? Like India or whatever. And then you show up. And then you gave him a piece of money, and then, bro, he took off. He's like, nah, fuck this shit. This guy know too much, right? So he took off.
Say it's bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the earthquake guy show up after.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you did demolish him with the whole earthquake and stuff. And then that's when we start talking about like the long distance observation, right? And then we start to touch up on refraction, whatever. And he was losing too. So then DJ show up. DJ demolish him with the whole refraction shit, right? With the mirages and stuff. And then, he didn't like it. He took off already. Well, I bet you anything he went to look into anti-flat earthers videos, and he found, a certain thing or whatever. And all he did was just chanting refraction. Or refraction index or whatever, the temperature and all that stuff, right? He was just trying to, basically like reverse the burden of proof, right? But in the end, he still got demolished, and Alpha Veritas really hit him so bad. He said, "Hey guys, can I take over real quick?" And he demolished him too, without even saying anything.
I think I left at that point.
I think he ran away. Hey, I need to learn this P-wave, S-wave argument. I've looked it up a few times, but what's the general idea of it? You know, without having to go into too much detail. Like, what's the main debunk when they say P-waves and S-waves prove the Earth's a globe?
Yeah, so what happens is there's like this, they call it a shadow, because like, let's say you have all kinds of seismographs all over the world, right? Every continent, they have these, and they just pick up the movements. They're very sensitive. And so like when there's an earthquake, a big earthquake, they'll say that it will trigger like seismographs like in every continent sometimes, you know, like they'll pick it up. They can tell like how far it reached, but sometimes it won't hit some parts and it'll skip, and then it'll be like it'll hit really like way farther. Okay. But they'll get it. Well, that way farther, they consider that to be on the other side of the planet in their paradigm. And they'll say but that wave doesn't go through the mantle, the Earth's core. So that's why there's a gap. This is the lore. This is what they tell us, right? This is what they say, what's happening 4,000 feet or 2,000 feet below the ground. And I was trying to explain to him, like, dude, P waves and S waves, they are like captured on an XYZ grid. Like there's no curvature about them. Like the only time it becomes like that graphic on their sphere, and then they show like the animation of it, depending on what instruments or what seismographs like were triggered and which ones went off. So they have like this animation. And I was trying to tell them, dude, but they're getting data like sent into them. But as you see in the video, they collect that data on an XYZ frame. That's why they show like that block, you know, or whatever you want to call it, like that you know, that 4x4 block, and it shows the motion of the waves going up and down, and then laterally. Well, it's an XYZ like system. That's the way it's captured like in their equipment. And then what they do is they take that raw data, and then they like put it into like this animation that will then be replicated on a sphere. So that's why I started with, whenever you come across those type of guys, I started with, well, how deep have we gone? And then you really got to break down the lore by saying, and then if you remember Kembo, I was telling him, can I build the entire SoFi Stadium if I only seen the restroom? Or I'm standing at the ticket booth and I'm trying to tell you what's in the basement. Like, and he's like, I said, have we ever gone that deep? No, yeah, because we've gone 8 miles. So then how can you know what's down there? And he goes, well, because we have waves, they go down there. Like, how do you know that? That you're just saying that, but there's absolutely zero proof that you can establish that. And I was trying to point out that they go down, they go across, and then they go up. And yes, sometimes they go like rolling, you know, they do rolling sometimes. Sometimes they're like really, like that's why the person with the teacher, the physics teacher, he shows the way they move with springs. P wave move one way and S wave move another way. So that's why it's just the way I break it down to them, and then I can tell by like at the end, even though he's like going to school to be what do you call them, a geologist. You can tell that he was like just quiet, like listening, like he was like, oh yeah, like I think he was like getting it, like it seemed like it.
Yeah. Interesting, bro. Yeah, I need to look further into it. I like that.
Yeah, a lot of it's just that you got to believe it. You know what I mean?
Yep. So, like many things, right? They utilize it as a flat surface, and then they transition that data onto like a sphere later on.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
What you see in the demonstration, it's all lateral. There's nothing curving about it. And this is how they understand it. Like that little black box in the tube, that's like the thing that's going to be triggered. And it'll be like, whoop, like it'll register. You know, like, oh shit, that's the sensor, if you will. And they're like, oh, look at it, it jumped. And then they'll know like that little wave that's created is what sets off the seismograph. But it's a lateral thing. Nothing curved about it.
Interesting. Have you looked into that guy who's a PhD geophysicist? He's from Portugal, I think. Alfonso something. Flat Earther. I think he talks about that sort of stuff. He's a highly decorated lecturer.
Sorry, bro. Yeah, bros. There's a lecture PDF lecture file there in the side chat for you to do with seismology.
Oh, there is. Where?
Might have put in the wrong chat.
Wait, did I put in the wrong chat? Wait. What? No. That's fine. Wait a sec. Where am I? Oh shit! I did. Wait, did I? Oh, okay. I put it in the mods chat. Sorry, no. I think so. I think it was in the mods chat. Where did it go? Where the freaking hell did it go?
I don't see it in the mods chat.
Wait, did I?
I don't see it in the mods chat.
It went to
you did.
chat?
You did put it. Yeah, you did put it in the mod chat. I see it. Lecture 11 PDF.
Okay. Right. Yeah. Cool. There you go. Sorry to interrupt.
It's all good.
All right. Yeah. Not in the mod server. In the mod channel. Yeah. Wait. I'll just repost it. Hang on.
Oh, you posted on the wrong channel. Look.
You posted in the DC mods chat.
There we go.
Where did you post it?
In the side chat.
Oh, in the side
there.
chat.
Yeah, the PDF file. Yep.
The pedophile?
PDF file.
PDF. Seismology. All right. The seismic waves, yeah?
Yeah. A lot of it sort of talking about what APOC was talking about. But they do use something called focal spheres or something, but it's not a sphere of the Earth. It's like they project out a sphere from the epicenter. And
exactly, and a lot of people get confused on that. Exactly. If you notice in the beginning of it, it shows you exactly what I'm talking about. They always use blocks and squares because it's a XYZ like system where that's how they actually treat them as the way they transfer. But like you're saying, when it comes to this, when you start seeing the sphere part, what they're trying to do is they're trying to explain how like just like a drop of something in the water and it ripples out. That's what they're trying to explain. The way the vibration of the earthquake, it's going in all directions, like almost like an explosion. Like how everything's going to projectile outward, and it but in this case, it's a wave, obviously. So that's what they talk about, but they try to use that as why it's a sphere. And it's like, no, they're just taking like, if there's something shaking, it sends vibrations in all directions. And that's what they're trying to capture and show you. That's why you see a lot of the animation. Actually, I could find one for you. There's an animation when it shows that when it hits the surface of the earth, it's like rings hitting it, like like all you can, like how that little shot comes out, and it's like it's curved, and it hits you like a half ring. Well, that's what hits our surface, and that's what they're actually measuring, is that the way it hits. So I'm just saying, at the end of the day, it's fucking not a globe. They try to make it into a globe, though.
Yeah, it's funny because when I'm looking at page 26, for example, is mentioning perpendicular or plane, the radiation patterns of P and S waves.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell that guy last night. I was like, dude, it's only treated as an X and Y, and obviously the Z for the elevation, because they go up and down. They're a wave, so it's like like that slinky in that little demonstration that physics teacher was teaching. Like that's spot on. Like the way he shows the waves, like with the slinky, like that's perfect, because that's exactly like the way that's the way they're registered, and that's the way they're captured. So that's why that physics teacher is showing you, like, as an example, like, look at this is the way, because he's right. And if you notice, the table's flat, and he's doing an emotion that would only constitute an XYZ. There's no fucking curvature to it at all. So that's the whole point. And then I even got down to like, okay, let's get to the etymology of tectonic plates, like building, and then like flat. Like that's the way they always represent them too. That's why if you look in the early pages, they're just like two bricks or two blocks. Like it looks like two blocks. Yeah, that's because those are plates, and they're treated that way, and they're known to be that way. Just flat.
Yeah, it just like a quick glance, it seems like it requires a plane of reference for this to work. Yeah, nothing to do with the globe.
Nothing at all.
Nope.
And again, the only time it starts becoming that globe is when they show that P wave coming down and up, but spreading like in a sphere. So they'll like that's the only time it does, when they're showing it in the animation. But it's like, no, that's not what it does. they
Promo.
Sorry.
You okay, bro?
What did he say? Homo?
I don't know. This poor guy.
The hell? Promo? Homo? I don't know what I heard.
Promo.
That's what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
That makes sense. Oh, he wants to do a promo. Oh, yeah. I get what you're saying now.
Yeah.
Gotta do a promo.
Hey man, if you want to volunteer for that, that's that's cool. As long as you don't break any rules or TOS.
I'm on the YouTube right now.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Through the YouTube.
Yeah, for sure.
Everybody, what's going on? How are you doing? This is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live open discussion on the
Discord chat. Now, any questions you may have, join the chat. The links are down below. Subscribe. Give a like. I knew you guys are afraid to give a like. I knew you guys are afraid. Give a like to the chat. If you have any questions in regards to the subject at hand, come on in and give us a talk. But at the end of the day, don't forget to leave a like. And hey, we are at 1.32 thousand followers, and we are going to increase that. So leave a like, subscribe, and enjoy the rest of the debate. Enjoy the rest of the chat.
Yes, man.
Good stuff. Good stuff. So how's it going? I see Peter finally left.
Also, don't forget the links are right below. We have discord.gg/politics, and we have a whole bunch of other Discord.
Yeah, about Peter Epoch, he's not supposed to be, set free, if you will. Yeah, it was just a temporal, temporary thing there, in between the
slowness.
Yeah, before we got the new modules, Yeah, so we're waiting for that. Yeah, the upgrade.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so
that was like eggshells over at the other side.
Admiral Dickie Bird 12 like and shared, he said. Thank you, sir.
Eggs was in the other server, right? And I was just like, oh, who unmuted this guy? Who unbanned him? I don't know if he was perma-banned or not, but I was just like, man, I just want to get, as soon as I see him, I want to just get rid of him. And I went off a bit, like I'm like saying, because people were talking to him and that. And he was holding down the show for like 2 or 3 hours or something. And I lost it. I just said, like, you just want to talk to this piece of shit, like he's a liar and he's dishonest, and I want to get rid of him. But then, and I thought, no, I'll let you guys just find out for yourselves, right? And then I just left and came back here, and Peter was still here, so I had to listen to Peter. I was like, oh god, man, it's like I'm between a rock and a hard place here.
I happened to I woke up early in the morning. I was just giving him a quick glance at Discord, what's going on in this VC, and I see him. I'm like, what the hell? Then I went back to sleep. Come back a couple hours later. I'm like, he's still here. He's talking. But yeah, that was his last show. That's fine. He's not gonna be back anymore. So
when he was first here, when I first got on, he was here, and we started talking, and then.
He plays. The thing with him is he will play really nice with you and with the crowd. That's his shtick in the beginning, just to get himself nestled in, and then he will turn around and flip tables and whatnot. He will play.
We know.
It seemed to me he was playing the part of a flat earther because he was going against the globe guy who was bringing up the what was it? The horizontal view of a high altitude plane. Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
It sounds to me he was still manning our position or something. I don't know.
Yeah. So what happened was, So what happened? Hold on. Let me change my thing. I don't think you can hear me. All right. Is that better? Can you hear me better?
Yeah. It sounds good. Better. Yeah.
So what happened was when I first came in the room, Peter was here and. We're talking, and there was nobody else talking, so it was just me and him for a long time. And then he's like, I'm a better flat earther than you. I said, oh, perfect. Then the next Glober comes in, you handle him. He's like, I'll show you how it's done. He was playing the role of a flat earther, but then the guy asked him, he's like, well, do you believe the earth is a a globe? And he's like, well, yeah. He's like, well, then why are we arguing? He's like, no. That's not what we're discussing, though. It's not about what I think. It's about what, if you can prove it, if you can prove your position. It's not about, what I think. So that's why he was like coming from at first he was acting like a flat earther, but then he let him know. But even still, he was holding him to the fire like a flat earther would or should. And he was like drilling him, like, no, give me that, syllogism, and then give me, the premise, and then like, do you have evidence of this? And at the end of the day, that dude couldn't come up with anything, and he's not going to be able to come up with anything, just as all of them can't. If any of them could, then the server wouldn't be here. You know what I mean? Like, we wouldn't be here talking if they can do that. So
yeah, obviously, yeah.
Yeah. So, and then Peter was telling me, he was like, I've been around long enough to know that you're not going to pull this up. But he's like, but I'm asking you just to see if you'll be honest. He's like, because you don't even know, like, you don't know. And he's like, and you're not going to. So I'm just waiting for you to concede. But the guy kept arguing with him just like a Glober would. No, I know. I have, endless amounts of, syllogisms. And he's like, I just need one. Just give me one. Like, he was drilling him really good. And then Crit DM, he's like, so do you want to, he's like, do you want to like kick Peter out now? I'm like, no, let's let him go for a while. Like, it's dead. But if it start getting busy, then yeah, we'll just silence him. So then Chris like, okay, cool. But yeah, and then I left. So then that's why T-Dub was here. I was like, T-Dub, you here? That way T-Dub could keep a leash on him. You know what I mean? In case he does have to get muted and fucking booted. So that's why. And then T-Dub's like, yeah, I'm here. So then I left. I had to do stuff. And
well, but, I mean, I think all the people from the politics know the dilemma with him already by now. So
yeah.
What he was trying to do.
Don't forget to subscribe to 24/7 Flatter.
He put himself in that position. We didn't do that.
Hey, Oppo.
Yeah, the way he has acted in the past. Shoot, he's a snake in the word. Yeah, in the weeds. Yeah, in the grass.
What's up,
No
Eric?
doubt.
He called out Epoch.
Yeah, what up, Turtle?
You were there when we were playing Putt with Witsit, right?
When we're playing what?
Putt. Midget golf game in Discord.
I don't remember, bro.
What is that?
Go to the Discord.
What is Putt?
Subscribing to the channel.
It said midget golf game on Discord.
Oh, the what do they call him? The little rocket with the rocket? Is that what you call
rocket?
Is it the golfing, like the side games?
Yeah.
Like, yeah. I know what you're talking about. Why? What happened? Remind me. How you been, man? I haven't talked to you forever, dude.
Well, I lost you Discord
Let's get to 50,
account.
guys.
What was that?
Apparently, a lot of people seem to post anti-Semitic stuff in Flat Earth servers, so I kind of get booted.
Yeah, you can't be posting stuff like that. Yeah.
It wasn't me. It was
The
other
Jews
people.
think the Earth is round.
Turtle, he's a Glober, yeah.
What?
I'm just kidding.
He sounds like a Glober. Yeah.
Well, I'm used to it, They always call me fucking imposter. I don't know why.
Yeah, we used to mess with him. Turtle, he goes way back. Guy's a knucklehead. He's cool though. I mean, well, you gotta be careful with him though. He always does some dumb stuff, but he's funny.
Dumb as a rock.
You still playing chess?
Of course.
Yeah. Oh, actually, DJ plays chess. Maybe you two could play too.
Where's DJ?
DJ's right there. He should be on the list.
Yo.
Is that the DJ from Canada?
No, man. I'm Australian.
How's them kangaroos down there in the south?
I'm in Europe.
What a disappointment.
I told you, Turtle be saying dumb stuff, and he's wrong. What are you talking about, bro? He's not even dumb.
Do you mean Australia or Austria?
Australia. I'm from Australia.
Okay, no. did get that one right.
Mm-hmm. Austria, yeah. I'd have an Arnold Schwarzenegger accent if I was from Austria.
I get in the chopper.
Austria.
Yeah. Dude, it's funny. As long as I guess I'll call you Eric because you don't even have your old name. As long as Eric has been around the conversation, I'm surprised. He could be. I would imagine you can go toe to toe with some dudes, bro. As long as you've been around, you've heard everything, dude. Do you not get it still? You know what's going on with you?
Bro, the other day I was trying to explain. I even forgot like the calculation from like the 3-inch per
8-inch per
mile square. Yeah, I even forgot that one. So I'm fucking useless, man.
you've been away for a minute, huh?
Yes.
That's funny, dude. How'd you find your way over here in this place?
Batman.
Oh, okay.
I was like, hey, most of the people are in this politics server. I gotta get back on that one.
Are you Dutch?
Yes.
You kind of have that
I
accent.
guess.
Yeah. You should speak to what's it called? Monkey. What's his name? On the home server. Have you spoken to Monkey? Evo?
Yeah, Evo.
Yeah, but his name is, what is this Discord name though? Monkey something. Forgot.
Are you Dutch? Quad soul cool quad.
What's caro?
Wait 1 second. Golden Monkey. There's his name, yeah. The Golden Monkey. No, I'm not Dutch, no.
No, I think he asked what's caro.
Usually it's only that Dutch people recognize Dutch people.
Well, I mean, we talk with so many different people. We have Dutch people, Dutch flat earthers in the home server, so I kind of picked that up, the accent there. So, and you have that as well, I reckon. So I had to ask.
Did you say homo server?
Home server. What is the people hearing something else?
And subscribe.
What they want to hear.
24/7 Earth Discord live stream.
The home server. Sorry, maybe I'm speaking too fast. I don't know.
The 27th of April, and this is episode 2. Leave a like, subscribe, and don't forget. Do not forget to like.
You should join the home. Not homo, the home server. Eric, we got some Dutch people over there as well.
Is that the flat gang shit?
No. What do you mean, the flat gang? I mean, sure, you can call us the flat gang if you want, but what is it?
I call my fellow Earthers flat gang.
Yeah,
yes.
This is the meme in the side chat, flat gang.
I like the one more with like you know that interview with like what Channel 5 or something. You got that like the dude. Fuck. Wait, it must be there.
Orders of 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Flat gang all the way.
You guys, wait, hold on. I just got here. You guys said you're talking about flat gays at the homo server.
Oh my lord! What's with people thinking of gay stuff today? You guys like, what happened?
What's up? What's up, Turtle? What's up? It's a long time since I heard him. He's funny, actually. He's trolling.
No.
Hey, perspective.
What's up, brothers? Wait.
Good job with all your clipping good segments out of all the shows, man.
Oh, good. I'm glad you liked it.
Yeah, good stuff, brother.
Did Apocryphon just leave? I came in here to talk to him. In fact, now he's just gone already. Fuck.
He did. He ran away. Couldn't handle it.
Yeah.
Maybe he saw my DM and didn't answer it. So that's the reason he was dipping out. No, it was just a question I had for him. Maybe somebody else knows. There was a Nathan Oakley video about Alan debating somebody else, and he was giving Alan props, but then criticizing if we're not pointing out it was flat. Anybody know what that video is?
Nope.
Someone told me to ask Apocryphon. So that's the reason I was going to ask him.
Oh, he
That was
is back.
DM. Oh, hey, Apocryphon, you here? Apocryphon! Did you leave again?
I probably
I thought
mic
this.
issues.
I thought this server was dead because a while back there was no flat earth in here for a while, so I wasn't even looking for people. And then when I was playing on the 24/7 that I was recording, I'm like, oh, this must be a recording because I couldn't find anybody at the politics server. And then I found out this one was kind of revived. So it's one or the other, huh, for the 24/7 live feed.
Yeah, we've been switching it up more frequently over here and politics. So yeah, we're kicking this place up.
Cool.
Yeah.
So
This
catch
place
a
has
while.
been very. This place has been very active all week. I think it's going to stay that way, to be honest. But yeah, sometimes we're in here. Sometimes there's 50 people in the politics, and then the next day there'll be no people in the politics and 50 people in here. We're just all over the place. Flat Earth gypsies.
Here we go, vagabonds. It's vagabonds. The flat earth vagabonds. That's
Yeah, yeah. Nomads.
It's been a while since I've talked to you, Quetzalcoatl. You've been around for a while, still somewhere else, or just
New perspective.
What's going on, brother?
Wait, was that a question? I didn't quite catch what you said.
Quetzalcoatl, I used to talk to you back in the day, but I thought you disappeared for a while. No? Was it just not the same
It's been a
server or
while
something?
then. Yeah, it's been a while then. Yeah. No, I've been
hanging
around.
out, but
I would
not
say, but
live.
I'm mostly, listening. I would say. Back then, I was listening a lot more. Yeah, I was staying in the background.
Cool.
But now, yeah, I'm more active.
I've been listening a lot more these days and just recording good stuff that I hear, good conversations.
Yeah, that's good to hear.
People started kind of expecting the clips that I was uploading. I used to have a bunch of stuff listed on my channel that I was just saving for posterity or for whatever, because I was in the argument or whatever. And then I started unlisting some of them, and then people were like, "Oh yeah," and then I ended up they had that Flat Earth Fridays thing, and then I was uploading some of those. Now I've just been kind of doing it on a regular basis because I had a new phone that had a lot of room on it, so I was able to record like long thing, just anything I listen to that I think is worth listening to. I'll record it. Go back and get little tidbits and stuff. Who said what's up that I missed? That I didn't know who was saying what's up. Kimbo?
It was me. What's
up, Kimbo?
New perspective.
Long time,
What's
brother.
up, bro?
How
I
you
know,
doing,
man. How you been?
Good, bro. Glad you didn't leave Flat Earth. Remember, you were going to say goodbye for a while, or just a goodbye to the social shit.
Well, I left certain server, yeah, but I'm stick with the 24/7, yeah, which is
Sweet.
Which is good. It's a win-win. Yeah.
We're a virus. We're a virus, even though viruses are fake. We're like a virus. Keep spreading.
Yeah, man. So how you been? How's everything? You still go chill with what is it, Kenny?
I'm
Still
all
go
over.
chill with Kenny?
Oh, Kenny? Yeah. We still, my car's at his house right now. I'm back home for a little bit. But, yeah, still good friends with Kenny. And he lost his channel. That sucks. He had a lot of good hangouts on there with music and stuff. But we got a copyright one night. They just took the whole thing down.
Yeah. Well, he was just here earlier, a couple hours ago.
Oh, yeah.
24/7. Flat Earth. Discord is always open if you want to join. Don't forget to leave a like. Don't forget to subscribe. And do not, and I repeat, do not forget to like the stream because we are almost at.
And don't forget to
4,000 subscribers.
Don't forget to stop assuming you live on a spinning ball.
Not forget to like. Anyways, back to the discussion.
Back to your regularly scheduled flat earthing. What's up? Amish is in here, I see. T-Dub, what's up, brothers? I don't think I know Ultimate. Do I know Ultimate? Damak, all the old schools. Crit, DJ. Let's make a good recording here, guys. I'll go back and grab it. We'll get something good. Did you hear the last night? I jumped in and I told this baller that was what's his name? Sheol, goes by Sheol. He's talking with Indio, and he's just like so proud of his acumen in science, and crying over this video that he thought was beautiful math. That is this guy that's world renowned named I forget his name, some Asian guy, and it's all kinematics, of course. So I jumped in and gave him a little lesson on kinematics and dynamics in the form of airplane flight. He was stumped. So I can prove it and show you in 5 minutes. We don't live in a spinning ball. 5 minutes. And he's like, okay, go. 5 minutes later, he's like, I think they just use their turbines to catch up to the Earth, right? Pakistan just messaged me. No, he didn't. Is the Pakistan back yet? Or no, he didn't come in yet. Anyway. Yeah, the plane flights, man. That's the one. Cannot land on a spinning ball if you're treating it as stationary. The argument should have ended back in 2017 when Brian Mullins brought that up. Should have ended the argument, right? Can't land planes. It's over. Here? Everybody agree? No?
Yeah.
Yes?
No, yeah. I mean, yeah. How do you land
full
a plane going 1,000 miles? The Earth spinning need you 1,000 miles per hour, while you're going about 500 miles per hour.
Yeah, if you
Trying to
start
land
with the
that.
conserved momentum that's less than that, you're never going to be able to catch up because you can't fly backwards. If you're going to be landing facing west or flying west-southwest towards the equator, you're going against the spin. The way I phrase it now, I added to the argument. I say there's no path. It's just a joyriding pilot. He's got no ground path because they always try to say the ground path helps somehow. It wouldn't, but just take that away from him. But he's going to land in a clearing somewhere near the equator. He's headed generally west-southwest. He's doing big loops all over the place. He's just joyriding. See, once you take the ground path away from him, say it's just, west-southwest is against the spin, and he's going to land in a clearing. So there's no destination. There's no map you can calculate to say, he would just have to correct this many miles over, 0.1 miles over the spinning, whatever they try to do to convince themselves or others. You just take it all away and say, that pilot's going to be able to treat the Earth as stationary, even if he just finds a clearing somewhere, but it's 500 miles per hour faster than where he took off on. So you can have all that conserved momentum that you want to keep the whole time. Have all of that 500. But you got to double it by the time
momentum. That preserved momentum. That's the thing. Like when you're on a train that's like driving and you jump, then that's that
right.
thing, right?
Yeah. But if you
that
jump on
only
another
lasts for
plane,
a little.
yeah, exactly. It would only last a little, but you can let them keep it this way. And then they're really frustrated because they're like, you just don't understand conserved momentum is what they usually say if you bring this kind of argument up. They're like, no, you can have the 500. That's from being on the ground where you took off from. It doesn't come from the air. And the air pushing the plane would be a wind, and wind's going all directions. So you can't say it's just eastward wind. Because winds go opposite direction. And there's too many variables. The winds go stronger one day, the opposite direction, or lighter. So how would you ever have the air put you in perfect sync with 1,000 miles an hour so you can treat the Earth as stationary when you're landing facing west or whatever angle the landing strip's at, right? I think it's the best proof that you can put right in people's face, because then it's like, well, they have a direct experience. Everyone's been on a plane, and it happens every second of the day. There has to be an answer to this. Otherwise, there's no ball. If planes can't land, it's over. Right? It's not like refraction or whatever. Perspective or whatever, argument they want to say against some of these other things that they can make into a stalemate. This one, there's just no answer for it. It's dangerous. I almost think that the people that want to keep the conversation going on the flat earth side avoid this question because it's too damning. Or at least that was my paranoid suspicion, because I'm like, why is nobody else talking about this? Already over.
If you live near the coast, then like Boats Over the Horizon, that's also a good one to debunk. You know, if you like take a binocular or something, that's so
Yeah, you can
especially
see
if
the
you
boat.
take the Earth curve
Yeah.
calculator with it, and then you search for some object on Google Maps, and then you go on to the beach, and then you look for it, and then hey, it should be behind the curve, but hey, if I take my binocular out, it's fucking there, man.
Right. I actually started writing a script called "The Men Who Stare at Boats," and it's about these guys that like these old guys that are on the internet for the first time, and they get the YouTube videos about flat Earth, and they start freaking out. There's one guy does it first. Then he goes and takes his binoculars out to see if it's true that you can, find the boat again or zoom in with your camera or whatever, But then he goes and gets all his old retired friends one by one and brings them out to the docks to show them the Earth is flat. And then, it would be I didn't write the rest of it, but the rest of it would be the conversations that these guys have, who's having, like, for that paradigm shift that they would have at that age, kind of like Cocoon, almost like the old guys getting new life from this truth that they never would have expected they would find. And then as a takeoff on the title, Men Who Stare at Goats. I just thought it was funny for the title at first, but it could be a funny short film, right? Men Who
If you
Stare
take
at
some
Goats,
hillbillies, yes.
right? Yeah, you can have all kinds of angles.
Did you see
And
the
what would they,
video of Wiz Khalifa?
of what? Which one?
I don't. I only saw one of like Wiz Khalifa going out there like, "Hey, I've been on a lot of planes, and it's always seemed flat to me."
Oh, okay, that's what Shaq said.
Who?
Shaq said the same thing.
I don't know that person.
Shaquille O'Neal, the basketball player.
Oh, yeah. I know him. I know
Yeah,
him.
he said that too.
No
I
way.
think somebody said he lost like millions of dollars from talking about it. But he wasn't like full on flat Earth. He just said, "Well, we don't have planes always look flat going from Washington to Florida." That's why I thought it was a rollout. Like when they started having the basketball players talk about flat Earth back in 2017, I was like, "What's going on here? They're going to tell us it's flat and use it against us." Too much attention with high profile names. In fact, I just uploaded a couple bits from Mark Sargent on my channel where he's talking about outer ponders and flat Earth and how they've discovered the truth in 1960 and they've just been looking for a better way, a palatable way to bring it to the people. Kind of like my job is to bring flat Earth to the people in a way they can understand or they can digest, basically.
But
So if
were
he's
you
just
there?
he's just doing it for whatever reason.
Like, a new perspective. Were you there when, like, you remember Apocryphon server? Like, I think Mark Sargent went in there, and then there was like a lot of questions about, are you a CIA shill and shit?
Right? I met the
That
guy
was
at
some
the
wild
party.
shit.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Well, that's what I like to say. If like the benefit of the doubt for if they rolled it out and they put people in place to tell us the truth about it, well, maybe that's just the role you play. It's not like he's lying about flat Earth. Flat Earth has been used as a psyop in a lot of ways, but it's only because it's based on the truth that it would ever work, right? The only thing I could ever figure is why would they roll it out? Because it's so obvious once people look at it. It would be pretty dangerous to roll it out if they weren't going to try to use it and tell us the truth at some point. It would add up that they're faking space poorly on purpose and showing us wires on the ISS. So eventually, it's like, controlled demolition, basically. Just like the ISS, it's a controlled demolition. It's built to spill.
Yeah,
Actually, there's a really good...
don't make any new footage from the ISS, do they?
I think there is. I just don't pay attention as much.
That might be the same for me.
They're still playing with water and doing stupid shit like that.
Bubbles in
It's like if they wanted to keep the glow earth going forever, wouldn't they do a better job of like not letting the harness videos leak all the time, or making it more like actually do some science instead of playing with water up there? It just seems like it's either just they're going to gaslight us forever with it, or they're planning on telling us the truth so they can do like the Outer Ponder Ancient Aliens buy up on us.
Yeah, we talked about this before in the perspective. Yeah.
I'm sure if you talk to me, you probably heard it before. Yeah, I'm like a broken record about this, dude. Since 2017, I'm like, why else would they fucking do that? Why would they tell us on purpose unless they're planning on using it somehow?
You know, I
So
had
much
a theory that when people get too close to the edge of the dome, then there's just gonna be like a global wipeout. You know, like what happened to the people that built the pyramids? You know, they're gone now, right? That maybe they also went to the edge.
Wait, what's your theory?
I like civilizations that like went gone, like the people that built the pyramids, that was like 3,000 years ago, they say, but then water erosion maybe 10,000 years ago. So maybe they had a wipeout, you know, like flames from the air and apocalypse shit. Maybe they went too close to the dome, because like there's Egyptian hieroglyphs in Australia, so they went all over the place, I assume.
Right, totally. Hey, do I have to get perms in this room from somebody to be able to post a meme? Can anybody do that? No.
So it was.
Yeah, you got it, bro.
Good. Oh, there we go. Yeah, there's this meme I posted the other day, or that I should show you guys because of what we were talking about. A couple of them I just thought of. Let me find them real quick. The outer ponders. That's the only thing that makes sense. If the planets are too far away for our space aliens to get here and make that believable anyway. But if they went with that, all the flat earthers would just be laughing at it. So it's better if they do that kind of fake alien invasion if they're going to do it. But if they rolled out flat Earth on purpose to be like to make it like our ancient ancestors, then you know that could suck pretty bad. Who knows? But I made this meme, and you have to try to read it all as one sentence. Says, ironically, the flat earthers were the most useful when the government decided to finally admit we're on a stationary plane trapped inside of a dome firmament where God is watching your every move and making popcorn for the upcoming Outer Ponder Ancient Ancestor Extraterrestrial Ocean Emerging UFO Directed Energy Weapons PSYOP invasion that'll make 95% of the world's population live in a perpetual state of frenzied panic until they're told that everyone just needs to give up all property ownership and personal freedoms to avoid a more immediate death and get the internet turned back on as soon as possible.
If it will ever come back online.
Here's the other meme I was thinking of. What we were talking about. If they're making if flat Earth is built to spell, then maybe it goes along with this other crazy coincidence in quotes. The ISS panels match the Twin Towers perfectly. If you put all the panels of the ISS together, it'll make the Twin Towers. And there was a 33-year lifespan for the Twin Towers. And you know how people talk about they were built to actually be destroyed, and they had that all planned out. It just happens that it's 33 years later, and they plan to put the ISS into like the most remote area of the ocean 33 years after it was put in the air. So it's kind of like what do people say? Like the Great Seal, or what are those things, like the 7 different things that they just what do you call it when you have like a something that you build and destroy? Oh, also the Georgia Guidestones kind of matches too. What's it called when you have something that not just anyway, I'll think of the word. Isn't that crazy though? That it just looks like the side of the buildings too, the way the panels are. Totally looks like it. The grids with the windows exactly the same, and it's 33-year lifespan for both of them planned. What's going on here?
That's wow. It's actually,
Isn't that crazy?
yeah. That's the phone. Yeah, but like they kind of added the panel on the black and white picture. Like, it's not the same.
No, I did. I added that. I photoshopped this whole meme, and I took one of them and put it right on the side to see how close it was.
So do this like the stories is it the same amount?
Do the dates match up? Well, they plan on putting the ISS in the water in 2031. That's like they already announced that they're gonna put something else up or whatever.
No, not the dates. Like the panels and their sections.
Oh, the amount.
With like
Yeah, I haven't counted it. I haven't counted the floors. That would be interesting.
Oh, yeah, you call them floors.
Yeah, close enough. Just the fact that they're both planned to have a 33-year lifespan is weird, and that they look similar enough that you know what I'm saying. There's 4 and 4 and 4. I mean, it's exactly the right amount to make the Twin Towers.
It is 4 panels though. Yeah.
Coincidence? I don't think so.
It makes you wonder.
The 7 seals? I guess that's what I was trying to think of. Makes you think, what the fuck? I bet there's more in here too with like the rest of the ISS, like the rest of the construction that something to do with whatever. Oh, the Seattle IPS talks about this a lot. I still listen to that guy because it seems like they let him, if he's an agent, they let him say some shit that no one else can say because he self-destructs on purpose every year or so. But he seems like to be able to say shit that no one else does. He's been talking about the Seattle, what do you call it, the Space Needle. There's been a lot of predictive. He said there's more predictive programming for the destruction of the Space Needle than there was for 9/11 already. And it's the UFO, and there's just been a lot of things in the movies about that going down. Be interesting if that happens.
Hey, new perspective. Sorry to jump in and say, man, you remind me of Indio's little cousin. You could be Indio's cousin.
Oh, that's a compliment, man. Indio's one of my favorite people to listen to. He's very smart.
Yeah. No, he's fucking smart. Yeah, definite. Yep.
He knows his shit. I love hearing him break down to the newbies. That's why this conversation is so interesting. It's the newbies that come in with the attitude that they're smart just for calling us stupid. It's the most hilarious thing you could ever imagine. Only to find out it's the opposite because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Comedy gold built into every conversation. And it's the interesting part. If they're actually honest people or if they're trying to figure it out, like that's fun to watch too because we were all there at one point. The process. Seems like they've kept 1 foot on the pedal, 1 foot on the gas, and 1 foot on the brake for flat Earth, though. I mean, they wanted to kill it. this is the other argument I have for like they plan on telling us for the New World Order or whatever they're going to do. Because if it's flat, we'd be across the plane from all of the other countries, and we'd be on like a more even level, playing field, and that would make for a better new world than around the globe from each other. And if you have the outer pounder threat, just like Reagan said, I often wonder how the world would come together if there was an outside threat, extraterrestrials. It's almost like they had that written into a speech for a reason, possibly. But what was I going to say? The other reason they might be telling us the truth about that is, I lost it because I went on a tangent about what Reagan said. It'll come back to me.
With
What was
the
I just talking about before that?
outer-pounders.
The outer pounders. Oh yeah, they use the outer pounders. It's like real-time gods. Call it ancient ancestors. They could even work in like Jesus ancestry to that, or whatever. Like the outer pounders is perfect way to have a controlled overlord god type thing, even if it's them and UFOs, right? It'll still be them. It'll be a fake version, even though I bet there are outer pounders. I would say their version is probably going to be fake as fuck.
Project Bluebeam.
Yeah, that too. There was that Project Fireside or Firesign that Hillary Clinton the Clinton Foundation was
Well, Hillary
publishing back in the
Clinton.
day.
What did Hillary Clinton say? Like, shattering the dome or something? Like,
Yeah, so he was talking about that, and there was Bluebeam. It was like basically give people a religious experience through this Project Bluebeam type shit, where there's like this apparition in the sky and like threatening fire and brimstone. And they had the directed energy weapons with the UFOs, and they say it's outer pounders, and they zap a city or zap your neighbor. That would be like real time gods to keep people doing whatever they want. But they'll probably bring it like with inspiration rather than desperation, because the people, they have to build on inspiration. That's the one thing we got going for. They can't build on our desperation. So people have to be inspired and buy into it, whatever it is. So they'll probably be like, good outer pounders, bad outer pounders. You could even have like a place you can get sent to, like a hell and heaven, and they could have like a real time judgment day for like, what I'm saying? You're going to the heaven outer pound, you're going to the hell outer pound. That kind of like almost like literal thing, like they did with people going like being sent to Australia back in the day. Who knows? I'm just saying there's so much potential with the outer pounders because it's the local threat. They could say there's many different kinds surrounding us. And then once flat Earth is sunk in, we all know across the world, we've already bonded over this truth, right? So they know it works. And it's the one way to unite the world and give us the fake psyop with the truth. I mean, I'm not giving anybody any ideas. I'm sure they've thought of this. So the reason I mention it, not to be blackpilled or anything, but like, what are we going to do if that happens, right? Like, maybe we should have like a contingency plan of our own to like, because then we're going to be like, no, it's fake outer pounders. Yeah, they're real outer pounders, but no, it's fake. They're faking it. They're still lying. They're like, what? They told us it's flat, dude. You're not happy? What the fuck?
I don't think we can really have a contingency plan. I think the only thing we can do is crack open a beer and smoke a spliff, and let's see.
Yeah, there you go. Watch the show, right? Front row seats.
Yes.
Oh, shit.
But
The reason for it, us Aussies won't be seen as outer ponders anymore. It'll be great.
Like, are we gonna see the people from Karabachi or what's that place? It was like David Weiss talking about those container ships that like went into the ice of Antarctica or something. It's some real weird shit.
I heard that's going on right now with Trump's tariffs causing a bunch of like shipping containers to be stranded. Oh, it's figured out.
Yeah, but that's just with the inner ponder nations, right?
Right. Oh yeah, David Weiss was talking about that, like the entrance to the outer ponds, like the remote island that all the boats stop at, and it doesn't make any sense for them to go there because it's not like a high population or anything.
Yeah, exactly.
talking about?
Small island, huge container
Yeah.
ships. What the fuck's going on?
Right. Yeah.
But
I like that.
he also said that there was like they on Google and they moved it to another place or something. That was also like if you try to Google Karabachi or I'm not sure. I think it was that. If you try to Google it now, it will bring you to another place on Google Maps.
Oh yeah, it has a different name, like Christmas Island or something, right?
I think so.
Yeah, it's called two names for it. Christmas Island, that's a suspicious name too. All the container ships are going to Christmas Island where there's only a few people. I was
That's
like,
the one that has a museum of what's the dude, Captain Cook.
oh really? Okay, that's interesting too then. Huh. Yeah, I gotta follow up on research for this now. And he said there's something about like it leads to, yeah, there was something more to it where like Antarctica, they're all like traveling, you know, from there to another place where the outer ponders might be. The implication, the whole new series, the Level Up stuff was like an advertisement for outer ponders. Like, you get to keep your aliens now, but it's just people from outside of here. It totally makes sense, right? It's the same logic when you think you're on a planet. You're like, there has to be life on other planets. Well, if there's life in this pond, why would we be the only pond? So that's the logical conclusion for a lot of people, unless your biblical related ideas get in the way of that being a possibility in your mind.
Have you ever heard of like JPL, like Jet Propulsion
Laboratory?
Yeah. Have you seen the show? There's like a show on HBO, or I'm not sure on which one, but they like did a whole thing about the dude Jack Parsons.
Yep. What about like the rituals with Aleister Crowley and all that?
Yeah. You seen it?
I've seen a video about that with like the ritual they did to like bring an entity into someone's body or something like that. Sex ritual with his wife.
Yeah, so there's a whole story related to that. So like that Jack Parcels, like he opened a rift, or he did a ritual like the Whore of Babylon in America somewhere, and that opened the gate to hell or some shit. I'm not really that sharp on the details, but it's fascinating.
Crazy though,
man.
yeah. You know how they say Jack Parsons died?
Yeah, and they made a show about it, but they only went into the first season, and then they like stopped the production. I wonder why.
Oh, there was like an actual series.
Yeah, there's a whole show about it.
Oh, there
got some weird name.
Probably.
Let me see if I can find it.
It was like, here's the truth in a TV series, kind of thing. Or here's the truth that we made up to make you believe they can bring back.
Yeah, like same shit. They also made like a movie recently about how they were faking the moon mission. Like, why would they do that? You know?
Seems like disclosure, doesn't it? Like a controlled demolition.
They also say like they have to tell us about it, but they can be like cryptic about it. But they have to tell us the truth. So,
I don't
something
think
along
they have
those
to.
lines.
I think they like to, and it works. Like it's like learned helplessness. Like 9/11, the 9/11 truth movement was controlled opposition from the start. After you realize it, later on, all the evidence was planted on purpose, like the tire that's inflated and the engine from a different kind of plane, and all those things, the subterfuge that they made people like obsess over, and then you realize, oh wait, this is the whole thing. They planned a conspiracy theory along with the conspiracy to get people talking about it to create the truth movement online, because conspiracy is what drives the internet, and the discord of people arguing about these kind of things is what we are, right? And like somebody was saying, like Geo was saying the other day, that can you imagine if they tried to do a draft these days? How there was something, he was trying to make the argument there was something organic about the hippie movement and how they were protesting the war, and that actually helped people not be drafted anymore. And I realized when he said that, I'm like, no, dude, we volunteered. It's the information war. We're the soldiers, and we volunteered for it. Didn't even know we were enlisting ourselves.
Yeah, yeah. Vietnam, right? Vietnam.
Vietnam. How many people
That's
actually
when
died, right?
that was when the hippie movement was going on, right? Baby
Yeah,
killers
and
and shit.
then they gave us the LSD and all that too.
Oh
on
yeah.
purpose. But it tied in with the space stuff like so perfectly. Like all these really brilliant, intelligent mathematicians and physicists. Like it's almost like that influence was perfect because they got these guys totally like focused on. Oh yeah, man, we're on a planet and we're in space, and yeah, it's just so cosmic, man. And I'm way beyond your intelligence, and that's what it's all based on. Now, the hippies are the hardest to convince, or even, like for them, like my deadhead friends would not listen to me about flat Earth, way more so than other types of people. I was surprised because they're supposed to be the more open-minded people, right?
Yeah.
But the space that they've worked the space shit in so intricately to it, the hedonism and all that goes with it.
Too much to comprehend.
Right? It's so woven into society at all levels that I almost appreciate that they do stuff like the 24-hour sun psyop. Not that I think it was fake. I'm just saying it was like used as a psyop to try to get like people to take a step back from flat Earth or make people think that there was some like ending to it. Because if it's not organic, if it doesn't stay organic, then like I'm saying, if they have to say that it's flat or they admit to it and then accept what we're saying, then we should really worry because it's probably going to be some like pseudoscience version of it. We know exactly how thick the firmament dome is, and God's watching you masturbate. We have contact with Him or whatever it is, right? Like they could just take it to that level that would really piss us off and make us feel like ironically upset that we helped them get there.
I just remembered what Hillary Clinton said. She said, like, we're gonna shatter the dome.
Yeah. And then there was people going down to Antarctica. Remember John Kerry and Obama? Emergency trip to Antarctica? For what?
But they went to the south?
Like they went to Antarctica. There was a couple of different things in 2017 and 2018 where they were like, Obama taking a trip to Antarctica. John Kerry missed some important thing during the election because he had to go to Antarctica for a special meeting. What kind of special meeting is going on in Antarctica? From what they're telling us, there's nothing there, like, right? So what the hell? So I was thinking they were going to do the Out of Ponder thing a long time ago. I was like, get ready. They're going to tell us here pretty soon.
Well, that Obama figure, that's a prominent guy. You know, he's into a lot of shit because he was the one that was saying like he was making comments about the flat Earth, right? So like he has to be in it.
Yeah, that was one of the first things that made me like think, oh well, why would that makes no sense. So they want to avoid people talking about flat Earth by Obama saying we don't have time for a meeting of a better society, and then everybody's aware of it, whether they think it, whatever they think about it to begin with. They wouldn't have even known it was a thing unless he said something. And then a couple other times that he talked about it, he wasn't even criticizing. He goes, "Someone said the Earth is flat. That's newsworthy."
Yeah,
Like,
but
what's newsworthy?
that was because it like when Obama said that, it was like flat Earth was becoming a little bit too prominent, you know, like people were getting into it as shit. So like he tried to say it so like people would think, hey, it's dumb, but it actually triggered people to think like, there must be more to it, right?
Well, yeah, but they know that. These people are smart enough to realize it has the opposite effect. And it wasn't even that popular back then. A lot of people didn't know about it. They didn't even know that was a thing. And yeah, it has the opposite effect, especially the way he talked about it. Like I said, he wasn't trying to like say, you know, he didn't make it seem stupid. He just said we don't have time for it, and it's newsworthy. It was like he was just bringing it up to bring it up. I don't know. I'm suspicious. Doesn't mean we shouldn't be talking about it because the truth is the truth, right? It's like the perfect plan. It's like people are going to want to tell the truth and tell each other the truth, and they know that. Right? So it's like we kind of have to fall into that. If that's the plan, there's no way to help ourselves from helping them. But that would be a pretty big damn paradigm. If they're planning on doing it, maybe it's better sooner than later. Like if it's after if it's too long later, then we're going to miss the show. That's all I'm saying. Oh, here's a meme that I should put in the chat. Similar to that. Related to the final experiment, or whatever you call it. Final observation.
It's not the one with it breeding on snow, right?
Huh?
It's not the one where Witsit is like breathing on the snow, right?
No, breathing on the snow? I don't know that one. Someone post that one. I haven't seen it.
So it's all dumb shit, like people like claiming Witsit was holding fake snow and shit.
Oh, okay,
very
yeah.
dumb. And like how they were like walking in the snow, but there were no tracks left, you know.
Right. Yeah, if he didn't do the whole meme, if he didn't do the vape thing, and it was unfortunate that he was like vape, not vape. You know, like he shouldn't have made himself seem so like such a non-vapor. Because when it was seen that he did vape and it could have been the vape smoke, and he was kind of trying to make it seem like that was ridiculous to even consider, then he lost, like, a lot of people started jumping on the bandwagon that the whole thing is fake. Even if that was just a stupid mistake on his part. I don't know. There was some weird shit with the footage, too. They could have put that on there on purpose, right? To get, I mean, I think the psyop was to get people to call it fake, to get flat earthers to call it fake, so that, if someone proves it later that it is, or it goes and checks and it is a 24-hour sun, or even just right now, if it is a natural thing, then their whole plan was get the flat earthers to call it fake, and then we'll say, oh, you should have believed everything we showed you with NASA. They just don't believe anything, right?
Well, at some point I was thinking like Witsit was a shill, but then I was thinking about it. No, he can never be. Like some people said there was like a green screen and shit, but nah, they really went there.
Well, the fact that it happened to be like perfect blue sky that almost looked, and he agreed, the fact that it was so picturesque that day, it lended itself to people believing that it could be a green screen, right?
Must have been
And
a
then
really
David
big
Weiss,
one then.
you hear David Weiss talking about how he thinks that it was a fake sun, but they were actually there and they thought it was a real sun. I mean, not saying that's impossible, but there's
No,
a pretty big claim to
I can
put out
feel
there.
for that one. I can feel for that one because like someone made like a quick video of like the 24 hours, like the whole thing just in a short time lapse, and then you can see the sun like dipping down and up, and it's I assume it would be the same height the whole time, because it's going circular. So that's fucking weird.
Yeah, there was weird things about the shape and all that too.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's an interesting thing that they did. And then there was that whole thing with Gene Odell, the pastors that were debating each other. That was a kind of like a bigger event which it went to as well with Run Boston, and those two pastors were debating flat Earth. And then when Duffy debated Colin, or what's his name?
Jeremy?
Kingdom of Context. Did you see the Kingdom of Context debate with Will Duffy recently? Everyone should watch that. He was really good.
I have not watched that. Do you maybe got a link?
I'll send it to you. But anyway, so yeah, the thing is that I thought that whole thing was staged, right? I thought that was a staged thing because I could tell. There was like Rug Boston had his camera on, and I could tell these guys were preparing to go up with their like orange vests or with their army vests and like protect the pastor. And I could see them queuing each other up and whispering in each other's ears, like that was going to be like a planned, ending to their debate where they throw the mic or whatever. And then Will Duffy uses one of the pastors saying, I think it was the guy at Flat Earth saying, well, why don't we settle this once and for all and go to Antarctica and see if it's a 24-hour sun? Like he was putting it out there on like this big event that would be a way to settle this. And it just so happens Will Duffy, another pastor, comes along and does this and uses that quote from him. It's like they needed somebody to declare from the flat Earth side that would prove it. I think that's part of the reason they staged that in preparation for this Antarctica thing.
Yeah, I also heard like when I was following that whole thing in Antarctica that like the Globers were like kind of shady. There was not much cooperation going on. Like the Globers were like staying on their group and just you know what I mean?
You talking about the first pastor thing?
No, when they were in Antarctica, like McToon. I don't know anyone else from the Globers. Like,
what do you mean? They were keeping to themselves?
Yeah.
Okay. And what do you mean by that? Like, why would that be part of the staging clues?
I don't know. I just found it weird, like. I noticed that Witsit or Jeremy brought it up sometimes that like McToon and stuff were just like keeping to their own and shit. I found that a bit weird.
Well, part of that could be that there was the whole thing about Witsit and Jaren refusing to go, even when they got down to South America, that they were like, okay, so there's not going to be any footage of us by McToon. McToon can't just come film us whenever he wants and stick a camera in our face and try to get us doing something stupid for his channel. We're not going to go if that's the case. In fact, there's already in the contract for the whole thing from the group that was organizing it, there was something like a stipulation along those lines and they were trying to get McToon to sign an additional contract. I would say that's about him not filming him. And there's a documentary crew that went along the way that they supposedly got final cut rights to. But now that Jaren's a fake Glover, who knows how that'll go down. But Will Duffy's playing.
Jeremy is a fake Glover. What?
Jaren's a Glover now. Do you know that?
Oh, he's. And I didn't know that.
He says he thinks that it's a ball. I mean, I don't believe him, but he's saying he thinks it's a ball again. Like he totally took the payout, in my opinion.
Well, let's take Jeremy to a beach and let's do the test. No,
Jaren from Jarenism.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, they said Jeremy.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
I thought you meant Jeremy from Earth Awakenings.
Was
I've
he
always
there
accused
as
him of
well?
being a secret now. But it's funny. I just uploaded something the other day when I was arguing with him about planes, and he thinks that the atmosphere would do it. He's like, their model says it would be fine, it would work. And it's like it goes from 500, 501, 502, and it's in the air, so there's no problem landing on the ball model. I'm like, no, it doesn't work that way, bro. If the air moves the plane, it's a push. It's a wind. You can't just say the globe model works. I mean, kinematically, you can think about it that way, but dynamically, it just wouldn't work. You have to have the forces that actually are measurable. The pilot would know about these forces because it would be different on a daily basis. There's the meme I was looking for. It's like people, this guy's making aliens, for the fake alien space psyop they're coming up with. And he said, hold off on. No, this is a meme I made. It's like a CIA agent calling him up saying, hold off on making any more of those outer space aliens. We might have to go with the actors as outer pounders instead. Yeah, they're telling us now that the 24-hour Antarctic sun thing ended up making a lot more flat earthers. That's right. It made us look really desperate and didn't prove anything anyway. Plus, we overly misrepresented what flat earthers actually think about the stationary plane we live on, making it obvious to way more people than ever before.
Yeah. If you open up these subjects to a wider audience, there's definitely gonna be more people that's gonna find anomalies. It only works in our benefit.
Exactly. Same thing, right? Same thing. Bad press is good press. Most people didn't even know flat Earth was a thing. Now there's people are paying like $100,000 to go prove to the flat Earth or something. Why would they spend that money if flat Earth is stupid, right? And maybe they knew that too, right? It's like the 1 foot on the pedal, 1 foot on the gas, 1 foot on the brake kind of thing. Perfect. Get more people interested, but a lot of people divided about it at the same time. Subterfuge.
But like, if Will Duffy can arrange a trip to Antarctica, anyone else should be able to, right? But I don't think that's the fact of the matter.
Yeah. Maybe it is a trip he could actually take. I think it is, but I don't think it was his money. I don't think he put all his money in because he cared that much about getting rid of flat Earth. I think he was just a controlled op of some sort from a bigger high-op government type thing. Otherwise, it wouldn't have made the news, right? It just would have been Will Duffy going down there, like they got Candace Owens talking about it, her people are going with, none of that makes any sense. And it worked too for the people that wanted to out. It also helped with the people that have heard about flat Earth, and it's like my friend the other night I hadn't seen for a while, and he brings up flat Earth, right? Because he's waiting to tell me 3 flat Earthers went to Antarctica and admitted that there's a 24-hour sun, like he'd heard something I didn't know about. Yeah, like, dude, that was the psyop to make you feel okay about that it's a globe again. because you were running away from me forever. Now you think you got something and you don't.
Yeah,
But
it's
people would
just
just rather
one
not
big
know.
setup, man. You know, they would never invite fucking people there if it wasn't a big fucking setup.
Yeah. There's no way they would have got news coverage. And it was like the day of, they had Jaron on there with his face and the flat earth admits it's a bull. Now he's gone completely, ball hard. You know,
You know, another fact why I think. Sorry?
Go ahead. That's the more indication that there was a rollout from the very start that Jaron now is a baller. Go ahead.
Jeremy the baller. Fuck that guy.
He even thinks that the Katy Perry thing he was even saying Katy Perry's thing was real. He's even mentioned that.
No way.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. Okay. They. I think they also went up. You know, but they just went to the dome and back.
No, they didn't go up. Nobody was in that thing, dude. There's no way she's risking her life to go up in the air. And then, no, it was all fake, in my opinion. I mean, the way it landed, it was like, boom.
No. There's been a few other Blue Origin rockets that went up.
Yeah,
And
William Shatner. William Shatner was embarrassing, dude. Did you see when he came out of there? There's no way that fucking 9-year-old man was in that thing when it landed. It landed with this huge. It landed like really hard, man. There's no way there was anybody in there risking their life on any of those. They had to put normal, quote unquote, normal people up there and say they saw the curvature. That's the reason they do that. Or to make it, or to do the door thing on purpose to like troll us and gaslight us and make more flat earthers, but at the same time make an argument between people that want to believe it and don't want to, and can't believe people believe it.
Yeah, the Shatner one, when it hit the ground, fair income, anyone who was in that, the impact that it had, they would have been pissing blood for a month because their kidneys would have been destroyed with the impact that thing hit with.
Absolutely.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Oh, I have it on I uploaded it on my channel. I'll post the videos. It came down like there's no way anybody, and they don't even have any helmets on. You know, much less like the seatbelts didn't even seem like they were. It was
They
just
should have had
stupid.
helmets on, neck braces on, seatbelts, just like racing harnesses to lock them into the seats.
Right.
And even then, if they were tilted back and hit the ground properly, they would have been pissing blood for a month because fair income, it would have destroyed them. One of them, I'm pretty sure that was his one, but one of them hit, it was like a truck hitting a bloody brick wall. Like, seriously.
Exactly.
No escaping it, man. That would have busted you up proper.
Right? And they would have had a medical team there and like going in and make sure. I mean, these are like people with a lot of money. You know, you would go in. You got the insurance policy. How badly Bezos would have been sued by any of those people. You know, they would never take the risk of putting those kind of high profile people in there.
I get like the thing when they try to open the thing with Jeff Bezos there with the door already open, and that was definitely staged. But that could be that they already landed and they wanted to stage it. I don't. I'm a bit iffy about that one.
It's a perfect subterfuge, though, right? It could have been on purpose. And they had the excuse in their back pocket because they wanted people to talk about it and doubt it and upload it and watch it. And, you know, and then also had the other people like, no, this is because they wanted to make it look official and it opens from the inside. It has to be open from the inside. Otherwise, if they get stranded, how are they going to escape? They have to be able to open it from the inside. But obviously, they're not going to risk their lives. If you had millions of dollars, would you do some stunt like that? Go up in a thing? Think of that. Not only that, but it would never have landed where it landed. Again, the Earth is supposed to be spinning, right? It doesn't have conservation of momentum on a parachute. Earth would be spinning independently of that thing below, and they wouldn't have landed back where they start, wherever they targeted, like, very close to where they took off from. No way.
Maybe.
Well, I think India was doing the math on it the other day on Twitter, the Twitter space. It's a stunt, obviously, right? Katy
Well,
Perry's not
there
putting her
is
life through it.
there is that anomaly that they were all just watching at the cameras and stuff, so that makes me kind of iffy. Yeah. But do
Watching the
you
cameras?
think they went into like a 0G plane kind of ride, like how they faked like the ISS shit? You think that's what's happened?
I don't think they use that for the ISS, right? I think they have a technique, or there's movies that you can make it look very good at. Whatever they're using for the movies, the harnesses, or maybe they have some kind of magnetic, device that keeps you floating in midair with the right suit, right? Underneath, like you have some kind of metal or magnets that keeps you floating, and you can do whatever you want. So they've got some technology that makes it very easy to fake.
Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to bring up earlier. Like, did you hear that like America was it Trump that? No, I think it was the government. Some government post that they have like teleportation technology or something.
That's bullshit.
I think that might be true because like if you think about it, like the technology that the military has must be like 20 years ahead of us. And they just
Yeah, but you have to believe that they're separating all the molecules and putting them back together. It's ridiculous.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I saw some shit about that Malaysia plane disappearing.
Yeah, but those are things to put out there I think, for just the story and to give people the idea that sci-fi is possibly real and Star Trek, beat me up Scotties are going to be our future. Time travel is not possible. You know that. There's no
time travel.
Yeah, you can't manipulate time. That's one of the psyops that's tied into the whole ball Earth thing. A lot of flat earthers still think time travel is possible.
Like those gyro clocks, like how they sent like one a satellite up or something, and then like they have I don't know how all this shit is called in English. Fuck me.
The 3-beam laser gyro. What are you talking about?
They did
they
like
have
some
the
test where they were like so when you're away from Earth, like time progresses slightly slower or something.
Time dilation. Yeah, the atomic clocks with the time dilation.
Time dilation.
Yeah, that's because they had to have a consistent light
Oh my
speed,
god,
right?
are we talking about nipples?
What about your nipples? Just a troll. Yeah, check out these videos that I'm putting in the chat with William Shatner. Now, if you type in William Shatner Blue Origin on YouTube, hard to find anything that's like a full version of it. But when he comes out and he's like standing there, and he's like, you can tell he's embarrassed, right? He doesn't want anything to do with it. The other ones are like off to the side, popping champagne. And Bezos is standing there just like embarrassed for him, like, you're not doing a good job of selling this. His acting was the worst acting possible and that's saying something for William Shatner. But if you watch this one that I'm putting in right now, where he actually comes out of there and Bezos tries to get him to say his thing, and he's just like doesn't want to pop champagne. He's embarrassed, and he's on the spot, and it's just the most cringe thing you'll ever watch. Is you tell me you think that he was in that thing when you watch the way it lands with a thud, and then it's like totally a different looking crystal, like pristine white thing that they have set up for him to come out of. Doesn't even look the same as the one that dropped. Like funny to talk about like stuff that's stupid when you come into a chat and you think, oh, I'm just going to troll, but I don't even have anything funny to say, but I'm going to think it's funny and laugh, and then hopefully that'll disturb somebody. Is that your plan, bro? Really funny, dude. Brilliant. It's very clever of you. Let's hear something clever. Let's hear how clever you can be. Go ahead. We'll give you a minute. Go ahead. Say something about nipples and OnlyFans. That'll be funny. Yeah. Sex is funny because it's funny to say stuff like that. Giggling? What kind of fucking... You're giggling, huh? You're giggling over your own jokes, but nobody else's. Come on, we'll give you a chance to say something really funny, Giggling.
Oh,
You're blowing it.
Honestly true. If you're honestly true, then show me. I'm
honestly true.
I'm Thomas in this.
You talking about flat Earth?
How do you have love? How do you have sanctity? How do you have sanity? What do you
Hey,
do?
it's dogs are real. That's my boy.
Is it just me? Or is it hard to listen to this guy because he's like not coming through it?
He's on drugs. I don't know. Yeah, get rid of him.
Wait,
Can you try speaking? I can't hear you, man. Giggling or whatever that is.
Who the fuck are you talking about, you weasel?
What?
You remember me?
Not really. Should I?
That's what I called you last time. But then you dipped out like a weasel.
Yeah, that's fine. What? So what? I don't care what you call me.
You don't recall me talking about solar eclipses, do you?
Not really. Remind me, what were we talking about?
Solar eclipses.
What about them?
You don't even have to talk.
Yeah, what about them?
Well, last time I was trying to ask how they work, but
All right, nobody knows. That's the answer.
well, someone did.
Oh.
Old
So
something.
here's the difference between you and me. You have a question. I have an army. I don't even know what the army actually.
That's great.
stands
That's
for.
great. The guy was
But-
asking
but
me a question.
They
That's
actually
great. The guy
like
wasn't shut
to
up.
answer your
can wait.
question.
You can wait. Now sit down, son. Go ahead. What did I say about solar eclipses?
Well, nothing. You left.
What was the point? I don't know. What are you trying to say?
I was just trying to enlighten myself about like eclipses and stuff, like
What? Like what?
like how they work.
Do you know how they work?
From a geocentric model, yeah.
Really? How do they work?
So you got a lunar eclipse and you got a solar eclipse.
Yeah, pick one. Which one?
So in one, the Earth stands in between the moon and the sun, and in the other one, the moon stands in between the sun and the Earth.
Okay. How do you know that?
That's what they say.
Really? Hearsay? That's how you know that? Someone told you?
I told you I just know the geocentric model.
That's great, but you didn't verify this information. You just heard it and then believed it. Yeah?
I didn't say I believed it. It's just
Well, what did you do?
only material I have to work with at the moment.
That's the only best material you got to work with at the moment. So it's an assumption. Yeah, you heard the story. You believe it. That's
No.
it.
Again, I don't believe it. It's the only material I got to work with.
Yeah, so it's an assumption. So you believe it.
No.
Yes, that's what an assumption is. Somebody tells you something and you assume that's the case. It's an assumption.
I
and you
never
just
said I assumed it. It's just something
you
I know.
assume it. No, you don't know that. They told you this story. You think that's what's going on. When you look at a solar or
I
lunar
don't think that's what's going on. I just think that's what they said. You know, that's their model. Okay.
Yeah, their
But I
model,
don't know
so
the
you don't
flat Earth
understand.
model about it.
So you don't understand anything except for what they told you. That's how
Yes.
this goes, right? Okay.
Yes.
So it's a belief-based system. You believe what they told you because you
I
think
don't
that's
believe what they told me. I just know what they told me.
Okay, so you don't think that the Earth is getting in the way of the sun's light for a lunar eclipse?
No, because it's fucking flat, bro.
Okay, so what? So what?
Well, a black sun.
Black sun.
Yeah.
How do you know that? That's a claim. How do you know that?
A friend told me about it.
So more hearsay.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. So we've established that you don't know anything. You hear people say things and you either believe those things or you don't. But that's not verified. So what?
I'm just connecting the dots, my guy.
You're not connecting any dots. You're just believing the dots. That's all you're doing, or not believing the dots. But there's no verification. Yeah.
You know, to debunk one system, you have to know it, right?
Well, you have to hear about it and then apply it to whether it can be validated or not.
No,
That's it.
just hearing about it doesn't cut it. You have to know it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you know it. The problem is you have to verify the thing that they're telling you is true.
And you
And you
can
haven't-
only verify it by knowing it. Right?
So you haven't verified any of these. None of them. You verified zero. You heard something and you've either accepted it or you rejected it, but it's not verified in no way.
Yeah, I rejected it.
That's good. So none of it makes sense because there's no causal mechanism for any of the things you just said. There's a cause and then there's a hold on, dude. There's a cause and then there's an effect, right? The effect is what you see, the phenomena. The cause is what makes that phenomena occur. You don't know the cause, you only see the effect. That's all. Yes?
Yes.
We good?
But that's why I like to look at anomalies, you know, surrounding the subject.
Anomalies. Yeah,
Anomalies.
Anomaly
Things
is
that
something.
don't make sense, you know?
Yeah, it does. Well, it doesn't need to make sense. It's a phenomena. What you describe is phenomena that occur. We see them. So people try to ascribe what causes that effect, and they don't know, but they're giving a guess, which is considered a story. And you either believe that story or you reject it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All good? Good.
I don't really feel enlightened right now. Can
You
do
should
something about
because
that?
you should because you have to test and verify a claim that somebody tells you. So whether it be lunar eclipses, the causal mechanism for the effect, and if you can't do that, you can just hand wave dismiss and say that nobody knows, unless you have some evidence providing the causal mechanism been produced as evidence, but there isn't. So it's just hearsay. It's just stories. So
How
you
do I
should be
post-
enlightened.
How do I post a picture in the chat or a video?
Well, if you got that kind of problem, that's beyond the conversation.
I don't know. I had a funny anomaly someone shared with me.
Yeah, but that's beyond the conversation, which you called me a weasel for. But I thoroughly showed you there's no
I
way that
just
you know.
called you a weasel because you ran away, but you had to go, so I don't really blame you.
Yeah, I had to work.
Yeah.
Anyway, I just showed that there's no way that anybody knows, not just you, but anybody. No one knows the causal mechanism for the effect. Pretty simple. And if anybody makes the claim to the cause for the effect, then they need to demonstrate how they verified that cause. Simple.
Cause and effect.
Yes. Because we see things happening, phenomena. And we ask the question, why are those things happening? People have ideas, and they apply those ideas as best guesses, and then they say they know what happened. But that's not true.
Alpha.
What?
Have you ever seen like the moon showing up somewhere else during a solar eclipse?
What do you mean shown somewhere else? It's in a new moon phase, which means nobody can see it anywhere.
Maybe it was a lunar eclipse. You know
No.
the difference, right?
Of course. Yeah.
But you haven't seen the moon show up somewhere impossible.
Well, that's not the point. Is to identify what's going on in the phenomena, because in both cases you have to identify whether or not you can say for certain that in a solar eclipse the moon is getting in front of the sun, disrupting the sun's light. In no way can anybody identify the features of the moon when they think it's traversing the sun, right? When it's occulting the sun, they think it's the moon, but I want identification of the moon. Can anybody identify the features of the moon while it traverses the sun? The answer is no. So they can guess that it could be the moon. That's a guess. But they can't verify that it is.
What if it's actually the black sun?
Well, that's the thing. You can say whatever you like, but there needs to be identification for what you're claiming. If you can't
what's
identify,
your opinion on it?
I don't have an opinion. I see a phenomena, I see it occurring, and I say, wow, that's crazy. Look at that. That's it.
Have you seen the black sun?
What's a black sun?
During a solar eclipse. Like the body that shouldn't be there.
Yeah, but that's just an idea somebody had and made some kind of theory on it. It's not something that's been tested and verified. Once again, people can say whatever they like. You can either accept that or reject it, but if it doesn't have validation, then it's not true. Pretty simple. That it? I guess.
Can I ask for a favor?
What?
Could you unmute Dux or God?
He's not in here. Oh yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Is he a friend?
What do you want, Dogs?
Yeah, I want Pyro's picture where you can see the topography of the moon during an eclipse.
The topography of the moon during the eclipse.
Yeah,
Really?
brother.
Is the Earth in the sky?
Yeah, where?
I can't pop it in chat because I'm chat suppressed.
I wonder why.
I'll try.
You've probably been a naughty boy.
No, I only put one comment and it was about the whole Blue Origin thing.
Yeah.
Is it about the conversation now? You want to post something?
I put it in
sure,
chat.
100%.
Okay. Let us see. Go ahead, post now.
It's HDR astrophotography by Nicolas Lefedu. From Oregon.
Oh, Eric posted the link.
Sounds like a fun name to say. Lefedu.
You can even see the ejections from the sun. Pretty sweet.
We haven't posted shit. Where's it at?
Eric posted it.
I like that one where you see the like a solar flare through the moon. That's pretty cool.
Oh my God! Check it out. That totally looks real, like really real.
All you can do is presuppose it's fake. That's all you got.
I'm thoroughly convinced it's a true image. What can we say?
I know, right? What can you say?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Hey, Dogs, you also got a telescope, right?
Yeah, it sounds like you.
No, I don't have a telescope.
It sounds like you won the internet with this one, Dogs. That's what it looks like to me. Total
I just
champion
won the
right
whole
here.
flat Earth, globe Earth thing by showing the eclipse as the moon going in front of the sun.
Yeah, that's the actual moon. Like we could see. It looks like the moon.
Pretty sick. If you own the tools, you can look at it yourself.
Any deniers? I don't think so.
It's almost like the whole sunspot thing when they did the observation of the sun in Antarctica. That was another good win.
Dude, you're. Oh God.
Wasn't there that flat earther Malodome who became a glober because he looked at observations of the sun and the coronal mass ejections and like that had to show gravity because it had flare out and then loop back in? and it was like a ball of fire, so high pressure right next to low pressure system of either really, really high up inside the dome or outside of the dome in space.
Yeah.
Yep.
You really want this thing to be real, don't you? The Earth must be a globe and the vacuum of space. What would happen if that wasn't the case? That would break your little heart, wouldn't it?
No, I just changed my opinion.
No, I don't think so. You have such an identity with this heliocentric nonsense that it's become so ingrained in your epistemology that if it was not that, I think you would have a nervous breakdown. Honestly, I think for you, what I've noticed, over the time you've been doing this, you have such a visceral reaction to the fact that the Earth could be something other than what you think it is, that it's apparent that it seems like the type of psychosis, man, that you endure when people talk about it not being the thing you think it is.
Do you ever notice that when I come here with like a picture that's evidence that some guy's taken and it's like shows clearly the thing you said doesn't exist, that you start talking about my psychological condition?
Well, yeah, it's important because when we identify that you haven't produced any evidence, that you've only shown something that's what we can only call a confirmation bias, it just shows that you have such stock invested into this particular idea. You might think you don't.
What is evidence? What do you think evidence is?
Oh, well, something that can be tested and then verified. Yeah.
Evidence is anything that increases the likelihood of the proposition being true.
Sure. But then when evidence is put forth, we test it and verify, and we find out that it wasn't really what the person thought it was, which was evidence.
Okay, how have you tested this stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I throw up something?
How? When? Where? With who?
Well, when people have made observations over the years with this eclipse, they don't witness any identification of the thing that the people are claiming it is. Nobody has ever produced.
Eyesight? That makes sense.
Yeah, nobody's ever produced. Well, if this was the case, then in every instance that the moon isn't visible, it would be, because like in a new moon phase, that would be something important over the, I don't know how many years people have been alive, like throughout humanity. We would have been noticing the moon's features even though it was in a new moon phase. Because any type of light, any light that could be either reflected off the Earth, like, Earth shine, because that is a thing in your paradigm, right? Your globe Earth paradigm. Earth shine is a thing. And the Earth reflected off the sun's light reflected off the Earth onto the moon shows that even when we can only see a sliver of light on the moon, that the other side of the moon that's not lit is shown to be showing its features. So that is something that occurs, and we can notice this.
Well, let's test your logic for a second. If I go out and there's no full moon outside or there's no bright moon outside, and I try to find something, it's really hard to do. So you're saying that the light that's hit the Earth that hasn't then reflected off and lost some of its lumens at inverse square law distance, as well as reflection loses some of that light. You're saying that you should be able to see the moon, which is far away, when you can't see someone right in front of you without a light source on a moonless night. You're a real genius there, AV. Absolute genius.
Well, I mean, people make observations all the time, and if this was anything that was true, then that moon that wasn't lit, right, at all, and you couldn't see because it's in a new moon phase at the time of the solar eclipse, you'd be able to notice new moon phases being able to be witnessed by this spectacular camera that this gentleman has, and you'd be able to tell its features. You can't do that at any time. So it seems like only at this time can you see the moon's features when it's in a new moon phase. Really?
Now, do you think there's a difference?
Yeah, have you verified that in a new moon phase you could witness the moon's features? I don't think you've looked into that.
Well, that doesn't make logical sense. In the new moon phase,
oh, now it don't make sense.
Directly behind the moon.
Yeah, but you don't.
I'm going to finish what I'm saying, AV, just really quickly because it amazes me. So, in a new moon phase, the sun isn't shining on the moon, and if it's nighttime, the sun also isn't shining onto the Earth. So there's no reflection from the Earth to the moon. Now, the contrast between the moon causing a shadow and blocking the sun, even though the sun is slightly larger, means that there can be light reflecting off the Earth onto the moon, while at the same time the sun is obscured within the path of totality, such that you're not directly being shown the glare of the sun, so you can't see the moon. That's why we can see the moon during an eclipse only, why we can't see it just during the day.
Wait a second. You could see it better when it's backlit by the sun than when it's not from Earthshine? Yep. That's hilarious.
Yep.
100%, because the shadowing of the moon allows the sun not to interfere.
Yeah, try taking a friendly photo the same way. See what happens.
Dude, it's proven.
I don't know what you're talking about. What do you want me to do?
Yeah, it's proven that. Hold on, dogs. It's proven that Earthshine gives the moon better luminosity than your idea of it being in front of the sun. Why? Because we can tell its features with our eyes. We can see the features with in your paradigm. I'm just going with your paradigm, right? In your paradigm, Earthshine would be a lot more visible from us to see the features of the moon that's darkened, that's not lit, because of the idea that the light's reflecting off of the Earth onto the moon. So you're wrong, dude. You could see the features with your own eyes when it's in a, I don't know, what is it, waning phase, waxing phase? I think it's waxing that occurs. But anyways, but you can't see the moon's features when it's in front of the sun with your eyes. There's no way. So you're wrong,
buddy.
You're wrong.
Do you know what contrast is? If a very bright light source is pointing directly at you, like you can't see other light sources. Like if you have just a globe from your phone in your ceiling, and you were to try to look through that towards the sun from a distance, you wouldn't be able to notice the globe. You'd just be able to notice the sun behind it. But if you put a piece of paper between them, you can suddenly see the difference between the globe and the sun.
That's great, dogs. But the other problem that we have, what we're faced with, is when the moon starts interrupting the sun's light. If it's a sphere, think about it, an orb, then that orb that has light reflecting or refracting off of it would show, at least like as it's approaching the sun's light would be bouncing off of it at such an angle that you could see the moon's features basically lit up from the side as it's approaching, because light is hitting. Think about the syzygy, right? The syzygy would be
I've already thought about it. I've already got it mentally stacked away. I already know what you're trying to say.
Yeah, but you see what I'm saying, though.
Because again,
it does, dude. You could do this, bro. You could do this with just light and then two objects.
Buddy.
You could do it. You know what I'm saying is true, dogs. If you have two objects and a light source, right, and the light's hitting the orb, it's a sphere, it's hitting it at an angle, and you're at the place where you're seeing this thing getting hit at an angle, you'd be able to say, I could see the features of that thing as it approaches. So not only when it occults the sun, but when it's actually even close to it, that orb would then be refracting the light at such an angle that you could see its side features before it actually approaches.
Reflecting the light, and the reflecting of the light would happen because the sun is behind the moon on the back of the moon. It wouldn't happen on the front of the moon if the sun is behind the moon as it's moving into the shot. Like it'd be on the slightly to the side of the back of the moon.
Yeah,
but it wouldn't be on the front.
No. It'd
be on the back.
I told you
on the side of the moon.
I told you to think about the syzygy, right? So if the alignment,
I've already thought about the entire thing, Buckaroo, and it doesn't work.
Think so. I don't think so, because you could demonstrate.
Okay, draw it out for me.
Well, I could, but I don't want to. But what I'm saying is, I'm gonna talk about it. So it's simple, right? You got two balls, right? Well, you don't really have to think of the one that you're standing on as one. You really just need one orb and a light source. One orb and a light source, and then you have the orb, go in front of the light source, and as it approaches, you could do it in a dark room. As the orb approaches that light source, what you're going to notice is that the side of the orb where it's hitting it, the light's hitting it at an angle, will start reflecting back onto where you are, and you could start seeing some of the features on the side of that orb. But even though as it occults that light source, you won't be able to see the features as when it's fully occulted. But the problem is you could see it when it's at an angle, because that light would be hitting it at an angle, then coming back to you. Like, it just makes sense. It's a
orb and the light source are similar distances and side by side, and not one much farther behind the other. Because an orb isn't like just a disc, and then there's a sun that, I don't know, shines on the side of the disc for some reason. It's directly beside it, like 90 degrees to you. it would be all the way behind, like a long, long way behind. So it'd be shining on the back of the moon and then slightly to the side of the back of the moon. But I don't know, how does the light get from behind the moon down to that front, like, side part of the moon? It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't.
Yeah, dude, but that's the way
it just doesn't make logical sense for you to claim that would happen.
That's the way
they have to be beside each other for that to happen, Buckaroo, and they're not beside each other.
Okay, so you obviously haven't seen the way they explain syzygy, like when a solar eclipse is happening. Because if you did, you'd be able to look at some of the models that NASA puts out, and they do diagrams with this, right? That light is actually converging, that the light's converging and diverging in such a way that it creates an umbra and penumbra. So if you notice that it's doing
aware of those two.
Yeah. So then you realize that the light actually converging and diverging would actually be hitting the moon.
Doesn't mean that the front of the moon's lit up as it moves towards the sun.
That's not what I'm talking about, dude. I don't care about the front.
That's exactly what you're talking. You're saying the front side of the moon would be lit up as it moves towards the sun.
I didn't say that. I did not say that. I did not say that. What I am saying is that as it approaches at an angle before the moon actually gets in front of the sun, you should start be able to notice that the moon's approaching. Its features would start be lit up from the side because the light's hitting it at an angle.
You just said to me the thing that I said to you that was wrong. You're like, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying the side of the moon would be lit up as it moves like
you said
over
front
the path
side
of the sun. I didn't say that. I didn't say like the front side of the moon.
You said front side. I said the side of the moon. So it means that the front of it is the side facing you.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the front. The front is the side that faces you. The back is the side that faces away from you. So the sun wouldn't light up the front side, the part that's facing you. So you wouldn't be able to see it. It would light up the back side, which is the part that is not facing you. I don't know about you, but we can't see through solid objects very well.
Well, here's the other problem, too, that you've already thought of, like this idea being something that you've verified and you haven't done so. Do you know what the moon is? Do you know what the sun is? Like, there's so many variables in what you're saying that you can't establish this in your paradigm. So you don't know what the moon is. You
let's
don't know
go
what the
through
sun
that.
is.
How would we know what the moon is? That's one way we can know.
There's way too much, right? You don't know what the moon is. You don't know what the sun is. You don't know if they're actual physical objects. There's a big problem with the whole
You don't know these things. We do. That's the problem here. You don't know, and you don't want to know. And anytime you're told what they are, you go, no, that's not true because it.
Go and tell me how you know. Tell me how you know. Stop waffling and tell me how you know.
We know the moon is made of like rock regolith. There's some ice at the.
Do you think we don't know the claims? Is that why you're spitting it out to us? Is that
all of that? We know.
Do you think we don't know what the claims are? Is that why you're repeating it to us like a broken record?
Oh, sorry, I couldn't hear you while I was already talking. That's a real problem in this server for some reason. But yeah, you.
No, you ain't talking at all.
Stay on mute. I'm done with you. I mean, you can take him back out, Alpha, if you really want to continue this brain rot.
Nah, that's cool.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, man? What's going on? Yeah, he's failing to remember that everything in his paradigm is all something that's considered to be like a story or hearsay. Like he can't verify any of these things. The cosmology has been given to him. He doesn't know how to verify these things. In no way at any time can he say that he knows that what the moon is. There's no way. He's just
right. He seems to think our problem is that we don't know the story good enough.
Yep. That's your problem, dogs. You think that we need to be educated on the story again. Dude, we've all heard it before. That's not the issue. The issue is you can't know what those things are based on the story. You can only believe, my brothers.
Touch the TV screen on NASA television and be healed.
Yeah. There used to be a program back in the day where one of those money preachers was like, put your hand on the TV screen. Just place your hand on mine. Pray with me. Like I was like, dude, come on, man. Like,
I saw that once.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like James Baker or somebody like that. One of these.
Yep. And people would actually do that. They place their hands on the TV screen, bro.
Yeah, like you could just envision like in old people's homes, they're all like sitting around and trying to wheel their chairs up to the TV screen, desperately trying to touch it.
Yeah. and some incapable of actually reaching the set. They're just crying because they wish they could touch it. I mean, come on, dudes.
I'm touching the TV, Elma. You can hold my hand. We're connected.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what these people are. And they think that they have to just repeat the story to us again and again and again until we get it. And no, that's not the case. We know that they don't know that this is true. We know that they can't prove any of this stuff.
Yeah. And that seems to be the issue with what their problem is that they don't know how to verify it, yet they're thinking that maybe if I let me try to say it a different way. It's not the problem. You saying it another way is not going to change the fact that you can't verify it.
Yeah, it's like they need to be a better storyteller.
Yeah, because it's like, yeah, we could argue within the paradigm as to like how something couldn't be true, but then the macro. So when you zoom out, you're like, okay, none of this is true, man. We're arguing about fucking Narnia. Like Narnia is what we're disputing. That's all good and well, but none of it's verified, bro. Like at some point, you're gonna wake up and go like, I really don't know any of this stuff.
Yeah.
Which is what I was telling Eric that too, because he was on solar eclipses and lunar eclipses. But just like dogs are gods, because dogs thinks that if he says it in a different way, that it makes more sense. Yeah, well, there you go. The story that I said, it sounds pretty good. So all you got to do is trust that.
Yeah, you just got to appeal to rhetoric, right? Like if I tell the story, the audience is going to believe me more than them.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I told Eric too. I was like, you can either accept or reject, something that's being told to you, but it cannot be validated. Which is this problem what dogs has. You can't validate the thing that they're claiming.
Sorry, I have to be in and out real quick here for the next 10 minutes. But yeah, the name of the game for these guys is to be as well versed in the current rhetoric as well as they can, right? And to put on a show for the audience, because if they can wax eloquence about the cosmos, they think the more they do, the more convincing it is for the audience and the better it goes for them, when that's not what this is about. It's not a game where we compare stories.
Yep. This is the place to validate the thing that they think is true, which is not able to be done at the end of the day. But I was just arguing within the paradigm because it's kind of fun and I wanted to waste some time before I go into work. But yeah, I could just zoom out and say, okay, prove it. It's as easy as that.
I know. I'm sorry if I took away your dessert from you, but
no, I actually had to.
I was getting so frustrated.
I could leave in like 2 minutes because I have to clock in. But I really don't care. I don't care if you mute somebody while I'm talking. I don't really care, dude. Like, I just really want to demonstrate to the audience that you could argue within the paradigm of how it doesn't make sense, and then outside of like having them prove that they actually exist. So.
Yep. Yeah, and this nonsense, like if you backlight an object, you'll create better contrast visibility for the thing that's being backlit. Yeah. Compared to like I'm kind of floored by this. Because like the light of the sun that's backlighting it is going to cause your aperture to shrink in your eye.
Yep.
It's going to decrease your resolution.
But he got the special camera. But you can believe that if you want. It's fine.
Yeah, it's always some rescuing device, a special camera, special technique. We did it this one time.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to have to get going, sporadic, but...
Okay, well, I'll be off and on today, too, if you are. If not, then I'll see you next time.
All right, bro. Catch you later.
See ya. Man, it's been a real variety show this morning, hasn't it been? We got everything from Land Beyond the Ice Walls to, I don't know what the heck that guy Eric was babbling about. What's up, Eric? Holy cow. Since I guess we're kind of coming off a speculation Sunday here, we're going to get this transition period from mental illness back to rational truth and evidence-based logic and logic-based evidence. Sorry, don't need any of that brain damage chat skanking, dogs or gods. Please. Like, we've heard enough mental illness this morning for those of us getting up on the East Coast. We don't need you to just add to that.
No way. Hello?
Yeah, welcome to 24/7. What's up?
Is this about the Earth being flat?
Yes, it is. If that's what you want to talk about, you came to the right place.
So who thinks this is flat?
Pretty much everybody, if you include all of human history.
And where did you get that from?
Oh, historical records. I mean, you can check out like Near Eastern cosmology, which includes the Babylonians and the Hebrews and so on. You can include the Egyptians. You can include the ancient Hindus, even Buddhists, the Vikings, and so on. Mayans.
Did they have a rocket that could go up out in space?
I mean, what does that prove?
What do you mean? What does it prove?
Yeah, like is that what you did to prove it to yourself? Like, have you seen?
Oh, think about it. What if you said like, what if you like have like an unexplored area, and you just talk about it, like what it could be. But what then if you actually explore that area and then you realize and you actually know what it is?
Yeah. So did you do that? Like, I haven't done that. I have no knowledge of, of anything that you might believe to be true.
Well, we have satellites that you probably have used on maps.
Yeah, I have no problem with them, and I have no problem with maps. What have you ever experienced? Have you ever experienced the world the way that you believe it to be?
What do you mean exactly?
When you go to the beach, do you see curvature?
Yeah, but you have to think that because of like just the way things are, the bigger they are. Like, imagine like a ball. If it's small, you're gonna instantly see how it curves. But like, because the Earth is so big compared to our size, you don't see that curvature. That curvature is like it's more of like you see it at a distance, right?
So you do see it or you don't see it?
Yeah, you see it at a distance, bro. You're not gonna see it at the beach.
You can. Okay, so when I asked you if you could see it at the beach, you're like, well, no, it's too big, but you can see it. I was confused. It sounded like you contradicted yourself.
No, bro, you just made up that I contradicted myself. I said you can't see it at the beach, but you can see it overall at a big distance.
Right, and then you ended it by saying you can see it at the beach. So I don't know what you're trying to say. You can or you can't. So the contention is you can see it at a distance, right? Okay, like what distance?
Big distance. I don't know. I don't have scientific numbers. You can look it up.
I already know. I'm testing to see if you know. So
No, I don't know.
So that means you probably never tested whether you could for yourself then. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you just have a belief. I mean, ultimately that's what you're stuck with. You believe what you've been taught and you've never really gone out and checked. We have. And you think we're crazy because we have.
It's not a belief. It's just science. Like, I don't know. It's almost like saying that we don't have blood inside our body. Like, it's just science. We have cells. We're made up of smaller cells, and we don't see those cells. You can only see it with a microscope. So I kind of see it that way, where like you can only see that the Earth is round, where like you actually go out in space and see it from a distance.
Yeah. So I can see cells in a microscope. That's eminently verifiable. No problem. I can't go to outer space and see Earth from outer space. Can you? You can't
because it's more expensive.
You and I, you're in the same place, aren't we? Here.
It's a big place.
Yeah, so big you can't see that it's a globe, or you can. You're like, if this is something so easily proven, why do people invoke means and processes and methods that nobody can actually use to do it?
Talking to me? Why is there so many people and no one talking? Is it just like a listening debate type of stuff?
I mean, it was really active a few hours ago. A lot of people in the United States are waking up. A lot of people in Australia are, I think, going to sleep. So it's a transition period. If you stick around another hour or two, it's going to pick up, I'm sure.
So you're telling me that you dead ass believe that the Earth is flat, right?
You know, I know what you mean by saying that, but it's not a belief, because we like to differentiate belief claims from actual knowledge claims. And by knowledge, I mean when we take in information from our God-given senses and process the world as it is, and not processing what we're seeing and taking in with our senses through a filtration system. So you and your experience, you understand as well as I do that we see the same world.
Right.
And you know, in the world I measured is not the one that you believe in.
Can you explain to me? by the satellites. I mean, I'm not like, I'm not saying you're wrong, all right? I just want to know your view on it. How the satellites orbit the Earth, right? And that's, I don't think you can disprove that because
well, hold
they
on a
have
second.
maps.
But how do you know how they work? Do you have knowledge of them? Like, do you have firsthand direct knowledge of how they operate? Can you describe that to the room?
Why do you always go to that? Like, of course, I don't know. I'm not like the one who made them. I'm not the one, like, I don't research about that. But like, so what I understand from what you're saying is that everything I say, you just say that if I know it, then you want to listen. But if I don't, then you don't want to listen. And then if I refer back to anything that is actual research, then you just say that that's what they want us to believe. Correct?
No, it has to do with whether or not the research is verifiable, repeatable, demonstratable, falsifiable. So we're a community of rational empiricists. We value firsthand direct knowledge of things, and we value a logical framework to reasonably prove those things to be true.
I really don't think you're going to find anyone in here with like that much knowledge about anything.
Well, yeah, I mean, that much knowledge about what, satellites? Yeah, you're not going to find anybody in the world that's got knowledge of satellites. I mean, you don't know anything about them. I don't know anything about them. So what's the point?
They're man-made. Of course, there's someone that knows something about it. I don't know, man. What you just said really don't make sense.
Well, you think you know how they work, right?
No, I never said that.
Okay, so what's the point in discussing that as a proof of your conceptual worldview?
Because we have a whole system for internet, maps, all of these things. And as far as I'm aware, they work in a certain way, and they're on the outer space in a specific point where they're not, they're like sucked in just enough so they don't leave the orbit.
You know, most people use the internet over ground and undersea cables and radio from tower to tower.
Sorry, say that again?
Like 99% of the internet is through cables and radio tower stations talking to each other.
Right. Do you know Starlink?
I don't know how it works. Can you describe it?
You can put it up if you want. So it says it's a satellite system, uses radio signals through the vacuum of space.
Nice.
Oh boy. How do you know that that's a plausible statement?
Because it comes from the people that made it.
Assumptions.
Yeah. So here we go. Vacuum of space. Do you think outer space is a gigantic sucking space vacuum?
Do you trust like any instructions or anything, bro? Like, I'm just wondering.
I trust reason and evidence. Do you?
If you buy a product, do you like not believe on anything? When I say believe, I don't mean like they believe you're trying to make it out to be. I'm just saying, like, you understand the instructions and follow them.
I might not. I might believe it works and buy it anyway. And I don't know how it actually works. I might believe it.
Yeah, but if you have a problem
with
do
that?
do you refer back to the people that made it to actually fix the problem?
Well, I mean, in this case, why should I believe them when what they're claiming is a direct contradiction of physical laws that we can demonstrate repeatedly every day?
How many people do you talk to daily?
About this topic, I don't know. It depends. Some days I don't talk at all about it. I'd say, in fact, most days I barely talk about it. Some days I talk a lot about it.
And how many of those days are you in here?
I may be in here, but I'm not really actively doing anything. You know, I've got it on, and I may be listening, or I may not be. I might be stepping away for a while. May come back and listen, kind of like a radio station.
And what do you get by being here? Is there like a sense of community? Other people that share the same thought as you?
I mean, that's a natural outgrowth of being in here. Is you learn who other people are and you get along with them. But I come here because several reasons. First, I want to learn from others about this. And second, I want to teach people what I know about this. And that's that.
So what first hand knowledge do you know that you say makes you believe what you believe?
Well, to begin with, when somebody asks me if I've ever experienced Earth as a globe in my entire life, I have to answer honestly, no. When someone once asked me if I've ever seen curvature at the beach or from an airplane, I answered honestly, no. And you shouldn't be able to, even if Earth is a globe. And it got me thinking, well, how can I test this out? So I studied the globe geometrically, the dimensions of what the Earth is claimed to be. And I bought a spotter scope, and I live near a body of water. And I was able to see across this body of water just over 3 miles to the shoreline on a very clear, cool day where the water meets some piers and docks for boats at the other end. And I said, wow, if Earth is a globe, I should not be able to see that. And that's what started part of my journey. So in this case, what I can claim is firsthand direct knowledge that I've never been able to experience Earth curvature or Earth spin for that matter. Can't detect it. Nobody can. Everybody we've talked to thinks somebody else has at some point, some scientist somewhere. And we go talk to those scientists, right, and ask them. And they say the same thing, that no, they think somebody else has. The astronomy department says, no, it's not us, it's the geology department. Geology department says, no, it's not us. Civil engineering department. So we talk to civil engineers. Nope, not us. And it's like this round robin game of hot potato where everybody thinks everybody else has actual firsthand direct measurements of curvature, but nobody does. Nobody does. And so when you go around this loop several times and you get frustrated, you become a flat earther. Yep.
Have you been 50,000 feet up in the sky?
Yeah, I was in a military cargo jet over the Pacific at 55,000 feet, and I didn't see curvature.
That's very specific.
Yeah, over the Pacific. Yep. From Hawaii to California. I have to go. I'll be around a little later, probably 20 minutes.
All right. See ya.
Our gods are watching us. Make sure they're not ashamed.